Good morning, everyone. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, depending on what part of the world you are watching us from. I am the president of No Worker Left Behind, and I'm thrilled and excited to welcome each one of you to this pivotal conference of Rethinking Work. I'm excited to have participants join us from 25 plus countries and 50 plus cities across the world. And I feel like this perspective that you bring, this diversity that we have, is crucial as we are trying to tackle the challenges around rethinking work. This diversity is not just our strength, it is our guiding star. Before we get started, let's talk about the importance of this day, May 1st. This is an International Labor Day across the globe. And on this day, we celebrate contributions and achievements of workers and their ongoing struggles for fair labor practices and rights. It is this day which is the heart of our conference. We are advocating for rights and well-being of our workers. And as we are thinking about rethinking work, we want to make sure that we can empower and uplift every worker. And our ethos is guided by this day. So it's not just the future of work, but on how we make this inclusive, supportive for everyone. Before we get started, let's talk a little bit about my own personal journey, which led to the creation of No Worker Left Behind. With over 20 plus years of corporate experience and climbing the corporate ladder, I got access and exposure to glamorous and strategic roles. I was deeply immersed in discussions on future of work, technologies, and artificial intelligence. As a software engineer myself, I saw firsthand how rapidly technology was evolving and realized that it is leaving a lot of people behind. As my roles in employee resource groups, being sponsors of them, I was able to help and support people in their career journeys. But I realized that a lot of people outside the organizations do not have that kind of support. Those were some of the reasons where it felt like that these large organizations as well as people outside need a lot more support, and this is a huge gap that No Worker Left Behind is trying to solve at this point in time. So before, as we keep going, I want to tell another story about the collaboration, the power of hope. It's a worker story, which many of you are aware of, but there are aspects in the story which you might not have known earlier. So we all talk about the biggest challenge in the worker history around the Great Depression. It was the economic downturn where millions of people across the world lost their livelihood and were struggling. Their families, their people did not have a job, and they did not have shelter, food on the table. And at that very difficult time, all the communities came together to help each other. There were food shelters, there were support that was provided to people. But one of the most important things that happened during that time, which people don't know, is how when everyone came together, we were able to make some very strong systemic changes. Systemic changes like setting up of the unemployment offices, which was not just an administrative building. It became a beacon of hope for people. We set up the social security net. There was strengthening of labor laws that happened. And this changed our future forever. This incident explains the power of collective action and collaboration, where government, businesses, communities, everyone came together to solve this issue at hand. We strive not just for recovery, but for renaissance. Innovation was there. There was economic resilience. There was employment support. So as we fast forward to today, and let's look at the work landscape that's evolving here, we are seeing large global challenges. We are hearing about layoffs and automation. As technology evolves, jobs are getting automated. And traditional roles are getting eliminated, new ones are getting created. But there is this gap in terms of how do we move and transition people from these old roles and upskill them to the new roles. We are seeing a ton of productivity enhancements, which is really, really good. But there is a question about the balance between human labor and machines. We are thinking about jobs landscape uncertainty. People are worried about their jobs. And as they are trying to figure out how to get to the next role, the jobs are changing faster. Leaders, when I speak with leaders, they are grappling with critical questions. And whether it's a leader of a corporation or leader of a nonprofit, they're thinking about the gap between skilled and unskilled. They're thinking about what measures can we put in place so we can expedite people into these new roles in a more smooth way. They're thinking about ethical considerations of AI in hiring and workplace monitoring. And they're thinking about human-centric values in a digitally dominated workplace. As these questions are becoming more and more important, no single entity can answer them or can tackle them. These questions are complex in nature, and we need a collaborative approach, diverse voices on the table to make sure we forge solutions which are impactful and sustainable. So you might be thinking about why we called our conference Rethinking Work. So as our friend Simon Sinek always says, start with why. And as we were thinking about this year's theme, No Worker and WorkCongress is a relatively newer organization as compared to the history we've been through. And we were thinking about what is the most important thing that we can tackle now. And this is just the beginning of the journey. So rethinking work is really important because it is calling upon the urgency of the times today. It is work needs to be productive, but also needs to be sustainable and just. So as we were thinking about the aspects of work that are getting challenged all the time, we want to make sure work gets its due attention. And we need to not just think about work in a silo. We have to think about it holistically. We have to think about various aspects of work. We have to think about various stakeholders who are involved. A job seeker has a different perspective, or someone who's later in their age and trying to reskill has a very different perspective on work than a government official who's trying to make sure people have a job. It's a very different set of lens that a corporate leader has who's trying to improvise productivity and think about the well-being of their people. So as you try to bring all of these perspectives together, we need to have a systemic approach to solve these challenges, and we need to elevate these discussions at the right level where we can hear from multiple people, groups, and be innovative and creative as we come up with these solutions. So the role for today is not to solve all of these things. The role is to hear all of these conversations today, hear from the best of the speakers that we have, and hear the novel approaches that are happening in the work landscape, and then figure out how do we define work in different ways. So when I think about, I do want to spend a little bit of time talking about No Worker Left Behind and our mission, and how the WorkCongress and Rethinking Work entails with what we are trying to do. We want to make sure that Rethinking Work and WorkCongress is connected with the broader work No Worker Left Behind does, and it's connected with the ethos that we have. So No Worker Left Behind focuses on advocacy, focuses on education, policy making to make sure that the overall work environment is inclusive and equitable. So as we'll embark on the rich agenda that we have today, WorkCongress is the think tank that is part of No Worker Left Behind, and its pivotal role is to elevate these conversations with the right leaders and to actively shape these dynamics, the policy advocacy and strategic dialogues. No Worker also does community support and also does education and reskilling. In terms of community support, we leverage technology and we are able to support people with online job fairs, online career and networking events. And we are trying to do that on a global scale in a very scalable way. And the upskilling part is where we are trying to help people ensure that they're able to get to the next level in their career and explore their complete potential. So, what should attendees expect to get out of this conference? Attendees should expect to leave this conference with a deeper understanding of the complex nature that interplays and what it means for future of work. You will gain insights from leading experts in their fields. And our lineup are very exciting and great in terms of the kind of topics we are trying to cover. We'll talk about innovative practices at work. We will talk about various business models that are coming up. We will talk about what it means to be the next stage worker and how organizations should be thinking about well-being and belonging. So all of those hopefully would be takeaways wherein you can act on some of those things and think through some of those things for the future. But most importantly, this is just the beginning of an ongoing dialogue for this year. No Worker Left Behind and WorkCongress would be setting up more of these conversations in the future. And if you are interested, if you are excited about this, we would love to partner with you. We would love to explore these things with you further. We would love to hear from you. And you can reach out to us at info@No Worker Left Behind. With that, I would like to play a video right now to really talk about our lineup for the day today and to acknowledge our esteemed guest. I just want to call out one thing here. Since this was the very first time when we were doing this conference, it was difficult for us to not have any street cred and to be able to pull such a lineup of speakers together. And I want to thank the speakers from my heart because they believed in the vision, they believed in the organization, they believed in the importance of the topic around rethinking work and the future of work, that they agreed to show up, they agreed to come and talk to us today about this very important topic. So before I go ahead with the next few comments, I'm going to just play a quick video so that you can look at the speaker lineup.
Welcome to WorkCongress 2024, the premier virtual event reimagining the world of work. This year's theme, Rethinking Work, brings together thought leaders, innovators, and policymakers to explore bold, trillion-dollar ideas for the next billion people. Hosted by No Worker Left Behind, Inc., this conference is a global think tank uniting minds across the world to elevate the conversation on work. Kicking off the event, Diksha Joshi, president of No Worker Left Behind, sets the stage for a new paradigm of inclusivity and sustainability. As we journey through 5 key tracks: innovation, future of work, learning and development, wellness, policies and governance, and workspace innovation, our speakers share insights and strategies to reshape the world of work. Hear from Vishal Kumar, CEO of Tao.ai, on redefining what it means to be a worker in an era of technological disruption and social shifts. Explore how worker voices are gaining power in the digital age with Solange Karas and Stella Lupashore. Delve into sensory processing, cognitive well-being, and neuro-inclusion with Kay Sargent, Director of Thought Leadership at Interiors, as she discusses how designing for inclusion benefits all. From entrepreneurship and spin-out ventures to reimagining the workplace through collective genius, our expert speakers guide us through building adaptive organizations that put people first. Learn about fostering team relationships with Judy Ho and how to unlock the power of networking to propel careers forward. Dive into how AI impacts attention, hiring, and workplace dynamics with Gloria Mark, Hilke Schulman, and Primo Orpilla, while Boston's Chief of Worker Empowerment, Trinh Nguyen, outlines the city's blueprint for the future of work. To close the day, Joe and Ochapinti discusses the paradox of generative AI and its threat to economic security, and Sharon Burrow, in a fireside chat, explores innovative labor policies for the digital age. Join us on this transformative journey to rethink, redefine, and reshape the future of work for a more inclusive, resilient, and thriving global workforce.
Welcome back. So as you must have seen the great speakers that we have, I do want to call out a really important session that I would believe everyone should be attending. It is the networking session from 1 p.m. to 1:30 p.m. EST time zone. And I believe that that session is also equally important because you get to meet people in real time. You get to have some real conversations and build a strong career-related network. So take on that opportunity and join us at that session as well. So as we move through the sessions, we are also live streaming this video on various social media platforms, and you can engage with us. You have a question, you can ask us. You have a question from the speakers, you can ask us on the social media platforms and use the hashtag WorkCongress24. With that, I do want to take a few moments to thank our sponsors. And the Work Times is our sponsor for media. And we really appreciate all of their help in setting up all the media, the social media, all the marketing for us. And it is a great publication that is dedicated to exploring trends around work and workplace, transformative ideas, and they have insights into the future of employment and commitment to promoting the evolution of work. I also want to thank, and this would be a remiss if I don't do this, our technology partner, Tao.ai. Tao is on a mission to help people, the next billion-dollar people, achieve their career goals and in learning and development. And I want to take some time to thank them to help us provide all the services we do to our community today through a scalable platform that will help not just us, but also everyone around in trying to get to their career goals. So with that, I want to just share a quote that is very near and dear to me before we hand over to the first speaker in line. So this quote is by Maya Angelou. It says, "Do the best you can until you know better. And then when you know better, do better." And this conference is our collective opportunity to know better so that we can start doing better. So with that, I would thank all of you for listening in, and stay tuned for the next session that we have coming up in the next 10 minutes. We have a very short break before we get the speakers lined up. So I would put in a small video if you're here with us, so you can take a quick break like we are doing, and we can get started. We can get started shortly.
There are no right or wrong thoughts. Don't judge. Just let them be. Now settle into a comfortable position, either sitting or lying down. Close your eyes and let the weight of your body sink into the surface beneath you. Allow my voice to guide you on a journey toward tranquility. Begin by taking a deep breath in. Your attention now to your thoughts. Notice what comes up without judgment or analysis. Acknowledge each thought and then let it pass by like a cloud drifting across the sky. Remember, thoughts are temporary and they do not define you. Simply observe them and return your focus to your breath. Return your awareness to your body, feeling the contact with the surface beneath you. Sense the groundedness and stability it provides. Reflect on the interconnectedness of your body and feel gratitude for its ability to carry you through the day. Take a moment to send gratitude to different parts of your body: your feet for walking, your hands for doing, your mind for thinking, and your heart for feeling. Allow this gratitude to fill you with warmth and peace. Now imagine a place that brings you peace and calm. It might be a serene beach, a quiet forest,
Hello, everybody. Thank you. Good morning. Thank you for joining us from wherever you are joining us. My name is Soumya. I am the head community engagement at No Worker Left Behind. It's my pleasure to welcome you all for a day full of insights, wonderful conversations, and exciting networking opportunities. So without much delay, I'm going to introduce our first speaker of the day, Vishal Kumar, CEO Tao.ai, and the topic he's going to talk about is all about the theme of our conference today. It's about the future of work and how to redefine work. So I'll let Vishal take it from here, and I will see you all back in a few minutes. Over to you, Vishal.
Thank you so much, Soumya. Guys, can you hear me? Any chance? Awesome. So, 1 second. Okay. I'm trying to see how things are. Okay, good. So first, thank you so much, Diksha and the entire crew of No Worker Left Behind. This is putting something like this is not, it's not easy. It requires a lot of effort, a lot of energy, a lot of, and I could not thank you enough. And being from the technology side, being from the technology end, it always felt that if you're from technology, let alone AI, which is again all the more. So um, you feel there need to be a common platform where the entire community can come together and have a conversation about what we are seeing, how to think about work, because um, in the past the disruptions were just mono disruption. So there is either a horse cart being replaced by a car, or maybe a small hard drive is replacing a huge data center of tubes to store information. But even then, it was remarkable, and basically there was outlets where people come and have this conversation and grow together. And now being from the AI side, there's always this need of um, understanding. There's always a need of having this common dialogue in which you can um, basically uh, bring the social, the public, private, and technology partnerships. Because and Diksha, beautiful example about the Great Depression and what magic Great Depression did to the economy by bringing government as a new participant in this economic goal with the businesses and the workers. And had a seat on the table, and then start creating this incentive structure in target striking each and every community. Now we have a different kind of dialogue which needs to happen, and that is pretty much where the AI and technology itself is so mature that it is seeking its role in this ecosystem. So now technology is now claiming it's mature enough, it's reliable enough, so as a society we need to have this argument. So I could not thank you enough for giving all of us, whether we are from technology, whether we are from the businesses who are getting stuck, understanding how to look at these technology trends, or whether we are from the public policy front, where our serious citizens' livelihood is at stake. How we can all address this problem. So that's wonderful. So now when we were asked to talk about this topic, and we are coming from Tao.ai, it's a technology company. We are a AI. So to give you some context, we had a good next few minutes when we talk. So Tao.ai is solving learning and development challenges for the next billion people. So that means they are not on LinkedIn probably. They are they're facing some kind of, either whether it's a technology gap, whether it's an access gap, whether it's an equity gap. How you can bring those communities take advantage of this beautiful economic era where a lot of these new use cases are getting emerged. What can we do as a society so we can all sort of have this interesting dialogue and conversation, and we can all come together. So that's where the Tao, that's where we are investing most of our resources in. And so now what happens, uh, when we were thinking about addressing this idea of rethinking work, which is very close to us, because as I said, we are looking at this problem. We are trying to understand what needs to happen, and we are um, evaluating. So we thought, let us give an AI company's perspective of how we would think about, or at least from the Tao.ai, because that's the one I know the most about. We think about this topic of how the rethinking of work will be seen globally, and to address that. So basically, we think about this topic um, from the AI end, we know pretty much. I think media is on top of many of the development that's happening. AI is on top of how, as a society, we are thinking about this particular topic. What we can talk about, what we can share about are some anecdotal examples, some anecdotal stories that really we as in Tao.ai use as a guiding path when we are building something, because we learn a lot from the data, from the interactions, from the engagement that our communities are using. But then we need to bring those analytics, those story, those metrics home by connecting it with some kind of human behavioral pattern, or something from the history, something from the economy, something from our past lives. Our entire team is comprised of folks who had wonderful life in their career, and they are all coming together and contributing what they have seen, and how they have solve their adversities through either technology or through some of the hacks that they've worked with. So three stories that really come to my mind of how we can solve this particular problem. So um, each of these stories are, so obviously they're something that I can share with. So our entire team, we discuss this a lot internally of what we can pick from our daily lives, our surroundings, our news, our economy, from the history, from the human brain development, that we can bring home. So let's talk about the one second. Am I audible, guys? Sorry.
Yes.
So okay, good. So now let's talk about uh, the first story. So the scene is set in a beautiful small town in America. So the town of Earlham in Iowa. So just like a small, beautiful town, very social, had its own sort of culture. People are, it has its own history. People have lived their lives on it. They built their houses, their family through it. The entire ecosystem was beautiful. But then, just like every ecosystem, every town um, sees their ups and downs, this particular town is no different. So it had a beautiful past. Now it is struggling. It is struggling, and people were turning away from the town. There were no more economic opportunities. They are leaving for outside, for neighbors, for other major towns, whichever is flourishing. But living this town in ruins, living this town in this lost history, right? So there was a main street, beautiful, again, full of shops, full of culture. Kid used to play, run around. Everything that a main street should deliver was delivering, right? Now the shops are getting shuttered. People are just moving. So uh, while this was happening, someone from New York, a gentleman called Zachary Mannheimer. So he was on a cross country trip. Okay, so okay, that's fascinating idea, and I think I should do it too. So his car broke down in the town. Car broke down. No, he has nowhere to go. He has nowhere to go. Okay, so now he's spending his time. He's spending his. He said, let me explore this town while the car is being fixed. So he fell in love with the history of the place. He fell in love with the ecosystem, the uh, hostility or the conversation with the locals, and he figured out there are a lot of interesting stories that this town has that has not come out yet, that people need to hear about. So he decided to stay there and use this town, and so he took a small tear down theater in downtown and Main Street, and start teaching theater to the locals. Now, um, a lot of skepticism happened. He was pushed, a lot of pushback, a lot of, but he persisted. He persisted. A few more sort of joined his foray to build that community, and very slowly and gradually, the entire town start turning up. So now it was a big, major art town, and people from neighboring cities and towns start traveling to this particular place, and the town start thriving. The kids who are worried about whether they need to leave and find their schooling and education elsewhere now get a local template to even express themselves. The entire town just jumped and start supporting this gentleman with this initiative. And we have seen the stories everywhere. So we all know somewhere someone in our lives who have really stepped up to the occasion and turned the community around. And internally in Tao, we call this something like Spark. So Spark is any interesting thought and idea that is looking for its oxygen, right? So now the community itself come and they provide that oxygen, they provide that character, that, and the moment you mix an oxygen to a spark, the fire ensues, right? So the warmth, the entire ecosystem gets influenced, attracted. It became that excitement. It gives the community the warmth, and as a society, so that's one of the takeaway, that when we in this equation on this story, either we are those looking for spark, or either we are those skeptics, or either we are those providing oxygen. And when, as Diksha rightly pointed out, with this disruptive trends and economy, when even we are not sure what is the stable ground, the only thing that's common nowadays is the chaos, the evolution. When everything is on the shaky ground, when everything is getting disrupted, at least we should have each other. At least we should have this sense of, either we call it micro community or we call it community. We have that to our rescue. So that means either we, so if we see a spark, provide an oxygen. Even if you're a skeptic, be open to the idea. Right now, we are living in this very interesting time where the emotions are rampant and running high. But remember, at the end of the day, we all have similar interests. We all have a family to feed. We all have responsibility to fulfill, and we have a lot of commonality among us. And using that as a good anchor, because the ideological divide is healthy, and we should embrace each of these divides to come together. We should be open. So that means any micro community, and as if you're a worker, if you're a business, if you're in HR, if you are a technologist, you should serve and enable and energize these micro communities so more and more sparks could find their oxygen and flourish. Because what happens, and this is nothing new, we have seen it number of time in the past. Any evolution that happened, we have seen lot of economic development, lot of business emerge with creative businesses, had they been given this lift and this oxygen by the community that they're trying to serve. So having this open attitude through this, because we all are stuck in this and we all have to come together. So that's the one. So if we need to rethink work, we should first rethink about our relationship to others. We should rethink about our understanding of the community that are around us. We should be open. We should be listening. We should be serving. Because remember 30, 40 years back, we are all part of the small towns. And that's the only thing we can do beautifully is to serve others. So that's one story. So we should have this micro community and we can serve others. Now let's talk about the second, and this is from my personal. So bear with me. I hope we'll get somewhere with this. So when I was a kid, I'm from one of the world's largest democracy in the world, India, and my family is a faith family, so we used to go to temple quite frequently. And if you're an Indian parent, and if you're a god serving an Indian parent, it's a tough job to gods because they bother God a lot for the good upbringing of their kids. So my family is no different. So they used to take us to temple before every exam or before any important milestone or every anxiety point, and they used to offer seek blessings. As a kid, it was very hard. As a kid, it was boring, to be very frank. It was I just go there. There's not too much to do. I don't have friends there. I don't have play areas there. So, but what I used to enjoy is the treat that they give at the end called prasadam, and that's a fascinating thing. I used to love it, and then we go back. It become like a chore going forward. So the drill is exam is coming. Go there, seek blessing. You topped, yay, you did it good way. No, okay, try again, try harder. So consistent across. So now, couple of years later, now we are teenage, we can go ourselves. We are independent. So I said, Dad, Mom, don't worry, we'll take care of it. Go in and out. So we started sprinting, me and my brother. So we used to start sprint like 3 minutes, 4 minutes in and out. Prasad ate it and out. So, and one of the time, one priest, he stopped me. He said, "Son, what are you trying to do?" I said, "I have an exam, and I just need to offer my blessing, offer my service, seek blessing, leave, and give my exam. I'm not prepared and all that." He said, "But you are here for what?" I said, "I'm here to seek blessing." And then, okay, sorry guys. I don't know if I'm doing it correctly.
We can hear you, Vishal. Continue.
Okay, sorry. Okay, so um, so in and out. So the priest said that, okay, Vishal, so you should offer your talk to the God. This is so you education. So they go to the education God and talk to them. Talk to about your struggle. Talk to about your stress. Unload yourself. So okay, I went there another 2 minutes. Talk to God out. Right. So I didn't get the mess like what we're trying to do, but it was obviously so a couple of years later. I'm myself and dad. I understand what's going on. So now, one day in our town meeting, so we were serving a lot of these communities. We are providing them learning and development solutions. We are providing them jobs, events they can attend. But the satisfaction score was pretty low. Satisfaction per score was there's still people worried, there's still people anxious, there's still people panicking, and we never seem to solve the problem. So on one night, this thought hit like a brick that as a society, so when we go to this, whether it's a ashram, whether it's a religious temple, whether it's our peace room, once we go there, we are not being judged. So um, we stay there, we are included, we are invited, we can spend some good time. We get this sense of community there. So with all that in mind, so we can do a lot there. So now, if we look at um, our lives today, our best hours in a day, when we are most productive, loyal with loyalty, we go to a place where we dread. Few of us do, or maybe most of us do. Few of us don't admit. So when we go there, how can we serve that place better? How can we serve that community better? So the the thought became that, okay, can can we engineer this place called workplace? So I'm sitting. And by the way, HR is doing a fascinating job. The businesses are doing a fascinating job, giving this ergonomic keyboards and lumbar support chair, which keeps my physical health good. But what about my mental health? Why I dread this place? Why Monday most of us get heart attacks, right? So that problem, right? And when we are now talk about the anxiety of what even with there will be a job or not, right? We need to have an open mind. We need to have an open attitude. Can we engineer our workplace? Can we engineer it in a way that it, just like anti-fragile, it gives us the strength. It makes us stronger every time we engage, we sit in that chair. Every time we can, and the tools are out there, whether it's meditation, whether it's mood cards, whether it's um, uh, uh, there are a lot of techniques we can use. But can we, so that we adopted that pretty heavily on Tao.ai for that reason. And we start seeing some hope that this is one of the piece that's missing in the idea of rethinking work, is actually rethinking the workplace, actually rethinking. So my community, all good. My workplace, let's fix that. Okay, so that's pretty cool. Now let's get to the third story. And again, I'll bore you with one of my story as well. I'm from India, came to US, get my education here, went to one of the interviews. So English is not our first language. So we always struggle to talk. We always struggle to. So first I had to think in my native language and convert it into this language, and then answer came. So when I'm interviewing, there were four interviewers. I remember the three, and they were throwing the technical question, and then obviously this conversion going on, and then I'm answering that particular specifically how I can solve that particular problem. The fourth guy, I still remember this. In the middle of the, so he said nothing for the entire session. In the middle of the conversation, he started chuckling. Not chuckling, he just smiled. And then he asked weird questions, which has nothing to do with the interview. It's nothing to do with what we are talking now in a transactional sense. Very irritating. So, okay, long story short, I was selected in that company. A couple of years later, uh, our paths crossed. We're working on some project, and we were friends. So I can bug him and I can ask him. I said, "Man, why are you torturing people?" He said, "What do you mean?" I said, "It's very cruel that in my interview you are just not even paying attention, and in the middle of the conversation you start just smiling as if some joke really came to your thoughts, and now you're working on this." And he smiled. He smiled and said, "Michelle, you know what? It's not, by the way, so sorry you felt it that way. That's not the intent. What was happening is I've been into this other side of the table for quite some time. And I see people coming in. I see people coming in, and I see they bring in their round peg and they try to fix in my square holes, right? So basically, they try to justify how they can do this particular job, that particular job, but they never talk about their expertise, their culture, their heritage, their craft that they have honed for quite some time. And company is blessed to have someone's life journey's work contributed to their value system. They can scale pretty high. But because it's a transactional that this job needs to be done that ways, we lose out. So the moment I see in an interview and I see the soul or I see this craft coming out, that's where I enjoy that's the time when I start enjoying the interview. And that's where my question were targeted towards your craft and not really what you can do for us in the job interview. And that changed my perspective of talking to people, perspective of how we should interview folks. So that became like a breath of fresh air. So that means today, if you look at work, right? So in one of the days when we were talking about this anecdotal stories of how we can use it in playbook, this story came to my mind, and I was talking internally with few of my team members, and we were talking about how today work is synonymized with stress. I have too much work to do. I have a work to finish. So you can pretty much replace it with stress and still it's you understand the emotion of that sentence. But can we make it more serving or more fulfilling, more mindful, more energizing, more intrinsic? right? So if you say I have a craft to finish, so now you understand that it's for you that you're trying to do. You're actually getting better. So that means our relationship to this idea of work, right? So instead of thinking is okay, I need to do this job A, B, and C for this, so this particular gentleman or gentle lady can sort of be happy and not yell at me. I can think about, okay, so how is this A, B, and C is improving my craft? And once we have that aspect, once we have that attitude, we can really start to see that relationship. And as anyways, the work itself is changing. So we all admit, whether we are from technology side, whether we are from the business side, whether we are from the worker side, we all understand the work itself. Okay, should I do it? Should the robot do it? Should the automation do it? Should uh, who will solve that problem for me? And then we have to have this flex room. So we anyways as a worker needs to find our positioning. So that's the third story, that we need to rethink work itself as a worker, that it should serve me more than I should be serving this particular word. So that means community is important. That means the whole idea of the workplace should be important. And lastly, the idea of um, the very nature of work is important. So with that, thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you, Vishal. That was wonderful. I think very thought-provoking. I think just from a shift of mindset, I would think, based on all that you mentioned, from transactional to strategic, maybe from managing to leading, or even I think, having more empathy and compassion around in our workplaces, definitely I think will help. I'm going to check if there were any questions for you from our audience. Let me just do a quick look, and then possibly have you maybe answer a question or two. We have a couple more minutes left, so maybe we could do one or two questions and wrap it up. So I guess one question is from I think what we talked about, you said, from a mental health perspective, right? From what we can do to support the staff or employees in the workplace, workplace spirituality. And I think you kind of touched on it, meditation and other things that you could do. What do you think? How do you see that? Like, I know it's a topic that's not very often covered quite a bit, but what do you think about workplace spirituality and how piece from more of that angle, from a workplace spirituality angle?
I think that's a very good question. So we had this discussion internally. Basically, we have this ergonomic experts, consultants in companies. They go and they look at a workspace. They provide guidance. Okay, this, get this, whatever, right? So we should also have a mindfulness consultant in some ways, right? So whether it's spirituality, whether it's some other thing that sort of I find it encouraging, whether it's the culture of the team itself, we definitely sees a need of this particular role of mindfulness consultant, and we're talking to get someone internally to start practicing and start seeing how would that, and then bring some of those practices well in Tao as well. But you're spot on. Like we someone get us a ergonomic keyboard, someone should understand what I love doing, and provide me with that support ecosystem that I'm always feel part of the society and part of the ecosystem.
Great. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that insight. Thank you for your time again today. We will kind of move on, I guess, to the next session in about 2 minutes, but we
Thanks,
really
guys.
appreciate you being here. Thank you so much. All right, everybody. I hope you enjoyed that conversation with Vishal. We're getting ready for our next session. It's going to be a very interesting session. We will be talking to two key folks about a very important topic as well. So I will give it just a minute, maybe less than a minute. But I think our speakers are here. I would request them to turn on their cameras if they could, so I could go ahead, introduce them both to our audience today. Wonderful. Awesome. Great to see so many folks joining us today. All right, so I know I see Stella Lopashore already here. Nice to meet you. Hello.
Nice to meet you.
And I think I'm gonna wait for Dr. Karas.
I'm
Oh, you're
here.
here. You're here.
But
Perfect.
you need to unblock my camera.
That's fine. That's fine. All right. So it looks like our
There
speakers
we
are
go.
here. We are right on time. Let's get this started. So please allow me to introduce our two speakers. We have a powerful duo for our next session. We have Dr. Solange Karas, founder and CEO at Moneyball, and Stella Lopashore, founder Reframe Work Inc. And I think the topic today that they're going to be talking more of is about worker voice in the digital age. I think navigating power shifts and technological opportunities. So without further ado, I'll leave it to them both to lead the session. And I'll be back here towards the end to see if we have any questions. And I'll be back in about 25, 27 minutes.
Perfect.
Over to
Thank
you, Stella and Dr. Charles.
Will you allow me to share my screen?
Sure, please do.
All right. I don't have the technical ability to do so.
You do? Oh, okay, 1 second. Let me just see if we can hand over. Give me just a minute. I'm getting that. Yeah.
There
right.
you go.
Right. There you are.
All right. Solange, take it away. Hello. As I was introduced, my name is Solange Shara, and I'm the founder and CEO of HC Moneyball. I'm also an academic, so I do a lot of research and teaching in the subject around human capital impact. Today, Stella and I will be talking about worker voice in the digital age, and really focusing in on the power shift that is being amplified by technology and technology opportunities. So Stella and I have collaborated on a book. We gave you the QR code there. Please help us gain a couple of points with our publisher and our literary agent by buying a book. I promise you, you won't be sorry. It got great reviews. It's super readable. It's super accessible. And what we talk about is how to manage human capital in the next generation of business evolution and organizational evolution in a way to have human capital drive or support sustainable business outcomes. So we are talking about crossing over that blood-brain barrier between HR and organizational outcomes. So please use the QR code and get yourself a book. What we'll be talking about today in the very short time that we have together is the evolving relationship between business and workers, and why it is so critical to listen to worker voice these days, and some guidance on actually how to hear worker voice. So there are lots of workers out there. How do you actually hear the voice and understand the signals that they're giving you so that you can respond appropriately to nurture and retain the talent that you have in your organizations? And we also want to give a nod to our digital collaborators, the artwork that you're seeing, and some of the slide design has been supported by our employees, and we pay for them. So, Stella, would you like to take a moment and introduce yourself, please?
Absolutely. Stella Lupashore, founder of Reframe Work. I'm also an adjunct at NYU, and the focus of a lot of my work is intersection of technology, analytics, and human-centric design. So thrilled to bring the insights and the importance of creating a better workplace experience for everyone through the technological advancements that we have at our disposal now, as well as bringing that human centricity into the world of HR. All right. So I'll get this started. We hopefully all know the brand called Starbucks and the impact it had on creating customer experience through all sorts of tools that companies have invested in, be that, great equipment, a really mindful design of their stores, technology that allows us to order the coffee precisely the way we want it to be. And it was a big surprise when one day on the Red Cup Day, when Starbucks gives away a lot of their free coffee, there was a mass strike of workers. Some stores got closed, and that experience followed by other news about companies that are traditionally known for their customer centricity and exceptional design of their customer experience, experiencing the same type of worker either strikes or unionization efforts. And it became a very interesting phenomenon that evolved over the past several years. And not only companies that are known for human-centric design of their customer experience, but these are really the organizations that have transformed the world by really bringing that technology and insights and data into their understanding of what the customer needs are and how they can change that experience through redesign, through analytics, through insights. And it became kind of a question, what is happening? And it became contagious because it's not just these large organizations, but a lot of institutions and local groups and segments of the workers that join the effort in demanding better conditions, demanding better pay, demanding more respect at work. And organizations started paying attention because all of these efforts have a financial direct impact on the bottom lines of the organizations. So some companies started preemptively changing their practices. There's a lot more willingness to have conversations and give in to some of the demands. And the interesting company that was really, in my mind, started paving the way for this new emerging world is Microsoft, where they not only being open to have and engaging conversations with the unions, but they're also wanting to include the worker voice in that transition to this AI-assisted future. And speaking of AI, right, we also see headlines related to the impact on jobs, to the fact that knowledge workers that traditionally have been immune to some of these disruptions are now really on the not to sound too dramatic, but on the chopping board, right? And it's not that the AI is going to displace, but it's people who understand how to use AI that will really take over some of these jobs. And obviously, there will be certain jobs that will completely go away while new ones getting created. And this is an indication of a new emerging era, right? If we think back at the early stages of industrial revolution, where foundational technologies were built that then opened up new markets, created new opportunities, and new organizations, right? We are now probably at the same precipice of a new era, given a lot of the technological development that we're seeing emerging, right? So when we think about the mechanization, where mechanical loom was that foundational technology that then was enabled by the steam and water power, it created mass production of textiles, but also reduced the variability of the human. Similarly, the electricity extended the workday, automated a lot of the mass production ability, and the opportunity to routinize the work and further reduce that reliance on humans while increasing the scale and allowing new supply chains to be created and moving the work to different parts of the world to not only gain cost advantage, but also create more stability and reliability on their ability to produce. Internet created a whole new set of industries, but also electronics enabled that to become available. And the use of internet and technologies then enabled the creation of a lot more data that then allows for personalization of that experience and more insights. So now we're getting to the era where humans have a significant importance in the ability to create more delightful experience, to create more services, to innovate, to bring new insights into the opportunities for the companies to create value. And if we take a look at what the future might be, a new era that is emerging is the combination, the fusion of the humans and machines that we hope will bring new type of a new generation of organizations, of services, new abundance, new sectors that may be created, and hopefully a more sustainable and equitable economy. And yet the humans are really at the core of this next evolution. And we'll hand it off to Solange so she can show some of the signals on why the human centricity will become the next source of competitive advantage for organizations. You're mute, Solange.
Thank you. As the Chinese would say, we live in interesting times. And I think what's happening is a change or a shift in the fundamentals of our global economy and our global workforce and our global customers and our global relationships between workers and the organizations that they work for. And these shifts are happening not by choice, they are evolving. And one of the first things that we see evolving is a shift from a manufacturing and industrial economy to a service economy. And we're showing you numbers for the US economy, but there are many economies in the world that are very service-driven. The least of them is China, and even in China, services as of last year were 52% of the total economy. So even though it's not as service-driven as, let's say, the United States, the European Union, Singapore, Japan, it's still skewing towards services. And one of the fundamental things we need in an economy to deliver services are humans. So there's more pressure on labor as the input into the business model, right? So we're seeing this rise in the need for humans to deliver services. And Stella, next slide, please. And we're seeing this reflected in value creation for organizations, for the market value of organizations. So hopefully this is not the first time that you're seeing this, because a lot of people who talk about human capital value or human capital as a driver of value are using this research from Ocean Tomo. And we can see that the percent of value that is driven by intangible assets, intangibles, is now the predominant value driver for public companies. This is the S&P 500, which is a good representative sample of all companies, all publicly traded companies around the world. And you can see that 90% of the value of these companies is driven by intangibles. And humans and the labor part of the business model is an intangible. And that's not just Stella and I saying this. This was the pronouncement from the Securities and Exchange Commission in the United States, who in 2018 said human capital, human resources is not simply an expense. It is an investment in an intangible asset. And we have heard CEOs for the last couple of decades say things like, people are our greatest asset. So there is a fundamental agreement that labor and people are an asset to the organization, but we can't own people. So their value is intangible. So we're seeing services rise. We're seeing the underlying value of companies be contingent or be dependent on labor and people. And Stella, if you can go to the next slide. Skip this one, we'll come back to it because I want to continue on this theme. And we're seeing this challenge in getting people to deliver goods, products, and services to our customers, because we are seeing, at least in the United States, and this is the chart on the right-hand side, the labor force participation rate is declining. So if you are a company, it's most likely that you are going to be delivering some type of service to your customers where you need employees. And all of a sudden, there are fewer employees in the labor force for you to tap on to deliver value and benefit to your organization. So this is the challenge. And this is the fundamental reason that we see a shift in the power structure from organizations to employees. The chart on the left-hand side is showing the only segment of the US population that's growing is the over 65, right? So if you want labor, the only portion of the population that's growing is the population that is either retired or planning retirement, and the portion of the population that is hireable in terms of under 25 and 25 to 64 is staying relatively flat. So what does that mean for companies? That means for organizations that are trying to grow, they're going to have a harder time finding talent. If they're the only company in an economy that's growing, they won't have a problem. But all companies are trying to grow. I mean, that's how we survive. That's how our companies survive, is by growth. Stella, can you go to the next slide? And then we'll come back to slide 11 in a second. We're also seeing this power by our labor force exerting itself in terms of their desire and their ability to quit. So during COVID, you see a spike down. And then since COVID, from 2020 to about 2022, we saw what we called in the United States, Stella, senior moment.
Great resignation.
Quitting.
Yeah, the great resignation and quiet quitting. And we were seeing people who were making life choices about how hard they were going to work and when they were going to work. We've seen that come down a little bit. But now what we're seeing is people actually taking time off when they leave their job or lose their job to the time that they job seek again. We're seeing that, at least in the United States, we're seeing that the time length, the time period between leaving a job and getting a new job is getting longer. And that's going to be harder for organizations to source and retain talent because people are voluntarily taking time off. We call that frictional unemployment. It's the time between you lose a job and you get another job. And we're seeing that frictional unemployment length the period growing. And so that's going to be challenging. The next slide is what's a reality in at least the United States and in many economies around the world, that job openings remain low. We have low unemployment, right? We have one of the lowest unemployment rates we've seen in the last 50 years, which means that people are employed. So if you want to hire somebody, you pretty much have to take them out of an existing job instead of hiring an unemployed person. Yeah, so the number of unemployed job openings is low. The number of unemployed people is low. And that makes it harder for companies to hire. So Stella, if you can go back to slide 11. What does this mean? How can we make sense of this? As Stella said, how can we listen to the signals so that we can better manage our sustainable workforces and our ability to generate value for our stakeholders? And our stakeholders include our employees, include our customers, yes, our investors, our strategic partners, and very importantly, the communities in which we do work. We want to have a positive impact on our communities. So if you haven't heard about this yet, there's a big shift to workforce experience, worker experience. And that's what employees are looking for. They're looking for a satisfying experience in the workplace. That is going to be delivered through two ways. One is through human capital programs. So what are you offering your employees? And the other is the relationship between the employees and their supervisors. And we often don't think about that. We often don't think about how can we train our supervisors and our managers to deliver good experiences. Most of the time, managers leave it to HR, but HR can design, but it relies on management to deliver those experiences. And that's another way employee voice gets heard. It doesn't get heard at the organizational level. It gets heard through managers. So you have to help your managers listen to those employee voices to be able to respond appropriately. And what we're trying to do is deliver impact, positive impact at the enterprise level. And one of the things, and I'm going to talk about this, but you should anticipate that in the future, in the very near future, you will be asked to disclose information about your human capital programs and about the effectiveness of those programs as they impact sustainable enterprise level outcomes. So this is a great place to introduce technology and how we can leverage technology. So the long and the short of it is workers are no longer fungible. So Stella, you want to jump to that slide? Great, thank you. Workers are no longer fungible. We have had an assumption that if somebody leaves our organization, we just hire somebody else, that we can find talent. But talent is scarce. And if you're familiar with the economic law of supply and demand, we have high demand and low supply, which means prices go up. When prices go up, which means wages are going to go up, every time you lose an employee, it becomes very expensive to replace that employee. It is much more efficient to retain talent than it is to replace talent. So you have to think about what your employees need. Think about their voice, because we're not replaceable. We're not
interchangeable.
Yeah, exactly. So with that, I'm going to turn it back over to Stella.
So that pursuit of reducing that variability is no longer going to be a source of competitive advantage for companies, right? If we think about all the tweaks we were trying to do, we would optimize the process, we'll do process improvement, we will create supply chain, we'll put those supply chain globally, we will improve the product design, try to gain value by using that foundational technology to amplify the ability to deliver on whatever the business outcomes are. The competitive advantage that is emerging right now is that worker experience design. It is a relationship with the managers and peers. It is the programs that we put in place to delight the worker, and the word worker is intentionally chosen as opposed to employees, because employees assume already a degree of privilege and stability, and not everybody is in that type of employment relationship. We really need to include the broader workforce definition in the design efforts. And thinking about the journey of the worker, not as a HR practitioner through the lens of the process that we put in place or system that we choose, but looking at it through the journey of the individual as they progress through their relationship with the organization, be that as a candidate or as a hire or as a emerging manager, an emerging leader, or as a former worker, because the relationship continues, be that as a shareholder or as a contractor that comes back or as a regulator that eventually may have a very different impact on the industry. So the idea is to look at it through the lens of the worker and use technology and use analytics and insights to understand the friction points and then put in place interventions through HR programs or other type of improvements to create that delightful experience at every stage.
Great,
So
thank you.
You're mute, Solange.
I was just coming over to see, and I was actually going to say, hey, we are like kind of getting closer to the time, but interesting insights. I'll let you all, I think if you have any closing remarks, we'll finish that, and then I'll maybe take a question or two.
Yep. So who are we listening to? We have different segments of the employee population or the stakeholder population. We want to listen to collective action, collective bargaining units. So we saw at the beginning that we're seeing unionization in places that we never thought we would see unions arise. We want to listen to our customers. We want to listen to our employees as they naturally segment themselves. And obviously we want to listen to communities. And how do we respond to the voices that we're hearing? We can redesign jobs. We can use analytics to understand and forecast that impact on sustainable business outcomes. We definitely have to prepare ourselves for required human capital disclosures. And we might even consider, like they do in some countries in Europe, namely Germany and Sweden, to have worker representation in management, so that we are not listening to the voices of the employees or the worker through managers, but we're hearing them directly. And last but not least, our last slide is from Stephen Covey. I'm sure most of you are familiar with Stephen Covey. Always treat your employees exactly as you want them to treat your best customers. And remember, your employees are probably your customers too. So that's super important. Stella, any last words?
No, I think we're ready for questions, Samia, if we have any.
Perfect. Appreciate the insight. And I will say, as an HR professional and somebody who's been in the talent acquisition business for quite some time, a lot of things have definitely resonated. More so, I think the irony of so many folks being out of jobs currently because of all the layoffs, massive layoffs that are happening, to what the research shows just in terms of a shrinking labor pool. I'm like, yeah, those are like going into different directions. But one question I did want to ask was, how do you look at that? Because again, when we say human capital is an asset and is of huge value for companies, and you look at these practices from large corporations or even private equity firms taking over companies, and then people are not necessarily considered as valuable as we would want them to. How do you think that's going to change? And how do you think technology is going to play a part in that? I mean, either of you, one of you.
Well, I'll take how it's going to change. Stella, you can address the technology part. So how it's going to change is we have approaches that we can use now to actually value human capital and human capital contribution that in the past executive management didn't know existed. And we have a way of actually, in the aggregate, understanding the return on investment in human capital. And we're going to need to do that because, as I said before, the SEC is saying that human capital is an investment in an intangible asset. When you use the word investment, you automatically expect some type of a return indicator. And so the whole human capital function is now going to be charged with, if I give you $1, what's my return on investment in that dollar? So that's the pressure, and that's the pressure on the disclosure part. And Stella, you can address how technology will amplify that.
So Mia, I don't know, I want to be mindful of the time. So if we don't have time, we'll take this offline.
I guess we'll take it offline. I'll ping you both again. We'll continue on with the session. So thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Appreciate both your time. We will talk again very soon. I'll be sure to check out your book as well. Thank you both. All right. All right. We are on to our next session for the day. I'm glad more of you are able to join the sessions as we go through the day. Let me introduce you to our next speaker, who's also going to be talking about something very interesting. I think I'm very curious to hear more about what she's going to talk about. So we do have Kay Sargent here with us. She's a senior principal, director of thought leadership interiors, and she's going to be talking about sensory processing, cognitive well-being, and neuro-inclusion. So welcome, Kay, and I'll let you take it away from here.
Thank you. I'm really excited to be able to be here with you guys. And I have a ton of material that I want to share with you guys. So I am going to dive in. Let's get the screen going here so you guys can all see the content. And then we will go over there. Okay, everybody can see the screen okay? We're all good?
Yes.
All right. So I am a practicing designer of almost 40 years. And for us, this whole topic of sensory processing and neuro-inclusion really started with a simple question about 8 years ago when we were sitting in a room with a client and they asked us, how do you design for clients that are neurodivergent in the workplace? And quite frankly, we had an okay answer to that question, but we didn't have a great answer to that question. So we started to dive into it. And in that period of that 8 years, we have published multiple reports on neurodiversity, sensory processing, not just in the workplace, but even in complex buildings like airports, science and technology labs, arenas, healthcare settings, hospitality, a whole variety of things. And our research is continuing. We have 3 active pilots right now and multiple other studies kind of in the queue. And we have actually worked with multiple clients to help introduce these concepts into their workspaces so they can be as inclusive as possible. So let's just start with the basics. We're not all the same. Some impairments might look like this. Some might be like this, not as obvious. And some might be temporary, some might be permanent, some might be situational. But what we do know is that 70% of all disabilities are invisible. And many of those are falling into that neurodivergent category. So when we ask, okay, well, let's think about neurodiversity, what does that actually mean? Well, technically, we are all neurodiverse. We all process information differently. And so therefore, our brains are neurodiverse. But when we think about individuals that are neurodivergent, they tend to be individuals that fall outside of what might say are the norms for how you might respond to certain things or how you might process information or how you might interact with the built environment and your surroundings. And so those individuals, those neurodivergents or neurominorities, tend to fall outside of those parameters. And that can include a variety of things. It can include autistic spectrum disorder, ADHD, dyslexia, Tourette's, Asperger's, a whole variety of things. And so those are the individuals that we would refer to as being neurodivergent. Now, when we started our research, it was 1 in 8 people were considered to be neurodivergent. But now it's 1 in 5. And part of that is that 50% of the people that are may not even know it. There's a huge percentage that were never even officially diagnosed because, quite frankly, in my generation, you were just that hyper kid that couldn't sit still in the classroom, et cetera, and you didn't necessarily get diagnosed as being neurodivergent. But if you are, you're an amazing company because there are some great entrepreneurs, scientists, authors, artists. People that are neurodivergent tend to maybe be challenged in one area, but can really struggle in one, but can totally excel in another. They tend to have kind of an entrepreneurial spirit. They tend to be highly creative. They tend to think outside of the box, and they tend sometimes to have a hyper focus and to be able to see things that other individuals may not be able to see. And when we think about employing people that have that might have a disability, we are standing at a record high right now of 22% of the workforce has some form of disability. And it's estimated that 25% of the US population is living with a disability, but 70%, again, are often invisible and therefore are not necessarily identified or known. And what's happened in recent years is there's been a huge uptick in the number of people that are employed with a disability for a variety of reasons. It could be that remote working enables us to hire people that couldn't come before. It could be that the stigmatism is worn off, and so there's just a greater awareness. It could also be that we have a drought for talent and we're widening the pool that we're considering, and therefore we're getting more individuals that have some form of disability. And it could be that this younger generation is much more in tune with their conditions and is much more empowered and much more likely to identify as having a disability. Because what we also know is that there's still a lot of stigmatism around this. There's still a lot of fear of exposure, and only 4% of workers self-identify as being disabled, even though we know that the number is significantly higher. So this conversation is not about who you might hire in the future. What you need to be thinking about is who is in your organization right now that might have some form of disability that you don't even know about and might be challenged or masking or really camouflaging and really struggling in your space. And what's interesting is the World Health Organization changed their entire definition around this a few years ago. And they basically said that physical, cognitive, and social exclusion can happen and occur at a point of interaction between an individual and an environment where there is a misalignment between the two. So, put it more simply, individuals have impairments. If they're in an environment that is aligned, then they may not be at a disadvantage. But if the environment is not designed to support them, then they are at a disadvantage. And we can't always do something about an impairment, but we can do something about the built environment. And so therefore, we truly believe that we have a huge onus on us to really think about how are we designing for inclusion. And this is one of my favorite quotes from an autistic student who shared, "We are freshwater fish in salt water. If you put us in fresh water, we'll function just fine. But if you leave us in salt water, we're going to struggle to survive." And so this is really about making sure that we're putting people in environments that are well suited for them. And we also believe as designers that indifference towards people and the reality in which they live is kind of the one and only cardinal sin of design, because as designers and at HOK, we truly believe that we are designing spaces for people. That is our number one our target customer base that we are really designing spaces for. And we need to think about it from that human-centric position. Now, since the pandemic, the world has shifted. And now everyone has a heightened sensitivity to their surroundings. We're all much more aware of what we're touching, how close we are to people, what we're hearing, what's happening around us. And so that is also probably feeding kind of this heightened sensitivity to the spaces. So let's just talk about some of the basics. Let's talk about human functioning. So there is sensory, that transmission of information via the senses. There's cognitive, the way that we think or process information. And if you have children, you know that can vary significantly. And then there's behavioral, the way that we as humans interact with our built environment and the surroundings. And all of those can be impacted by our neuroprocessing and how we really kind of function and go through things. And so let's talk about our sensory thresholds. So when we think about this, people that are neurotypical tend again to set into that predictable range of responses to an environment that they might have. But people that are neurodivergent tend to fall outside of that set norm. And on one hand, you can have people that are hypersensitive, right? They prefer, they get overwhelmed by too much sensory processing. They might prefer less sensory stimulation, more organic, simple patterns, lighter things, natural colors, more spatial boundaries. But on the other side of this, we have people that are hyposensitive. They actually need more stimulation, maybe more layers and planes, more saturation of colors, more visual interest, spaces to move and fidget, physically engage with their spaces, or they might need background music or chatter to kind of really feel engaged in a space. And if you're hypersensitive, it doesn't mean the space has to be boring. It just means it needs to be ordered, needs to be structured, it needs to be purposeful, and maybe a little bit more organic, or not so many harsh edges, etc. And for people that are understimulated, it might mean that you need spaces that you can go, that you can physically interact with and engage with, that you can touch, that are responsive, that are brighter and more vibrant. So hopefully now you're starting to see the challenge, that in any space you can have both. And so how do you create a space that addresses the needs of people that are hypersensitive, people that are hyposensitive, and people that maybe are somewhere in the range in between those two? So let's talk about the senses as well. So when we think about this, it's not the 8 senses or the 5 senses that you learned about when you were in elementary school. There's actually 8. We have to think about not only acoustic, visual, touch, smell, taste, but it's our internal sensations. It's our body position, and it's our sense of how we connect to that outside world, that coordination and that balance that we have, that kind of our position within that world. All of those things are happening within us, and it's how we're receiving information and processing a lot of that that's coming. And when we get overloaded, whether it's a sensitivity to smell or a flickering light or an annoying sound or something that's irritating you, it can lead to a physical reaction. It can lead to exhaustion, feeling overwhelmed, feeling irritated, headaches, nausea. All of those things can be attributes of having that sensory overload. And so if we put it more simply, sensory distractions, sounds, smells, visual clutter, lead to cognitive distractions, loss of focus, discomfort, and that can lead to loss of engagement and productivity, presenteeism, poor recall, stress, burnout, dissatisfaction, all the things that we're trying to avoid. And what I find fascinating about all these conversations that we're having today, we're talking about presenteeism and stress and burnout and all of those things, but we're not equating it to the sensory distractions that are often the root cause of what is leading to a lot of those. And we also think about our spiky profiles, right? So we all process things differently. Some people are kind of that perceptive reasoning, that ability to visually take in information. And some people have to visually see something to be able to process it. And others can like find code, like they can seek through something and they can find code, or they can see things that pop out really, really quickly, where other people might just overlook a typo because their brain is assuming that it's already there, right? They're processing something differently. There are other people that are verbally reasoning. They have to hear something to really be able to process things. And so in situations where we're communicating things, if we're not communicating it visually, verbally, in a variety, maybe written form, in a variety of ways, we may not even be getting to the target audience. Just because you said it didn't necessarily mean they heard it or were able to process it. And then we also have memory, that ability to recall. And some people have a very poor memory and others have an amazing memory. Think Rain Man, right? Where he had almost like a photographic memory. He could remember everything, etc. That heightened sense of that memory. And then we also have that processing speed. Some people process things very quickly, and others take longer for it to kind of ruminate or to kind of sink in. And it has nothing to do with our intelligence. All of these things, nothing to do with our intelligence. It's all about how you as an individual are receiving and processing what is coming at you. And that leads to spiky profiles. And so people that are neurodivergent tend to either maybe spike really, really high or really, really low, or excel in one thing to some extreme and maybe not so much on the other, right? And so those spiky profiles is often another thing that we really need to start taking into account about how we're sharing that information. So over the years, we've done tons of literary reviews and research, et cetera, and we've put a bunch of information out there about our design knowledge, how that's impacting people. But we've also done a series of surveys. So the first survey that we did was 100% neurodivergent respondents. Everyone that responded to this was considered neurodivergent. And the interesting thing about this survey was 69% of those that responded were female, because most of the research to date has tended to be on adolescent boys. Women tend to be grossly underrepresented, and working class individuals also tend to be grossly underrepresented. But this is a condition that does not go away. In fact, it actually becomes more complicated as you age, right when we're starting to ignore it in many cases. And so the survey really touched on those two groups. 82% were between the age of 30 and 60, 69% were female. And there was a wide spectrum of conditions. 54% were ADHD, 40% were autistic, percentage dyslexic, and several of them had a comorbidity. They had a combination of those things. Of this group, about 47% consider themselves to be hypersensitive. 22% were hyposensitive. Now, just as an interesting note here, we believe over time this is going to shift, because right now the predominance is towards hypersensitivity, and that's where we tend to spend, people that address this tend to focus more on that side of it. But this younger generation, who has really truly been exposed to technology since birth, is the truly first digital natives. And their brains literally have been wired differently, and they tend to be much more multimodal, which means that we're seeing a higher percentage of individuals that are hyposensitive and actually need that additional stimulation in their life. And so one of the key things about this was nothing about us without us. We wanted to hear directly from individuals that were in the neurominority about their experiences. And again, we wanted to really kind of address that underrepresented population. And what we found in this research is when we asked people what they were hypersensitive to, 3/4 had a heightened sensitivity to sound. 3/4 is a huge percentage. 77% is really high. And it's not necessarily that they all needed quiet. Quiet isn't necessarily the answer. In fact, sometimes super quiet spaces can be really creepy. It's about getting the right level of sound in space. And right now, that's a real challenge because a lot of offices are underpopulated. And so you can clearly hear what somebody is saying across the room, which is far more annoying than if you went into a Starbucks or a space where there was kind of a general background hum, and you just don't necessarily hear that, it kind of drowns out those spaces. The other interesting thing that we found is that 62% had a heightened sensitivity to visual stimulation. And what we found also, we cut this by gender, by age, a whole variety of ways, that women tended to have a higher sensitivity to visual stimulation. They actually liked visual stimulation, and they liked having things that were more of interest, but they had to be ordered and structured. And when they weren't, then it caused a level of distress or chaos or uncomfort. Men tended to be less sensitive to touch and to smell, and autistic individuals tended to have a lower threshold for sensory stimulation. They tended to be more vulnerable to kind of the surroundings and the impact that it was having on them. And when we think about hyposensitivity, what we found again is that acoustics tends to be the biggest issue. But in this case, these individuals actually needed more sound. They needed to have either the right level of sound, they needed to have background sound, they needed to have something that kind of just kept them going, right? Which is becoming, I think, again, a common trait we're also seeing in the younger population. And visual stimulation, et cetera, all of those things tended to start to kind of come forward as we talked about what are those things that people tend to be hyposensitive to. Now, about a year after we did that initial study, we said, okay, but it's uncommon to have a group that is just 100% neurodivergent individuals. It's very common to have a mixed neurotype, a general office population. And so we did some research on our own offices to really dive into this. And what we found in this survey is that 16% of that general office population, or that mixed neurotype, identified as being neurodivergent. And again, the US average is about 1 in 5 or 15 to 20%. So it falls into that and affirms that. 55% were female, 71% were in that 30 to 60. So we had about 30% were either in their 20s or in their 60s or 70s. We did have a great mix, and a lot of those fell within that realm. We had a little bit higher percentage of people that identified as being ADHD, a little bit lower that identified as being dyslexic than the US averages, but they fell pretty close to that. What was interesting to us is such a high percentage identified as being hyper or hyposensitive, and it was actually surprising to us. But I think when we look back on this, I think we're architects and designers, so you'd like to believe that we are more in tune with our physical space and the impact that it has. And B, there's a heightened sensitivity now to this, and the veil of mystery is coming off, and so people are thinking about this more. And it could just be that they have a slightly elevated, but may not be really truly hyper. They have a heightened, but maybe not a hyper, right? So part of that we want to clarify as we go forward in some of these research studies. And it's interesting also that because of the pandemic, it really kind of affirmed that we all have this heightened sensitivity to our built environment as we go forward. Now, our hypothesis for our latest round of research was picking up on what Kirsten Logston-Smith said, who's a blogger, and said, autistic people are canaries in the coal mine. Our needs aren't necessarily different from typical individuals, just more intense and specific. Okay, so we basically, our spin on this is that our belief is that individuals that are neurodivergent are being more severely impacted by things that are basically probably impacting all of us, just not to that same degree. And so we wanted to test that out. So we compared the findings from the two groups to see how did this actually play out. And so the top line shows you the 100% neurodivergent population. The line below it is the mixed neurotype. And what we found is the main triggers, the things that were impacting them the most, tended to be the same, but to a lesser degree to the mixed neurotype population. Sound, temperature, and lighting are the three big challenges that people are finding in their built environment. And anyone that's ever done a post-occupancy evaluation would say that's perfectly in line with what we're seeing. The next thing I think that we would say is that the proximity to individuals and or the number of people you're around, again, we found the same thing. And for neurodivergent individuals, this was pretty high on the list. For the mixed neurotype, again, it was one of the things to consider. Now, somebody asked me once, did we think this was because of COVID? And the answer is, I think so, but I can't definitively say yes, because this was not something that we could find anybody ever asked before in any of the research that we had seen, which again, there's very limited, but we did not see that asked. And so we speculate that yes, COVID probably did have an impact on this. The other thing that has an impact on this is regions, right? People in Asia have a different sense of personal space and densification than people might in Europe and or in North America. So interesting to see. One of the things that we found fascinating and probably has caused the most discussion of all the things that we talked about in here was enclosure, because it is very common for people that say, oh, you're neurodiverse. So they assume in many cases that means they're hypersensitive. They can't take too much stimulation, and therefore maybe you should just work from home or work in a private space or be by yourself. But what we found is that there were individuals that the lack of enclosure was a problem, but there were more people that found being in a confined space to be problematic. And the percentage difference in the neurotypical population was even higher than it was in the neurodivergent population, but again, to a slightly lesser degree. So this has kind of rocked a lot of people in the academic world, because there was kind of this assumption. But when we went back and looked, they never asked if being in an enclosed space bothered them. It was just if being in an open space did. And so the cure that they were offering might have actually been worse than, for some individuals, than what this initial situation is. So it's important that we create spaces that have options and choices, because not everybody is going to want to be in an enclosed space, and not everybody can handle being in the open environment. And then, of course, pattern, color, texture, all of those things are impacting us as well, but to a lesser degree. Now, again, when we go back and we look at this, we're going to speculate, and it is speculation, that we believe that part of the reason this didn't score as high was because this tends not to be as much of a challenge in the space as some of these other things, right? Most environments tend to be on the blander side, right? They tend to be a lot of white boxes, a little bit of color someplace, very limited texture, pattern. But if I want to walk into a room and it was bright red with a crazy pattern and a bold texture on the room, I would probably have a serious reaction to that, especially if I had to sit in there for an extended period of time. And so this doesn't mean that these things aren't as important. It just means that right now they probably aren't as offensive or predominantly offensive in the built environment, but we still need to watch that and make sure that we're creating environments that address that stimulation. And so then when we think about, all right, what are the design strategies that you find comforting? So all the items that are in the pink in this list were from the neurodivergent population. But when we layer on the neurotypical population from general office space, you can see that in many cases, they were identical things in percentage-wise, a few exceptions. The mixed neurotype population had a higher proclivity for plants and greenery, and also access to people-filled spaces. Now, this is interesting because this happened when we had more people that were returning to the office, but not to the same degree that we had today. And in many cases, some of these offices might have been underpopulated. And being in a space that is underpopulated doesn't feel good. It doesn't have the right energy level. It doesn't have the right sound level. You can clearly hear things that can be disturbing. And so I think as that evolves over time, I think that absolutely is something that we're seeing was impacted by the pandemic and will probably morph and change a little bit. The other thing I think is fascinating about this is if you look about 4 or 5 lines down, you'll see private space, because I think a lot of people assume that that's going to solve all their problems. And then 2 lines down, open plan, right? So again, it just reinforces that giving people options and choices. One size misfits all, and that not everyone wants the exact same thing. So when we asked about things that were uncomforting, the things that bothered you, again, noise, light, temperature, the usual suspects, but there's some other interesting things that pop up here. Busy and cluttered and messy spaces. I think most people grossly underestimate how much clutter and chaos can be real triggers for certain individuals, specifically women. And then smell is a very powerful sensation and sensory element, and that it can trigger memories. It can, anybody that has a heightened sense of smell can really be bothered by things. And so thinking about access to the smells is important.
Great. Thank you so much, Kay. I really appreciate that. I mean, as an advocate for DEI in workplaces, a lot of what you've said definitely is very insightful. I think especially about neurodiversity in the workplace. So I really appreciate all the insights. We definitely are thankful that you decided to come and speak at our session today. I do not think we have questions at the moment, but I can circle back if I get any questions later on for you. So we might have to wrap up now so we can move on to our next session. But thank you so much for being here today.
Thank you. Appreciate being here.
Thank you. All right. As we continue on to our next session, I would love to introduce Dr. Andre Laplume, Professor Ted Rogers School of Management. And he's going to talk about employee entrepreneurship, spin-out ventures, and the future of work. So it's my pleasure to introduce Dr. Laplume to you. And over to you, Andre.
Yes, thank you for that introduction, and thanks to all of us who are joining us today. Yeah, I'm Andre, and I'm a professor at Toronto Metropolitan University. I've been doing research for about 7 or 8 years now on a topic called spin-out ventures, and we've actually just recently published a book with the same title. Well, I think you can't quite see it there, but it says spin-out ventures, right? So it's all fresh in my mind, and I want to tell you a story that hopefully will convince you that spin-out ventures are very much a part of the future of work. And I think that story has to start in the past. And if we think about entrepreneurship as a field and what people have been researching in entrepreneurship for a long time, it all started with the what we call the de novo startup, or a fresh company that starts up, often with entrepreneurs who are founders who may not have necessarily have experience, but they start a business anyway, and you see an economy. If you think about an economy in the past, with a large number of small competitors, lots of small firms, small entrepreneurs competing in the economy. But then what happened over time is that a lot of those companies started to merge together, and some acquired others. And we ended up in a very different situation today, where in most developed economies, most industries are represented by a smaller number of large companies, which has very much changed the nature of competition, and has changed, I think, the nature of capitalism. And the important way that that's changed things for entrepreneurship is that the focus shifted from the entrepreneur, out there alone in the market trying to start a new company, more toward the intrapreneur. So that's the individual who's working in a large company, and who's deciding to do innovation or to start an internal corporate venture within an existing company. And so a lot of the attention turned to intrapreneurs, because it seemed like in the developing economies, a lot of the action in entrepreneurship was actually happening with intrapreneurs internally within organizations. And there's a lot of reasons for that, but I mean, one of them is that because of the changes in technology over time and the increasing sophistication of business enterprises, it became increasingly difficult for individuals without significant experience to start ventures on their own, right? I mean, it still happens, but it's it's not the main mode of entrepreneurial venture creation today. But fast forward to the current state, and we still have a circumstance of some people call it oligopoly type situation in many industries. Although some industries are much more competitive than others, and depending on the jurisdiction and whatnot. But a lot of the entrepreneurship is happening within the large companies, and it's gotten to the point where a lot of these companies have too many ideas. They don't even know what to do with them, and they can't commercialize them all. These big incumbent organizations, they need to focus on just a couple of key businesses so that they can really be successful with those businesses. And so what's happening is as companies invest in innovation and R&D and internal corporate ventures, there's a lot of we call them surplus ideas, or ideas that the companies can't actually utilize themselves. And so that's what's led to this next stage in entrepreneurship, which I want to talk to you about today, which is the spin-out ventures. So just to be as precise as I can be here, when I'm talking about spin-out ventures, I'm talking about startups that are founded by former employees of incumbent corporations. Okay, so this is not the same thing as you might have heard other term, like, for example, corporate spin-off, which refers to a managerial decision by an incumbent to take a unit and make it into a separate corporation, right? And in that case, you see that in finance, or you see that in the stock market, where they create a new stock ticker for the new company, and actually the shares in that company, or the new company, are issued to the owners of the parent company. Okay, so the difference here with a spin out is not a conscious decision necessarily by managers of the company. It's independent employees that sometimes it could be one person, or it could be small teams. Sometimes there's even larger teams that decide to leave together, and they form an independent company, which is not owned by the parent organization, right? It's completely independent. Okay, and that's what we're seeing more and more of that. Actually, in entrepreneurship, one of the main theories now is the knowledge spillover theory of entrepreneurship, right? Which acknowledges that many of the best startups are those which are founded upon ideas and knowledge which actually leaked out of existing organizations. Okay, so I want to talk just a little bit more about these spinouts. There's lots of interesting reasons why spinouts happen. The most traditional trigger, let's call it, is a strategic disagreement, right? Where a group of employees or an employee, they disagree with the management or the dominant coalition within an organization about the direction that the company should go. So, for example, maybe the employees think that it's really important to start using, I don't know, AI, for example, in the venture or new technology, and maybe the managers don't want to, and that creates a strategic disagreement. So, and sometimes it goes the other way. Sometimes it's the employees that want to use the old technology or keep using the older technology, and the management wants to pursue the newer, riskier technology, right? So there's lots of these disagreements that can trigger spinouts. But there are also much more mundane things, like, for example, just managerial frictions or interpersonal conflicts that happen within organizations that can be triggers. Sometimes companies are acquired, and there's a change in management and a change in corporate culture, and that can end up being a trigger. There's so many different reasons. Actually, we get into it in some detail, but and one that I want to touch on here is sometimes it's the ethical situation within the parent organization or the employer's organization that it does a trigger, and I think that's an interesting one, because it fits well with this idea of sustainable businesses, and some of these ethical triggers may be around the business practices relating to the environment. For example, the oil drillers that turn to geothermal drilling as an alternative career pathway, and forming a spin out to do that. And I think we're seeing more and more of that. So there's I think a large diversity of reasons why people leave to start their own ventures. But because the theme today is the future of work, and I want to talk about three major trends. Okay, three major trends that are happening. That I think trends that happen over a long period of time. but which are all pointing in the same direction, which is more spin-out ventures. They're already very prevalent. We know that roughly 9 out of 10 entrepreneurs had some kind of experience, and we know that about 70% of them use an idea that they got from previous employment in their venture, right? So they're already quite prominent, but I don't think it's not that well known that they're so prominent, and they're actually also quite successful because one of the things that makes them successful is that they tend to bring some inherent resources, or sometimes it's routines. There's the learning environment of their employer makes it possible for the employees to better understand the stakeholders involved in business, or to see opportunities that develop, and sometimes opportunities that develop that the parent organization maybe doesn't want to pursue, right? So there's all kinds of advantages to doing spinouts, and they are quite common, but I think they're going to become even more common, and I'm going to tell you about these 3 trends. So the first trend is, I'll start with the non-compete ban. So maybe you guys heard that the last week, the U.S. Federal Trade Commission, they decided to ban non-competes nationally for all employees, excluding executives. So executives will still have their non-competes enforced. And I think, that was a long time coming. About 10 years ago, there was a scandal around Jimmy John's, the sandwich company that was making its sandwich workers sign non-compete agreements, right? And that created a lot of, I think, frustration, and perhaps now we're finally seeing this change in the law in the United States in response to that. And that's relevant. The non-competes are quite relevant because it's been one of the barriers to a lot of employee entrepreneurs who may have signed, a lot of employees sign non-competes as part of their employment contracts, right? And so if their intention is to do a spin-out venture, sometimes that spin-out venture competes with the parent firm. Often they don't, and sometimes they can become customers of the parent firm, or they can become suppliers of the parent firm, but other times they do compete, sometimes indirectly and sometimes directly with the parent organization. And there's this looming chilling effect or threat of litigation for those who have signed non-competes, which has now been removed, I think, for the vast majority of workers in the United States and other places as well. This is a trend that's happening, I think, globally. Ontario, for example, in Canada here, banned non-competes just over a year ago. Just a couple of years ago, Hawaii had effectively banned non-competes for tech workers, right? And that's been a recognition. The governments around the world are recognizing that allowing employers to restrict the mobility of their employees is not a good thing for the economy. It restricts wages, and it also reduces entrepreneurship, and we have evidence of that as well. Now, non-competes being banned is not necessarily a panacea for spin-out ventures, because often there are other restrictions that remain in place. For example, non-solicitation agreements, which prevent leavers from taking other employees or customers with them when they go to start their ventures. And they can also be bound by things like non-disclosure agreements that can make it difficult to replicate intellectual property, or to use intellectual property of the parent firm without a proper license, right? So there's lots of other mechanisms in place, including things like fiduciary duties as well, which usually affect mostly more senior managers and things like that, that can prevent them from doing spin-outs. But what we're seeing is a trend in the direction of institutions that are more enabling and more beneficial toward spin-out ventures. And another, I think, very similar, on a similar vein, another major trend that we're seeing is a move towards more open innovation. Okay, and I think that's maybe even more pronounced in the tech industries than anywhere else. A lot of workers, when they're working on different software, different innovations, they want to be able to publish some of that code, those innovations in open repositories, right? So that it can be shared with others, because a lot of the non-core technology stuff is not that sensitive to be able to share in it. So build reputation sharing innovations that way, and it also makes it possible not to have those innovations trapped within one organization, right? So if the employees want to leave and pursue some of those innovations, well, they have access to those open source files on the repository that they can continue to use, right? So a lot of companies are seeing that as embracing open innovation, not only as a way to, usually they're embracing it as a way to improve their own performance or improve their own innovations, right? And it also makes it possible for them to hire better human resources, right? Because people want to work for organizations that embrace these principles. And one example, actually, we're using Zoom here. Zoom is a spin-out example. The founder of Zoom was working at Cisco on their WebEx technology, and he left to found Zoom. And over time, over 40 employees from Cisco actually followed and went to work at Cisco. Sorry, at Zoom, right? So. And part of the story is that, not only was the founder's reputation at play in attracting all those people, but also it was possible to construct the Zoom technology because a lot of the code and the technology that was needed was available on open repositories because, Cisco had a reputation for allowing that open innovation within its organization. Okay, so open innovation as a trend, it's a trend that's positive for spinouts because it makes it easier for spinouts to form and to transfer the knowledge that they need in order to be successful. Okay, so the next major trend I want to talk about, and this one perhaps is the most important one. I mentioned earlier that one of the problems is normalizing this idea of spinouts because perhaps because of the non-compete age, a lot of people have thought that it's just not an avenue, right? It's just not something that you do, or that there's some a problem with it, a loyalty problem with it, or maybe it's illegal or something like that. So lots of people have misconceptions about spinouts, and of course, the ones that have perhaps the most misconceptions are sometimes the managers of the incumbent firms. And there's been a history of incumbent organizations that have been hostile towards spinouts, including pursuing litigation or blacklisting or doing other types of activities to try to suppress spinouts or to create an example out of them to try to deter future spinouts and things like that. So in the past there has been sometimes spinouts have been given labels like treacherous or parasites or other negative labels, often by people within the parent organizations that are trying to stop them. But the trend, I think the interesting trend here is that a lot of parent companies now, a lot of incumbent firms are starting to embrace spinouts because they're starting to see the value that spinouts bring. And I'll just mention, so some of those benefits, reputational benefits for one thing. I think, when prospective employees see that spinouts are coming out of an organization, like Palantir is a famous example. They have so many spinouts and it's very visible. They brag about it, and a lot of people want to go and work for Palantir because they see that as a great place to develop their career, even if it goes in an entrepreneurial direction, right? But also the parent companies, they learn from their spinouts. So a big company like Palantir might have dozens of spinouts out there working on different innovations, and some of them end up coming back, some of them end up being acquired by the parent company. Some of the employees leave the spinout to come back to the parent company. So there's this kind of two-way exchange of information and knowledge that's made possible between the spinouts and the parent firm that creates benefits as well. But I think one of the core benefits of allowing spinouts is this idea that that you want to have innovations in the parent firm, but most companies can't pursue all of the innovations that they create. So rather than suppressing innovations, right, or allowing innovations to sort of die on the shelf along with the ambitions of the people who are working on them within the company, right, the companies are having a more positive attitude towards spinouts, sometimes even encouraging them. So an example of that would be AstraZeneca, where they've done such a good job of innovating internally that they really can't exploit all the innovations they create. So they actually have a coordinator whose job is to go out there and find external investors who want to help spin out some of those innovations. And they actually do a deal where they allow the whole team that was working on the innovation to leave along with the venture seamlessly, and also the IP that's relevant to that innovation as well. In exchange for a 20% stake, right, which is nowhere near a controlling stake, right, for a startup, right? So this is one approach. Another company, Nokia, for example, they had a very different approach during a downturn. they experienced in their business, they were faced with the prospect of shutting down a whole division. And so rather than just shutting it down and laying off all of the workers, they decided to create a spin-out program themselves, and they encouraged hundreds of their employees to take ideas that had been developed within that division of the organization and to spin it out into new companies, and even provided some bridge financing to support them, and as well as entrepreneurial education to make sure that the leavers had the tools that they would need to start their venture when they did go. Okay, so those are just some those are some examples of parent firms that have, I guess, seen the light and who are actively encouraging spinouts. There's lots of other examples as well. For some are different. So Intel, for example, they also had a reputation for encouraging spinouts of anything that wasn't related to their core business, because their leadership, they believed that really the company could only focus on one or two things at a time, and really anything else was really a distraction. And so they'd rather see that, especially any kind of process technologies, be developed externally, right? So different companies have different approaches, but the understanding of spinouts can be beneficial is starting to spread, and I think that's good. That's good for the companies, and it's also good for the employees who are thinking about starting a venture, but maybe aren't aware of their rights or aren't aware of how prevalent spin-out ventures really are. Okay, so I think that the direction that we're headed, if you think about the future of capitalism, right, starting back at the beginning, where when we started researching entrepreneurship, it was all about a large number of small competitors fighting it out, keeping prices low. If you go all the way back to Adam Smith's description of what ideal capitalism should be, that's what it was. He literally used those words, a large number of small producers, right? But over time, as we've seen a development of capitalism towards oligopolies and larger firms that dominate markets, and now multinational companies that dominate global markets, we're very far away from that ideal of capitalism. And I think that perhaps regulators around the world are finally starting to wake up to this.
Hello, looks like there's a little bit of technical issue there. We're trying to see if Andre can come back on to wrap up his session. Do give us a couple minutes. We'll see if we can move forward with it. Just a couple of minutes. Thank you.
Yeah, so
Andre,
I
are
want
you
to find
back?
there. Should I continue for a couple
Yes,
minutes?
yes. Yeah, we were just wondering if I lost you there, but please do.
Okay. Yeah, I think I had a home internet failure.
You have
Speaking of
that.
oligopoly situation, we only have 2 or 3 internet providers in the province. But anyway, so I think where I was going with this is that, because of the sophistication of businesses today, the garage entrepreneurship idea where, the college dropouts or anyone could just kind of develop the next big venture independently. That idea doesn't really resonate much anymore. The reality is that to be competitive, entrepreneurs need to learn a lot about how to do business, and the best way to do that is actually to have experiences working in incumbent organizations. In fact, we found that the best experiences are when employees have a chance to work on sort of exploratory projects as well as exploiting some of those innovations within the incumbent organization, right? So if they have a chance to do this kind of entrepreneurship, then it really gives them a leg up when they leave the firm to do their own venture, right? So because of these three trends that I've mentioned today, that I think we'll see some new trends as well. I think it's fair to say that the future of work and the future of capitalism is very much going to be about spin-out ventures. So I encourage everyone to learn more about it, look into spin-out ventures on your own. There's also a book which we recently published if you want more information about it. But I think that I wanted to take the occasion today to talk about spin-out ventures to everyone, because I think the more that it becomes normalized and the term becomes normalized, then I think the more employees turned entrepreneurs that we're going to see. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Andre. So I think one question that I did have, I think just based off, very insightful, but the question I had was, are there any general support networks or resources that folks could go to if they were thinking of that journey themselves? Like if they were looking at getting on that spin-out journey on their own, are there any general resources available that they could reach out to? Do you recommend any at all for them?
Yeah, I mean, I think, honestly, that's why we wrote the book, because, we did research on this for 7 years and we couldn't find a good general resource. Most of the startup books that are out there are really about, hey, finding a new idea or discovering an opportunity and how to sort of shape that. But the thing about spin-out ventures is a lot of these employees already have an idea that they've been validated within the incumbent organization. So for them, they're less concerned about this process of, hey, do I have the right idea? And they're more concerned with the process of executing on the actual business side. Okay. Right. So really, that's why we wrote this book, to help people to execute and to feel good about what it is that they're doing, because actually that's the main mode that new startups are created today is by employees leaving and sometimes taking a team with them to form a startup, right?
Sure. Yeah. And I think the other thing you mentioned, of course, the FTC ruling, that was a big one. I think it's going to hit a lot of big companies, especially with the ones who have a very restrictive non-compete as part of their process. I think it's going to hit them very bad. But I'm assuming there's going to be a lot of legal counters to that FTC ruling. What do you think? I mean, are non-competes gone forever, or do you think they're still going to be coming back at some point?
Well, I do think they're gone forever in their current form. I think they'll stick around for executives, but usually those are wrapped around the fiduciary duties of executives, which are a bit different, right? Because they have access to really the jewels of the crown, right? So there are more restrictions on them. But as I said earlier, unfortunately, it wasn't just the non-competes that mattered. For instance, if you want to take a team with you, a non-solicitation could affect you as well, because some, taking employees with you when you leave can may violate a non-solicitation. And there are also, trade secrets are protected with non-disclosure agreements, right? Yes. And patents also protect intellectual property, and so do copyrights and trademarks. And so there's lots of other restrictions that leavers need to be aware of and make sure that they don't infringe upon when they start their own business. But I do think that non-competes have come to an end, at least in North America. And we're seeing also, I think we'll in the last few years in China, for example, almost 50% of new contracts being signed by employees in China have a non-compete in them, right? So as fast as the trend of non-compete signing spread across the world, I think also cancellation or its restriction will also start to spread across the world as well. Okay. That's my take on it.
Sure. Yeah, appreciate that. But thank you so much for coming in and doing this. We really appreciate it. I think a lot of cool points. I'll definitely look out for the book as well. And I'm sure there's a lot of folks in the audience who might be interested in reading it up as well, because it's spin-outs are pretty interesting. I think the way the journey begins and how they scale up and all that, super cool and interesting. So really appreciate your time today. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, so I think we're going to move on to our next session. It's been a great day so far. A lot of interesting topics that are being covered, and I think we have a bunch more coming through the rest of the day as we get close to that half-day mark. But we now have, I think, another interesting topic, more about learning and development. I think I'm going to introduce our next speaker. We have David Blake here, co-founder and CEO of Degreed, talk about skill-powered learning, the future of learning. So welcome, David. We appreciate your time today. The floor is all yours.
Thank you.
Yeah.
All right. Give me 1 second while I get my presentation pulled up and shared. All right. So nice to be with everyone today. We are going to be talking about this moment in time where skills are about to really kind of take over work and share more about what that actually means. But first, I'm going to introduce myself to you all 3 times. And this isn't just out of ego. This is to serve a point. But without further ado, hello, everyone. I am David Blake, and I graduated with a Bachelor of Science in Economics from Brigham Young University. So that's introduction number 1. All right. Now, my work experience. Hi, everyone. I'm David Blake. This is my resume. So I started my career as a management consultant in Oliver Wyman, which is owned by Marsh & McLennan. I then broke into ed tech and into startups and started my life as an entrepreneur. I was part of the founding team of a startup called Zinch. Its motto is students are more than a test score, and it was in the higher education space, was acquired by Chegg. And then in 2012, I co-founded Degreed. Along the way, I've done some additional things, including co-authoring the book, The Expertise Economy, built a venture studios, which has launched 2 operating companies, one of which is bookclub.com, as well as being a senior advisor to the future of work practice at McKinsey. All right. And now our final introduction. Hello, you all. I am David Blake. Here are some of my skills as the CEO of Degreed, as an operator in the world of SaaS startups, as someone who cares about education. You can see a little bit of, and this is taken from one of our pieces of software, what some of my skills are. All right. So now, why 3 introductions? Well, we are in this first wave of research in terms of what the future is going to look like as organizations start to orient around skills. And so the terminology that has been coined is skill-based organizations, or SBO. And we are starting to see more and more organizations mobilize to this way of work. And really what it means is historically, jobs have been the organizing unit of an organization and therefore ultimately of our economies in the world. And that is shifting. As we move into the future, jobs will no longer be the organizing unit, but rather skills. And we're in this first wave of research. And so McKinsey and World Economic Forum and BCG and Bain and Gartner and Korn Ferry and Burson, many are publishing on the advantages of operating this way. But one of the first to do sort of some longitudinal work on the downstream success was McKinsey. And as you see, this got published in November of 2022. And what they found is they explored 3 different ways of hiring. So the first was hiring based on education and credentials. So that was my first introduction to you all. The second was hiring based on work experience. And the third was hiring based on skills. And what they found is that skills-based hiring was more than 5.5 times more predictive of career success than hiring based on education credentials. And hopefully that actually isn't that big of a surprise. This is, if any of you are familiar with the work of Laszlo Block, who was the head of HR at Google, famously dispelled the fact that education is a corollary to success on the job, as well as many others have actually published against that work. But the second should blow your mind, and that is McKinsey found that skill-based hiring is actually 3 times more predictive of career success than hiring based on work experience. And why that should blow everyone's minds is because if I were to interview at any one of your companies today with 99% certitude, you all would be evaluating me on my work experience. And my guess is that very few of you all are equipped to evaluate me based on my skills. And yet, we now have the first sort of evidence that available to all of our organizations is a methodology of hiring people that is more than 3 times, not 30%, but 3 times more predictive of career success than hiring based on work experience. And so that is just sort of this first taste into what is coming is the better way. The research at this point is overwhelming that skill-based organizations are going to be more efficient, more successful, more innovative, more productive than organizing based on jobs. So let's get into it a little bit more. So what has brought on this moment? What is different about now than any other point in time? Well, there's really 2 things going to point to. And so this is the first. This is taken from Thomas Friedman in his book, Thank You for Being Late. For those of you maybe not familiar with his work, he is the author of The World is Flat, so sort of the sentimental work on globalization. And then a few years later, as he was understanding the world and what the mega trends that would define the world, he published Thank You for Being Late, which was really all about the rate of acceleration. And now this chart, as you look at it, there's 2 lines, and he argues that 2007 is the year where these lines crossed. And that is the rate at which technology can scale has now outpaced the rate at which humanity can learn. And I think this means we are in a fundamentally new sort of context as humanity. This has never, ever been true at any previous point in time. The closest thing we have had historically are the industrial revolutions. But here is the major distinction between what happened during the industrial revolutions and what is happening now. The industrial revolutions were moments in time where the rate of innovation exceeded humanity's ability to adapt and adjust. What is happening now is not about the rate of innovation, which has also been accelerating, but the distinction is it's the rate of scale. So what is true now is that when an innovation comes to market, some of these we wake up the next day and it literally has already gone across the globe and is affecting all of us with immediacy. The rate at which the innovation can scale has now outpaced the rate at which humanity can learn. So what that means is that the skills gap is now getting bigger every day, week, month, and year. And we have no expectation that the skills gap will ever close ever again. Also radically different. The skills gap historically was a corollary to the strength of the economy. Strong economies, the labor market would get tight. Weak economies, the labor market would get soft. Proof that this is true, this new environment, this new context, we have existed in now a sort of recessionary, inflationary market, but with historically low unemployment, historically tight labor market, because there are no longer enough skills in the world. We exist in a context where the skills gap is getting bigger every day, week, month, and year, and we have no expectation that it'll ever close ever again. Last thing I will say on this chart is that the good news to this, the silver lining to all of this, is that the premium on skills is going up and up and up and up and up and up. and there's no expectation that that trend will ever reverse. So what that means is that any individual, any team, any department, any organization, any country that can get good at upskilling, the ROI on that effort is going up and up and up and up. So this represents a huge opportunity for all of us to really begin to evaluate how good are we at upskilling and managing the skills of our organization, because that is increasingly the scarce resource. So this is sort of evidence of the prior chart. This is the amount of time it took for some of our modern sort of technologies to reach 100 million users. And as you look at that accelerating pace, Netflix, Twitter, Facebook, Spotify, Instagram, ChatGPT, that is a nearly vertical line. But even then, it seemed that ChatGPT's record of getting to 100 million users in, I think it was 5 weeks, it only lasted for a month. And then Meta's Threads app broke it when it got to 100 million users in 5 days. So it essentially goes to prove the point that we now exist in a world where major innovations and breakthroughs effectively can go global overnight. You can fall asleep on Tuesday night and wake up Wednesday morning, and your skills gap grew. Without you doing anything, the world changed while you were asleep, and you wake up and your skills gap is bigger today than it was last night when you fell asleep. Now, the second kind of real shift. So what is, I mean, that first chart I showed you, that those trends lines crossed in 2007. So that's not like new news. The pressure of it has just been building and building and building. Well, the breakthrough, the dam breaking, is really this democratization of AI moment. And so, you know, this is what is enabling our new sort of ways of working. And that's a lot of what we're going to be talking about. But what I want to frame is that, look, this isn't without consequence. So there will be winners and losers. Anytime there is a fundamental shift, it helps some and it hurts others. And the goal that we have for all of our organizations, for our own teams, for our own careers, is that we want to be adaptable and we want to be advantaged by these shifts and not found disadvantaged and on the losing side of the equation. And so how do we do that? Well, I want to share a real story with you all. This is the story of Marlin Steel. And they transformed their business by going on this skill transformation. And this was exceptionally low tech. So they had 39 employees, and they printed all of their names onto an Excel spreadsheet, and then they identified 135 micro skills. And Marlin Steel is a steel manufacturing plant in Florida, and they are the manufacturers of wire baskets that bakery use to hold rolls and bagels and bread in the display case. So this was a very low intelligence steel manufacturing shop. And they wanted to grow their business. And in doing so, they needed to expand into sort of smarter steel manufacturing. And so the skills matrix became the key to the strategy, kind of the centerpiece of how they were going to do that. And so these 135 micro skills were the skills that were going to be required to manufacture more advanced systems. And so they call their stories bagels to Boeing, because by the time they were done, they were manufacturing parts for Boeing airplanes. So medium and high intelligence steel manufacturing. And the employees, so the bottom left is the actual photo of the skills matrix on their shop floor. And every employee was scored 0, 1, 2, 3, or 4 on each of the 135 skills. And every time that an employee would up level, they would go from a 1 to a 2 or a 2 to a 3. They actually would get a micro raise. And so hourly employees, they would get a 5 cents per hour raise if they were to up level. And what this did is, first, it transformed the employees' lives. They went from being minimum wage, sort of low steel manufacturing, to many of them making over 6 figures. paying for homes, paying down debts, paying down, sending kids to college. And the company went from making bread baskets to making these high intelligence steel parts. So it is a story of transformation that was centered around this skills matrix. Now, I share this story because I think this is the template of the future. I think this is how we are going to be operating. This story is also not new. So Washington Post has been covering the journey of Marlin Steel since about like 2011, 12, 13. They've written them up many times, but this is not new. So why am I telling the story of Marlin Steel and not some transformation that happened last year? Well, because besides companies at the scale of Marlin Steel, this hasn't been feasible. If you think about, as you look at this spreadsheet, 135 skills times 39 employees times 5 levels for each skill, it's roughly 26,000 unique skill combinations. You can handle operating an organization this way when you have 39 employees. But what if you have 390,000 employees? What if you have 39,000 employees? We weren't capable of operating this way. We did not have the technology to operate this way until this AI moment came. And so this is a template. This is what, for those of you who are going to survive, this is what your organizations will look like. If I were to log into your payroll system today, my guess is that 0 of you are paying based on skill. As we log into payroll systems 3 years from now, 5 years from now, my guess is that all of you will be paying with some discretion based on skill, or you won't have made it. Because the advantages, going back to the McKinsey research, the advantages of operating this way are so high for both individual and organization that the best talent will migrate away from the old companies to the new companies that are willing to operate this way, because it advantages their careers, it advantages the company, and therefore it's going to add up to success. All right, one more story. I'm going to have to be quick about this one. What you are seeing is sort of in the background, that is the USS Gabriel Giffords. And in the bottom right, that is the entire crew of the USS Gabriel Giffords. Now, here in this sort of subtitle, the Santissima Trinidad was in the Battle of Trafalgar in 1805. And why I reference both of these together is because they are actually the exact same class of warship, separated by 200 years. So 200 years ago, it's just kind of a fun way of seeing this trend. The exact same class of warship required 1,000 men to operate. And this is because everyone was specialized and it required redundancy. So you had one job. Your job was to pull on the rope on the left side of the cannon on the ship. And there was, 20 cannons. And so you had to have 20 people on the left and 20 people on the right. But then what happens when a cannonball blasts through the side of your ship and kills someone? Well, there had to be redundancy. So they were both specialized and redundant, and it required 1,000 men. The USS Gabriel Giffords can now operate on a crew of about 40 men. So that is a radical decrease in the amount of human labor required to run what is now an exceptionally sophisticated ship and piece of equipment that is mission critical to the Navy of the US, to the security of the US and to many around the world. Like a very high stakes, very important job with very high sort of cost equipment, and yet it only requires 40 men. Now, how did they get from over 200 years, 1,000 men to 40? Well, no one is specialized. They are all hybrid in their roles, and a lot of it is technology enabled. And that shift, it's just a way of understanding the shift that is coming to kind of all of our jobs. And so here is a much tighter timeline. So that last one was 200 years, granted, a lot has happened in 200 years, but from 2022 to 2027, and this comes out of World Economic Forum's research, we are going to see 10 additional points in machine sort of tasks relative to the amount of work done by human task. And so these percentages are shifting quickly. Now, I think this is something we all appreciate, but here's something I think you probably haven't thought about or haven't likely appreciated, which is right now we do have really quite sophisticated organizations to manage our human resources. The HR department, the learning and development department, the people teams, the talent acquisition teams. We have a lot of hands on deck. We have a lot invested in the managing of our people. Well, what is happening with this AI shift is historically we essentially had software and humans, and it was software that was augmenting sort of human productivity. But we're actually going to start seeing the introduction of essentially sort of split that difference. We will continue to see software augmenting our human productivity. But with AI, we are going to see AI agents starting to augment our human productivity. So there will be software, there will be agents, and there will be humans. And part of what we are going to have to shift around is we are going to have to start doing essentially HR on agents. We are going to have to start hiring and firing agents, commissioning and decommissioning. We are going to have to start reporting on their learning. We are going to have to start reporting on their development. We are going to have to start reporting on their productivity. Because to have a report on just the human skills inside your organization will be to answer for 57% of your organization's capabilities. And a report that can only give insights into 60% of the equation is going to be insufficient. We are going to have to start doing HR on AI agents. And that's going to be a meaningful shift in how we think about work, how we organize our teams, and how we conduct ourselves. All right. So AI, this moment is here. It is the unlock. So the pressure, that first shift is the skills gap is getting bigger every day, week, month, and year. That meant the pressure was building, building, building. The water was kind of boiling slowly. And then with ChatGPT and the democratization of AI, we now have the unlock that is enabling organizations to actually do something about it. We are able to now run a skills matrix. We are able to identify the skills of everyone inside of our organization in real time using AI. It is the unlock. It is the difference maker, why things are changing now when they didn't previously. And what our organizations are going to start to mobilize to and look like is a lot like Marlin Steel, where you will be keeping track of all of your employees, all of their skills in real time, and mobilizing the work, transforming the organization, meeting strategic objectives based on skills. One way to think about this is, think of the gig economy, how much regulation, innovation, companies, transformation, careers made, all the shifts that went into the gig economy. Well, essentially, the gig economy was taking the unit of work and breaking it down into something smaller. I used to have to be a taxi driver, full-time, fully employed, driving my shift, 6 days a week, 8 hours each shift. Well, if you break down the unit of work is you can pick up one ride or many rides. We're going to have the technology to enable us to do this at the sort of ride basis. The gig economy was unlocked. Well, what is happening now is the same sort of increase in efficiency and sophistication. We're breaking down the unit, but on this side, it's of the human capital. We used to treat humans as essentially we had full-time jobs and like part-time jobs and contractors, but that was the smallest we were able to break down a job. Is essentially a full-time job got broken down into in times, a 50% of a full-time job. But skills-based organizations, it's this radical transformation in that you're going to have way more discretion. If you can break your work down into the skills required and then know the skills of each of your people, you will be able to mobilize people with far greater efficiency and success to the work. Okay, so how do you do this? I am the founder and CEO of a company called Degreed. We created the LXP Learning Experience Platform. It's a category of software that learning and development departments use inside of organizations to be able to sit on top of all of their different training, learning, content libraries. We become the central hub of an organization's learning and development sort of technology stack and strategy. So we are working with some of the world's largest organizations. We serve 30% of the Fortune 100 globally, enterprise-wide. So have some good transparency into where some of the world's most sophisticated organizations are on this journey. And what I will tell you is that it is early innings. There's no one who has cracked this all the way open. Everyone is looking to their left and right and saying, hey, as soon as you know of anyone who's gotten this right, we'd love to know what are the best practices. But everyone's looking to their left and to their right. No one has fully cracked this yet. But this journey is going to be critical for any business that expects to be competitive and successful over the coming years. So where do you start on this journey of becoming a skills-based organization and being able to organize and operate your company this way? Well, so this quote from the New York Times, if you're upskilling your workforce, start by measuring the skills they have now. So that is where you need to start. Now, we're so conditioned on college degrees that we tend to think like there's going to be one signal, there's going to be one number, there's going to be, you might have 30 skills and those are each going to be reflected with, a very discrete, discerning number. The reality is I don't think that is what it's going to look like. I think the world of skill, as we get this AI unlock, we have always had different mechanisms available to us to answer for and report on skills. We've had assessments, we've had certificates, we've had programmatic certification. We have had self-review, manager review, peer review. We have had adaptive comparative judgment. We have had many tools available to us. The difference is now that AI is giving us even more tools. So I really think that the world of skills is going to look something like the world of your learning. You read articles and watch YouTube videos. You listen to podcasts and you read books. You go to conferences and take courses. Those all do slightly different jobs in your life, just as these different ways of assessing skill do slightly different things. I think it's going to be diverse. So think of the world in terms of a pyramid of data rather than a single credential. Our skills are not going to be as discrete as having one single number. It's going to be a pyramid of data. At the bottom of the pyramid is high volume, low accuracy. Think of this as like the LinkedIn skill endorsements. Those get poo-pooed because, well, any random person can endorse you in any skill, and, how much sort of water should that hold? Well, but if you pull up my LinkedIn profile, my skill endorsements are helpful in understanding what skills I have. It is somewhat representative. Now, it is low accuracy. You shouldn't hire me based on those endorsements, but it does tell you something. That's the bottom of the pyramid. Each of you likely has sort of thousands of skills, depending on how sort of big and small we define this. In your job, you might use dozens, maybe 100. And likely there's only a few critical skills that are really ultimately high stakes and that we're having to make high stakes decisions around. So, to understand your 100 skills, it's okay. It's okay for it to be low accuracy. We just need some signal, some sense. And AI is going to play a big role here. As you come up the pyramid, you're getting to low volume, high accuracy. Well, I can send you through a 9-hour assessment and it will be highly accurate, the veracity of it will be defensible, but I can't do that for all of your skills. But for some situations, for some tasks, we might need to send you through a 9-month training that is assessed, a 18-hour course, a 3-hour assessment. At the top of your pyramid, that's your low volume, high accuracy. And then as you go on this journey, so the first step is you need to get comprehensive data. In another second, it will be to be competitive, the expectation will be that you have a map of all the skills of your organization. So bottom of the pyramid, even if it isn't great quality, get a sense of all of the skills inside your organization. That is your goal. That's your mandate right now to be positioned for the future. Then step 2 is start improving the quality of that data. Start identifying the use cases where you're going to need assessment or you're going to need a more elevated tool. And then step 3 is start to make this actionable inside of your organization. Once you have the data, once you have confidence in your data and the places it matters, you can start organizing this way. You can do skill-based performance management, skill-based talent mobility, skill-based promotions, and whatnot. I am at time. So Degreed is a tool. We are a provider that can help you do this if anyone is interested. But I am going to end with my favorite quote in the world, which is, in times of great change, it is learners who inherit the earth, while the learned find themselves beautifully equipped for a world that no longer exists. So my challenge and invitation to all of you is commit yourself, find yourselves amongst the learners and not the learned. Before we dig in and get defensive about how the world is changing around us, this is an exciting future where the upside to it is all of our skills and all of our efforts to develop ourselves, the premium on it is going up and up and up and up. Appreciate the time with you all today. Thank you so much.
Thank you, David. Appreciate your time. Wonderful learning about all that. And I guess it's a very cool idea of, how the concept of lifelong learning intersects with skill-based learning. So I think we're all, of course, learners for life, but definitely will look up the Degreed company. And also I think more audience members, I'm sure, will kind of reach out to you as well after the session. So thank you for your time today.
Appreciate it. All the best.
All right. Thank you. As we move along, we have another interesting session. I would love to welcome our next speaker of the day, Gary Hamel, author of the book Humanocracy and also visiting professor, London School of Business. And we're going to have Gary talk about reinventing the workplace, harnessing collective genius to redefine work. Super interesting. Look forward to listening to him now. Welcome, Gary. The floor is yours.
Well, hello, everybody. A great pleasure to have some time to spend with you today. Let's see if we can get the right thing sharing here. Give me a moment if you don't mind, and we will figure that out. Here we go. So I have just a very brief time, so there's a lot that I'm going to probably leave unsaid. I apologize for that. If you want to go a little bit deeper, you can in my last book. Here's ways to reach me. If you have a question, please email me. I'll do my best to respond. But let me start with a question. If you think back on all of the kind of HR-related innovation over the last 30, 40, 50, 60 years, and I'm old enough to have been through a lot of hype cycles. AI is only the most recent. But as you think about all of this, how much has this really changed the workplace, the way people feel at work, the willingness of people to bring their very best to work? And I would argue it hasn't changed it very much at all. And we're going to talk about why, what we can do about that. You all will have seen this kind of data. This is Gallup. They've been doing this for years and years. And it's super depressing if you care about people at work. Globally, only like less than a quarter of people are truly engaged in their jobs. The vast majority kind of just show up and go through the motions. And there's a client who are kind of actively disengaged. And of course, when I first started looking at this data many years ago, my assumption was, well, this is about the job. Most jobs are not very inspiring. They're not very engaging. You see people every day who are doing things you are glad you don't have to do. And I hope you tell them thank you for that. But when you look around the world, like pretty much everybody is in the same boat. It's not that anybody has kind of solved this challenge or figured this thing out. And when you ask people about, so like even Oprah, I think would be like a little sad with this. And I think all of us, should be just like a little bit sad about this. And when you ask people, are you satisfied with the actual work you do? The vast majority, right? Like 89% say they're very or somewhat satisfied with the actual task. So how do you explain this gap between just endemic lack of engagement, disengagement, and the fact that, well, the work itself is not so bad. And, there are little clues to that if you go deeper into the data. Another Gallup survey found that 1 out of 2 individuals said they had quit their jobs to kind of get away from an incompetent or tyrannical manager. In another large study, a third, more or less, of the respondents said they would take a significant pay cut if they could fire their boss. So maybe the problem is not so much around the work, but around how we manage people. And that's kind of a little bit where I'm going to go here. Now, you're all familiar with Maslow's hierarchy of human needs. Let me give you a different hierarchy. This is Gary's hierarchy. It's not so famous, but it's a hierarchy of human capabilities at work. And at the bottom, I have obedience, people who show up and abide by the rules, legal rules, regulatory rules, internal policies. This is important. You can't run a large organization without a certain level of obedience. People who work very hard, they stay till the job is done. They take responsibility for results. Diligence, also important. People have great skills who are willing to be trained and retrained, equally important. The dilemma is that none of these things create any competitive advantage today. I can buy obedience, diligence, and intellect almost anywhere around the world for almost nothing. So in a highly turbulent economy, in a creative economy, I need more than just that. I need people with great initiative who are not bound by a job description, who see a problem or an opportunity and they march off to solve it. People who are learning from other industries, challenging conventional wisdom and bringing their imagination to work. And finally, people who see their work is the way they make a difference in the world. This is how they live out the dreams that they have for making a difference to humanity. They bring their passion to the work. And what all that data tells us is that people are not bringing the things at the top of this pyramid, because all of these things are gifts. Every leader lives in a gift economy. And the things that are most important to the success of their team, their organization, are capabilities that people either choose or choose not to bring to work every day. And we know that mostly they choose not to bring these things to work. And, it's not surprising, why. Again, go a little bit deeper into the data. Only 1 in 5 employees believes their opinions matter at work. Only 1 in 8 say they can influence decisions. Only 1 in 11, 9% say they can experiment in any way at work. So this data is here despite 50, 60, 100 years of trying to create organizations that kind of work better for the people inside of it. And you just have to conclude that in many ways we failed. And so this suggests that there's something deeper that we're not getting at here. And clearly, not every organizations don't start out this way. We know that there's a very strong correlation between the size of an enterprise and the amount of engagement. The smaller the enterprise, the more people are engaged. I live in Silicon Valley, and I see all these young companies, and they're distinguished not so much by a business model, but by a different kind of organizational context. People are there because they're going to change the world. The organization is simple. There are very few layers. People naturally migrate to wherever they can add value. Everyone intuitively thinks lean because they're resource constraint. They're open to ideas from the outside. But as you watch these organizations over time, I have to say, all of this changes. You come back a decade or two later and you find a very different sort of organization. And the question is, why does this happen? Is this like some inevitable process like aging and senescence in a human life, or is there something else going on? Well, I think it's something else, because as organizations get bigger, they become more bureaucratic. And we assume this is inevitable. But over time, you get more layers, you get more staff groups, more powerful staff groups. Managers become disconnected from people on the front lines. Legal has to sign off on everything. And pretty soon you have an organization that's sclerotic, that's timid, that's inertial and incremental, not the sort of organization you need in today's world. So I think it's a fairly simple relationship. As bureaucracy per capita goes up, achievement per capita goes down. And you see this in even, in some sense, the most impressive companies. What I would call bureausclerosis. That's the term I would use for this. And let me give you an example. This is Facebook's organization, Inside Meta. This is their technical organization with 9, 10, 11 layers, whatever that is. And you think about, how the hell does this happen? And last year, Mark Zuckerberg kind of commenting on this, he said, I don't think you want a structure that's just managers managing managers, managing managers, managing managers, managing the people who are doing the work. To which I would say, no kidding. This is a really, really bad idea. It is impossible, my friends. It is literally impossible to have an organization with 8 or 9 layers and have an organization that's resilient, adaptable, entrepreneurial. It literally cannot be done. Nobody's ever done it. Nobody's going to do it. So that structure is just a fundamental impediment. Now, here's the challenge in the US economy and in economies around the world. If you look at the US economy since 1983, the number of managers, administrators, support staff has grown by 131%, more than doubled, while all other job categories have grown less than 40%. Our economies are becoming more bureaucratic, not less. And when you unpick this, you see that what's driving this is not external compliance, not regulation. This is internal bureaucracy, more meetings, more process, more rules, and so on. And I don't think that it's an accident that as bureaucracy has gone up, productivity has come down. This is annual productivity growth across the G7. And this has profound implications. Declining productivity makes it more and more difficult to fund our social priorities. Healthcare, education, defense creates more and more income disparity. This is an enormous challenge. And by the way, this productivity growth has been going down, as you can see here, for 40 years and more, despite the fact that we're spending more every year on R&D and more every year on technology. So $5 trillion a year being spent on IT, it has not made the difference because all of that technology has to be intermediated inside of organizations that are fundamentally bureaucratic, inertial, and incremental at their core. And there's simply not enough startups to change this. So I think I want to argue in this brief time we have that if you really want to build an organization that is as capable as the people inside of it, we really have to go back to kind of almost first principles. And let me just share a simple little representation here of a knowledge structure. In any field of human endeavor, you kind of see this where at the top you have your worldview, your paradigmatic view. Why do people come to work? Why do we need large organizations? That worldview will point you to certain problems and away from other problems. To solve those problems, you need to find the right set of principles. And then you enact those principles and processes that drive practices and finally performance. So if you think back, for example, to the development of democracy, back in the Enlightenment, people like John Locke challenged the sovereignty of the monarch. This was a paradigmatic change. Let's think about the sovereignty of the individual, which leads to a new problem, which is how do people self-govern, which leads to the principles of democracy, one person, one vote, universal suffrage, neutrality before the law, judicial review, freedom of the press. Those principles you find in the processes across all democracies that drive practices and so on. Well, as we've thought about building more capable organizations, we almost never really go back to those paradigmatic beliefs. Instead, we tend to focus on new processes and new practices, and so we're trying to graft often these more human-centered practices onto organizations that were built primarily to solve the problem of efficiency at scale, built on the old principles of standardization, specialization, routinization, formalization. And then we wonder why, whether it's agile or stock ownership plans or anything else, or inclusiveness, why that doesn't make our organizations fundamentally more capable. And it doesn't because it's trying to graft these new principles onto rotten rootstock. Or to take another analogy, it's like a bit like putting a tutu on a dog and hoping you're going to get a ballerina, and all you get is a stupid-looking dog. So in any field of human endeavor, you ultimately reach a point where you cannot solve the new problems without new principles. Whatever technologies you have, they're going to be useless without starting from a different set of principles. So, historically, kind of at the very heart of the bureaucratic model, the fundamental paradigmatic belief, worldview, is that the institution hires individuals to produce products and services and income. The dilemma is, in this way of thinking about it, the individual is the instrument. And if you've ever been in a relationship where your partner looks at you as simply an instrument to make a living, clean up the house, pick up the kids, I can tell you that is a bad relationship. And most employees are still in a toxic relationship with their employer. And you see that in the simple term human resources. What an awful way to think about it. Instead, you ask, what happens if we turn that around? And of course, this is the reality today for Gen X, for Gen Z. They look at the institution as the instrument for building their skills, for making a living, for having impact. And so just this simple shift, is much more profound than you might think. If you literally say, if I start with the goal of building an entire management system, an entire organization based on this latter view of human beings, that they're inherently resilient, inherently passionate, inherently entrepreneurial, and how do I help bring those things to the fore, you end up with a very different sort of organization. About a decade ago, after a previous book I'd written called The Future Management, I had a CEO from China come visit me, Zhang Rumin, the CEO of Haier, the largest appliance company in the world. And he said, Gary, at Haier, we're going to encourage our employees to become entrepreneurs, every employee, because people are not a means to an end, but an end in themselves. And our goal is to let everyone become their own CEO. So I had kind of made that argument in one of my previous books that we needed to do this. He asked me that day, Gary, has any company ever done this? I said, I don't think so. He said, I'm going to go do it. And today, Haier is the most radically managed company in the world. Zhang Rumin has been nominated as one of the 50 most influential leaders. Jinping, the premier of China, is hoping this model spreads across all of Chinese enterprise. I don't think it's going to happen. But I want to take you just for a couple of minutes inside just this one organization. Now, by the way, I could give you companies doing similar things in healthcare, in steel making, in banking, and so on. So this is not the only example, but I want you to see what happens when you're willing to challenge the bureaucratic status quo. So as I said, largest appliance maker in the world, they own GE Appliances in North America, and their management model is radically different. And by the way, I was the chief transformation officer for 3 years at Haier, so I know the story pretty well. So we started by taking a 50,000 person organization in China and turning it into more than 4,000 micro enterprises. So every employee today works in a business that feels human-sized, where they know that they make a difference. Every one of those businesses has its own P&L. Every business has very ambitious targets that are set from the outside in, no internal negotiation. They look at how fast different product segments are growing around the world. And my goal is to double or triple my industry growth. And there are substantial rewards for doing it. I can double or triple my compensation. So high-powered rewards and upside, as you'd expect in an entrepreneurial company. Now, every micro enterprise has to sell its services or products. In making this transition at Haier, they took a corporate HR group and they shrunk it from 800 people to 10. And all of those other HR people went into their own micro enterprises, and they have to sell their services to other small businesses within Haier. And if no one's willing to buy your services, you go out of business. But there are no internal monopolies. These small micro enterprises can join together to tackle new opportunities, and they do so. They have a way of doing this based on internal contracting using blockchain smart contracts. But the principle is, we are not going to set strategy from the top. We want to make it very easy when a new opportunity emerges for micro enterprises to swarm that, to organize around that, to decide how to gain share around that. So this is a very large company that's essentially a community of communities. They believe deeply in open innovation. Every new product at Haier starts out as an open innovation project, with typically hundreds of thousands and sometimes millions of followers around the world, contributing advice. Most of their tough technical issues get crowdsourced in this kind of a way. So a big believer in harnessing collective intelligence. Every micro enterprise is guaranteed 3 freedoms: the freedom to set strategy, to hire and fire, and to distribute rewards internally. In every micro enterprise, employees can invest in the capital account of that little business. And if the business does well, they get a dividend. So this is what entrepreneurship at scale looks like: strategic decision-making, genuine shared ownership, significant upside, and they make it super easy for people to start new businesses. They've started more significant new businesses at Hire than any other enterprise of this size in the world. So now I could show you many other companies that are on this journey, but let me finish with this thought. Today, most of us still work inside organizations that fit the bureaucratic template. And it can be very hard to imagine a radical alternative. You know, one of the questions I ask CEOs today, and I get to meet a lot of them, is, can you imagine an organization that is as different from the bureaucratic status quo as Netflix is different from the BBC, as Airbnb is different from Marriott? We have to be able to do this, my friends. We can no longer be stuck inside of this old paradigm. It is simply no longer fit for purpose. You know, bureaucracy as a management model was invented in the 19th century, when the average employee was illiterate, when you needed a separate category of employee called a manager to tell them what to do, when information was expensive to move, and the simplest way of doing it was to move it up a hierarchy. None of these things are true anymore, but we're still stuck here. And so we need to shift our paradigm. We need to shift the problem we're working on. Yes, efficiency and compliance are important, but they're not as important. And so today I need to ask, how do I maximize contribution for impact? That's a different kind of a management model. And as we look at companies like Hire, at Handelsbanken, at Nucor, at Roche, the transformation they've been through, you see a very interesting new model emerging. And I can't go through this in any detail today, but I want to challenge you to learn from these vanguard companies. I want to challenge you to be skeptical of what you've inherited from the bureaucratic age, and to think more boldly about our management systems, just as today we have to think boldly about our business models. So, you know, 250 years ago, Thomas Paine, the great political thinker, spawned the American Revolution. But he said something then about aristocracy, which I would say today about bureaucracy. And he said this, he said, a long habit of not thinking a thing wrong gives it a superficial appearance of being right. And I can tell you, we will never build organizations that are as daring, as passionate, as creative as the people inside of them until we go back to first principles and we start to rebuild our management models based around the principles of ownership, meritocracy, transparency, openness, and so on. I know it can be done. I've helped it be done. I've seen it done. And I wish you great success as you do that journey for the sake of your organization and for the sake of everyone inside of it.
Great. Thank you, Dr. Thank you, Professor Hamill. Couple of, I think, questions based on all the conversation, and then, of course, also the topic today. One thing I think I did want to ask about was from, if we were to look at how organizations might be able to measure the success of their efforts to rethink work, or, you know, embrace, I guess, the full potential of their staff or workforce. What do you think are some easier ways or methods companies or organizations can measure that?
Yeah, so I think there are kind of four pieces to this. And obviously in this small time, you know, I normally spend a few days working through these with the group of people. I would say motivation is number one. You really have to believe that we're at a point in time where we need kind of fundamental change. Now, part of that motivation, as you're suggesting, comes from measuring the effects that old management model is having in our organization. Now, you see that in engagement. By the way, many organizations lie to themselves about their employee engagement. If you use Gallup survey and you're 4.1.2, you do not have an engaged workforce. Gallup will tell you that all the engagement happens between 4.5 and 5. It does not. So let's not kid ourselves. We do not have engaged employees in most organizations. So yet very few organizations comprehensively measure the cost of bureaucratic drag. We built an instrument called the Bureaucratic Mass Index. It's used in companies like Ferrari and many others. And if you go to humanocracy.com BMI, Bureaucratic Mass Index, you can find that. But it's a way of starting to measure how internally focused are we? How conservative are we? How much time are we wasting in pointless meetings? But we tend to pay attention to things that we can measure, so we need to start measuring that. Number two, we need actual new measures that measure not kind of whether employees are happy at work and whether they're engaged, but the extent to which we're actually getting at their initiative and their ingenuity. So we're working on new measures, and I can share them online or afterwards. We have a measure called the Ingenuity Index that we're looking at that says how good are we at turning on the inherent problem-solving skills of every employee. So absolutely, we need that data, and every manager at every level, every leader needs to be accountable for reducing the BMI and for increasing the data that says we're actually we're turning on the problem-solving skills of our people. Interesting, very large study, piece of research done a couple of years ago within the EU with 30,000 HR leaders. They found that the biggest thing that influences whether employees bring their ideas and their problem-solving skills to work is not the industry, not whether they've been trained, not their job, it's whether they are allowed to do it. So a lot of data there to be brought to the fore and taken seriously. And I think it's certainly the starting point in building the urgency and the awareness of what needs to change.
Sure. Great. Thank you. And I think I was thinking about it, and I personally care a lot about, let's say, diversity and inclusion in workplaces and what organizations are able to do or not doing maybe right now. But what do you think? How does that play into the organization's efforts in being able to harness that, doing it combined with their efforts?
For me, inclusiveness and diversity are table stakes. Now, a lot of organizations have a lot of ways to go there. But the value of diversity is not that you can just look around the table and say, it's wonderful we look like the United Nations, right? I mean, I guess that's a warm and fuzzy thing to say, and it's the right thing kind of ethically and morally. But from business, the question is, how do you take advantage of that diversity? People have different life experiences, who've learned different things and have different skills and mindsets. And what we know is our organizations are not equipped to do that today. Let me give you one other little thing you can actually measure. So I have a lot of CEOs, for example, who tell me their organizations are serious about innovation. I say, let's test this. Let's go talk to frontline employees in the call centers, tech support, sales, factories, distribution, frontline employees. And I asked them 3 questions. One, have you been trained to think like a business innovator? Has your company invested in your creative capital? Answer, no. Second question, is it very easy for you to find a few $1,000s and 50% of your time to start an experiment if you have an idea? Or is it like you wouldn't even know where to begin, a lot of bureaucracy, no clear path? Do you have some like internal Kickstarter? Answer, no. Third question, is it clear that your leader is accountable for innovation? Do they talk about the number of new ideas, how quick they get to market? Are they mentoring new ideas? Answer, no. So I have to go back to the CEO and say, you told me you were serious about innovation, but you haven't trained people, you don't make it easy, and you don't hold leaders accountable. Clearly, you are using a different definition of serious than I use, right? So I think diversity is this huge, wonderful raw material, but most organizations are just really quite hopeless still at harnessing the economic power that is inherent in that diversity.
Sure. Great. Thank you. Appreciate that. I am in the human resources field. And yes, a lot of what you mentioned, what you talked about definitely kind of touches on some of the things I kind of think about or learn about or practice also. So definitely a lot of value there that I found, and I'm hoping that audiences have also found it very equally important and insightful. Thank you so much for your time today. I know we are almost getting close to the time, but we appreciate you coming in, having this conversation with us, and we hopefully will look at the book again. I will go look at the book again and then see what it's all about. But we do appreciate your time today. Thank you so much.
So happy to be here. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. All right. So we are going to move to our next speaker of the day. Again, another interesting conversation coming up, or topic also coming up. We have Dr. Judy Ho with us, who's going to talk about Well, I think she is a clinical and forensic neuropsychologist, author of The New Rules of Attachment and Stop Self-Sabotage. So welcome, Dr. Ho. And I know you are talking about rethinking about teams, unlocking the power of strong team relationships and interconnectedness for work success and thriving. So we do appreciate your time here today, and I will let you take it over from here. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Really, really glad to be here. And we are going to be talking about how we can enhance and strengthen team relationships. So many people are still working virtually to some degree. For some people, their jobs are completely virtual, and it can be really hard to have connection, to have good communication, and more and more people are reporting feelings of loneliness. So even if you feel like you're working with people all day, perhaps that communication and that connection isn't really as strong as you would like. And strong team relationships are crucial for several important reasons. One is enhanced communication. So strong relationships foster open and honest communication among all of your team members, whether you are a director, a leader, or a member of the team. When you have team members that trust and respect each other, they're going to feel much more comfortable sharing ideas and concerns and their feedback, and that leads to more effective collaboration and problem solving. Strong team relationships are also important because they foster increased trust and cooperation. Oftentimes, how we move towards a project, how much we're committed to a team and the company's objectives and values is all built on this idea of trust and camaraderie. So if you can really increase that among your team, that's going to be more likely to obtain good results from all the work that you're doing. They can support one another and work towards common goals and really feel like they're all in it together. That idea of a positive team culture that is going to enhance the overall team performance. Strong team relationships are also super helpful for improving morale and engagement. So these positive relationships contribute to a supportive and inclusive work environment where team members feel valued, respected, and appreciated. And in turn, this boosts morale and it boosts job satisfaction. It leads to less turnover at the job, as well as higher levels of engagement and motivation every day. When we have strong team relationships, we also have better conflict resolution. So in teams with strong relationships, conflicts are much more likely to be addressed effectively and constructively. Team members can go through a conflict together and still emerge on the other side liking one another and being able to work together and being able to talk to each other using skills like active listening, so that when there are differences of opinion, that can be resolved well. That is dependent on a basis of strong team relationships in the first place. When we have strong team relationships, people are also more free to increase their innovation and creativity and to be able to use that part of your mind. Our minds cannot be creative if we're feeling like we're in fight or flight, like we have to defend ourselves. So we have to be in a more rest and relaxation state for creativity to flow. So when team members feel comfortable expressing themselves and sharing ideas without fear of judgment or being put down by team members, then that's when creativity is going to flourish. And these strong relationships is going to encourage brainstorming, experimentation, and risk-taking. And of course, that then leads to more novel solutions and approaches that will solve the problems ahead of you. People who are in strong team relationships also have greater resilience to challenges. So when there are challenges within the team or within the company or during a project, they're much more willing to weather the challenges together as a team and to deal with these obstacles and setbacks and to problem solve together as a group rather than avoiding the problem, being more avoidant in a lot of different ways, not only in the project itself, but also avoiding contact during conflict. So that's also going to be super helpful. And as I alluded to earlier, these strong team relationships are also going to enhance job satisfaction and retention. Positive relationships contribute to a sense of deep belonging within the group. And if you feel that way, you're going to be much more committed to the process. So if I haven't given you enough reasons for why strong team relationships are crucial to you not only enjoying your work, but also being able to give your best every day at work without as much burnout and reducing that risk of burnout, then hopefully this has been at least a preview to the kinds of things that you could be experiencing if you were to be able to foster stronger team relationships and being able to work together with others in a way that will help to foster that cooperation as well as that creativity. But of course, sometimes there's these hidden things that we don't realize when we are working with others. And one thing that people don't recognize sometimes, and how it really plays a role in your team relationship, is how your attachment styles might affect the way that you work. So attachment styles, for those of you guys who have not heard about attachment style, is based on attachment theory. This is work that goes back to the 50s and the 60s by doctors John Bowlby and Mary Ainsworth. Attachment bonds begin as soon as a baby is born. And when there are babies who come into the world, we're all helpless as mammalian babies. We're not able to actually do a lot of things by ourselves. And that's by design, right? We're supposed to have caregivers help us with that. But these early relationships tell us a lot about what we believe about ourselves, what happens when we communicate a need, whether people around us are actually going to support us. And also, it actually goes into the development of your self-concept, what you believe about yourself and whether you deserve good things in life. So what happens is when you are a child, when parents and caregivers around you are attuned to your needs and try to meet your needs to the best way possible, the child is able to form a secure bond. People with secure bonds, as they grow older, they're much more likely to be confident, to be independent while also feeling comfortable relying on others, and to be able to problem solve in ways that make them feel free and to be able to do their best. If you develop one of the insecure attachment styles, and that actually affects up to 75 to 80% of people, then you are much more likely to second guess yourself, to have a more insecure self-concept, to have fluctuating self-esteem, to have challenges working with other people in different ways. And I will go over each of the insecure attachment styles and how they show up at work. And so the reason why this is also important is because what we learn in our childhood essentially then gets templated into our adulthood, into all of the different areas of our lives. Attachment style has been most discussed as it applies to romantic relationships, but that is a very limited view of how attachment theory affects all of us. In fact, I see attachment theory affecting people much more so than even romantic relationships at their work, when they set goals for themselves, and in their friendships and collegial relationships. And so insecure attachment, as I mentioned, has three main types. This affects about 75 to 80% of people. And the three types are anxious, avoidant, and disorganized. So let me tell you a little bit about how each of these styles might present in a daily environment. The anxious type tends to worry extensively about relationships. So they tend to prioritize relationships and potentially other people's perceptions of them more so than sometimes their own ideas. And they may not feel so secure in their own ideas unless they get validation from the environment. So people with this attachment style, they do tend to be a little bit more insecure about their abilities and their skills. They tend to have lower self-esteem for achievement, and they have higher and stronger need to rely on others for support, and to essentially at times even be more codependent in the way that they relate to others. Sometimes they can act in more clingy and needy ways. They may analyze and overthink the meaning behind what other people say and do, and they're usually quite worried about how they are perceived in the work environment. So we'll talk a little bit afterwards about how this shows up at work and what you can do about it if you yourself feels like you have one of these insecure attachment types, or people in your team has one of these insecure attachment types. And as I mentioned, more than 3/4 of people have said they have insecure attachment style of some sort, and those are only the people who are being honest. So I think that it might be even higher. So chances are, whether you ascribe to one of these styles or somebody that you work with does, it's going to affect you one way or the other. The second insecure attachment style is the avoidant type. So these individuals are fiercely independent. They seem really confident and self-sufficient most times, at least that's how they appear. Although I think deeply avoidantly attached people, they want to have connection with others, they want to rely on others, but because of their early childhood experiences, they feel like they can't do that. They feel like people disappoint them, so they have to roll up their sleeves and do everything themselves. So in general, they really want to be in control all the time. And as a result, they can be a little bit of distance and aloof in most of their relationships. They're much more unlikely to open up to others and maybe have a hard time actually working in groups. And especially when you ask them to express their private thoughts or emotions, they may feel quite discomforted by that. The last insecure attachment style is the disorganized type. This is kind of a style that I think has been very misunderstood. Sometimes people will say that this disorganized type is a combination of the anxious and avoidant type. But I think if that's the case, then you're a combination of anxious and avoidant. This is something that also people don't recognize about attachment theory, is that you don't necessarily just have one category that you belong to. You could have a mix of types. And an anxious avoidant type combination type is a very common one. I think that the defining features of the disorganized type actually has to do with their feeling of being in fight or flight more often than not. So they kind of feel like they always have to watch their back, like whatever they're going through, they might get attacked, berated, rejected in some way, and they're always trying to avoid that. So as a result, it's really hard for them to regulate themselves emotionally to be able to move forward in these higher order tasks. Because if you don't feel physically and emotionally safe, it's really hard for you to achieve and go for some of those higher level goals. And so how this shows up at work is a variety of different ways, but I think that it can just be hard for them to consistently and persistently work towards something, especially if they don't feel safety in their social environment. So how do these attachment styles affect you as an employee, as a leader? Let's go through the anxious attachment first. So according to the research that we have, having this anxious attachment style can result in a number of personal and professional struggles in the workplace that stem from this lower self-esteem, these higher levels of insecurity and self-doubt. And so what we find is that people who are anxiously attached at work, they might constantly seek approval from their colleagues, and they may be thinking about that more so than what they're actually working on. They might overly invest in their interpersonal relationships at work. They try really hard to be liked by everyone, and they try to conform to the group's wishes to avoid confrontation, even when maybe that's not in the best interest of the work that they're doing. So this constant need for approval can cause anxious employees to be a bit more clingy and needy, and also at the same time feel more lonely at work. And so they might actually distance themselves more at times when they feel like they're not being supported. And when they don't have help from others, they might have more of a trouble moving forward on an individual task. Also, because they're oftentimes thinking that people don't appreciate them and might undervalue them, that might actually lead to more self-sabotaging tendencies at work as well, as they're moving towards something, even though they're doing a great job. If they haven't heard validation, then it's harder for them to continue to move forward. So they do have a little bit more of a hypersensitivity to feedback, and also negative expectations about the leaders and the supervisors that maybe they're going to negatively critique their behaviors. When we talk about the avoidant attachment style, one of the things that comes up is that people with avoidant attachment really are not very social at work. They don't actually seek closeness with their colleagues. They don't rely on social support. They might believe that other people can't do it as well as they can, so they end up doing everything themselves. And obviously that creates a lot of teamwork conflicts. A lot of times they may actually use work as an excuse to not socialize within the group. So almost kind of rejecting any attempts at connection by others. And they might be even a little bit resistant to leadership. So if they're an employee, they might question their leaders a lot. They might want a lot more control when the leaders are trying to also interject and be able to guide the process. And I think that oftentimes when they're working in teams, they really want everything to be super defined, and they kind of want to be able to do things their own way, as opposed to being able to compromise a little bit easier. When somebody has a disorganized attachment style, how this shows up in the workplace is, as I alluded to earlier, because they're so sensitive to potential fight or flight and potential dangers, it can be hard for them to be consistent in their work product. With relationships, they can also run a bit hot or cold. Sometimes they'll look like they really want to connect. Other times they seem really distrustful. And this is because they have difficulty emotionally regulating in any environment. And definitely in the workplace, when there are higher stakes, these types of hypersensitivities will come up even more. So for somebody who has disorganized attachment, it may be so different from day to day that it can be hard for team members and leaders to know exactly how to guide them to get the best result. So now that you know how some of these insecure attachments might show up at work, either in yourself or in people that you're working with and perhaps guiding if you're a supervisor or a leader, it's really important to start talking about some of the takeaways. How can we solve these problems? How can we create more communication and interconnectedness while taking into account everyone's attachment styles? The first tip that I have for you is that it's really important to just be aware of what someone's attachment styles might be. I don't think that it's a good idea for you to guess what somebody's attachment style might be. I think that it would be a much more useful exercise if you actually all take an attachment assessment together. So I have one that's available on my website. It's free. You can check it out at drjudyho.com and you can download it and share it with your team members. You can do it as essentially a team building activity and then talk about how your attachment styles might show up both in good and not so great ways. Each of the insecure attachment styles actually carry with it some pros as well. There are benefits to having some of these insecure attachment styles. So instead of thinking about how they can only create problems, that's not true. You know, each insecure attachment style also has its benefits. And also people who have insecure attachment style, once they are acknowledging their insecure attachment style and the negative consequences that it's led to, they can heal their attachment style and work towards more secure attachment, so that their work and their relationships can be improved. And so it would just be good to kind of talk about this more of as a team approach, a very no shaming conversation, so that you can really understand there are certain preferences for communication of each of the attachment styles. And then talking about, well, what do you need most from me? So for example, with anxious attached person, they might need a little bit more validation to get started. That doesn't mean that they can't be promoted to do things on their own. It does mean, though, that they might need a little bit more guidance and support in the beginning to get started. Somebody with avoidant attachment, they do prefer high levels of independence. While you can obviously honor that, it's also important to encourage them to do certain things in teams. But one way to work with somebody with avoidant attachment is when you know that they're in the middle of a big project, they don't like being interrupted, right? So it's really important that you actually set up ahead of time when you want to speak to them rather than just kind of go into their office while they're working on something, because that is not going to be met with a positive attitude. They're going to be kind of stressed about it, that they're being interrupted. So they just need a little bit more organization and a little heads up ahead of time if you want to talk to them for something that's more urgent. And so once you realize what people's attachment styles are and how that relates to communication skills, you can develop more of a template of how to communicate with this person and how to do something with this person so that they actually honor and value what you're bringing to the table. Sometimes with people with avoidant attachment, they don't really want a lot of pleasantries. If you're going into a meeting, they kind of just want to get into the agenda and start talking. Somebody who has anxious attachment, they're going to want a little bit of those pleasantries in the beginning. They want to feel like you see them as a personal human being. And so you might want to say something like, well, how was your weekend? You know, how's the family doing, before getting into the agenda. So kind of knowing what communication styles are best for each type also helps you to validate them in the best way possible to bring the best out of them. There's also a number of other things that I think are important to highlight in terms of how we can improve workplace connection and communication. One thing that's super, super important is creating a safe place for workplace communication. No matter what attachment style you have, in order for team meetings to be productive, you have to create a sense of psychological safety. So psychological safety is defined as being able to show and employ one's self without fear of negative consequences of self-image, status, or career. And so you have to create a team environment where people feel comfortable expressing their ideas, voicing criticism, and asking quote unquote stupid questions. And when this happens more often, employees are going to be more willing to say what they really mean instead of just playing along. And that's super important for certain anxious attachment styles and disorganized attachment styles, because these two styles will have a harder time communicating directly. The avoidant attachment person is not going to have a problem with that. But you have to be able to create a place of safety so that everybody can express their needs freely and that they're not going to be judged. And the best way to do this is to lead by example if you're a leader. And so showing that this is how we're going to do it. This is how we're going to take in information. When we're in the middle of a brainstorming session, we're not going to be inviting critiques or feedback or questions. We're just going to let people flow and talk about what they want to talk about. These things are extremely important for creating a safe place for the team. It's also really important, especially when you're working remotely, and even when you're not working remotely, to have regular one-on-ones with people within your team. And if you're a leader, to have regular one-on-ones with employees. It's nice when somebody says that they have an open door policy, but people will find it much easier to communicate what's on their mind if you have a setup meeting weekly or bi-weekly or at least monthly, so that they know they have FaceTime with you. And even if they think, well, I don't have much to talk about, once they show up, there's going to be things that they bring up or that you bring up. And so having that in place is going to be very helpful. Again, especially with individuals with certain kinds of insecure attachment styles, they may find it the most comfortable to build a relationship in a one-on-one basis rather than in a group. And so being able to set up what people need in the work environment is so important. And I think that you have to address the individual needs of people by making sure that there are these regular one-on-ones with your employees. I also think that it's really important that when you do have a team meeting, that instead of just saying, well, we're always going to have a 1 hour meeting, it really should fit the agenda. That's going to be super helpful for people, especially those with avoidant and disorganized attachment, because they don't want to just be twiddling their thumbs at a meeting when there's not that much to talk about just because they have to fill the hour. So if you are a leader, really important for you to think about, okay, what's actually on the agenda this week? Do we need a 20-minute meeting, a 40-minute meeting, a 1 hour meeting? And how much of this can I actually communicate in a memo versus in a meeting where we actually need to have live discussion? You know, it's really important to be able to do that, because that also shows your team members that you are respecting their time and their contributions. I think it's also really important to provide different modalities for communication. So for some people, listening to something, that's helpful for them. For other people, they need to see it in writing. So make sure that you provide different modalities for communicating your expectations and to-dos. Just saying it in a meeting and dictating it is not enough for some people. For certain insecure attachment styles, they're going to have a hard time keeping up in the moment, but later on when they're kind of on their own, it's a lot easier for them to review the to-dos and then be able to clarify from there. So it's really important to provide a multi-modality presentation for anything that is a clear expectation or to-do that you know that you must be completing. The last thing that I will say too is, to build more connection, one of the most effective tools is to create some kind of team event that rotates among different kinds of activities. Some people are going to like team events where there's a lot of free open communication. It's kind of this open-ended, like you're just going to have a happy hour for your workplace. And other people are going to appreciate more scheduled events, things that have actually an agenda, maybe where you're learning something together, developing a skill together. So making sure that there's room to do team development events in all these different ways, because everybody is going to take something different away from that. And if you only have one type of team activity or team event, it may only be reaching a person who has a certain preference and may make other people feel isolated and like you don't understand them and that you're not really fostering connection in the way that they want. So I think in conclusion, to wrap up before we talk a little bit about any questions, it's most important to know that everybody has a different communication style. Everybody has a different attachment style that came from some time where you didn't even know them. And so you don't necessarily see these apparently, but you might be able to see it in some of their workplace behavior. So being able to support everybody's unique approach and how they see things as well as how they see themselves is going to be the best way to communicate and to improve workplace connection so that you can get the most out of your employees and out of yourself.
Thank you, Dr. Ho. That was a lot of good information. So I do have a couple of questions. I was kind of curious myself. You did talk about the attachment style assessments, and you said they were available on your website. I think I'm going to do that right after we're done later today. But is that available for public to generally, like anybody who would want to do that, to be able to go do that on the site?
Yeah, definitely. So just go to my website and you'll see the attachment quiz and you're going to be able to do that. Anybody can access that.
Perfect. That's one. The other question, I think, as I heard you talk about all these different aspects, there's one aspect I think a lot of us are maybe dealing with in our own ways, which is, you talk about burnout in workplace and, how your value-based living and how that kind of interplays with your workplace management styles, and then how it all falls on you and how you deal with the burnout coming out of it, right? So what do you think, how do individuals rather, kind of identify those trigger points maybe, or even identify that they actually are burnt out? I mean, a lot of us, I think, we just truck on and truck on and truck on. We think, oh, it's okay, I'll manage it, I'll do this, I'll do that. But then there's always at one point, right, which is like the tipping point. So I think even to
Yeah.
not get to that point, like to avoid getting to that close to that point, what can people do? What do you suggest?
Yeah, great question. I think sometimes people have this misunderstanding that burnout only happens when you don't really like your job, or when you don't like what you do, or you don't like your coworkers, etc. But actually, the people who are most prone to burnout, and especially burning out and not recognizing it, are people who are actually very passionate about their work and passionate about their job, because that's when you put in those extra hours. That's when you always say yes to everything, because you're like, no, this is important. And then before you know it, you're burnt out and you didn't recognize the signs. And so actually, if you're thinking about this and you're like, no, but I love my job, people who love their job are actually the most prone to burning. But the three major things to look for, and for everybody, burnout can look differently. So you might say, well, one of these things happened to me, and that's when I know I'm burnt out. For other people, they say, no, I see all three. But essentially, the three things to look for is emotional exhaustion. That's number one. So essentially, no matter how much you're resting, how much you're sleeping, you just feel tired, you just feel exhausted. Even when you take a day off, even when you take a vacation, when you come back, you're still exhausted. So this idea of persistent exhaustion, no matter quality of sleep, no matter self-care, no matter how much time you've taken off, that's one indicator. The second indicator is a aspect of cynicism and distancing. So it's almost like you notice yourself losing a little bit of empathy for other people. You notice that you're just feeling like a little bit distant from your work, like you're not super connected to it. And also you notice that even though you're generally a positive person, that you're just becoming more cynical. Like you'll say things that seem a little pessimistic or like a little caustic when somebody says something, like, that is another major indicator for a lot of people. The third component of burnout is not feeling effective at your job. Even if people are saying, you're doing a great job, you're like, I don't really think so. I just feel like something's missing. Like, no matter how much effort you're putting in, and even if you're getting positive feedback from others, just this vague feeling that you have yourself that something isn't as good as it should be. Like you should be doing better and you're not. So those are the three main components of burnout we should be watching for.
Okay, that's good to know. And I know I can now see that I did go through that a while back. But but then I think the other again, I think important aspect is the different types of attachment styles versus with the communication styles at workplace, the management works, workplace work styles, and your own work. If people were looking for resources to help them, any support networks, general resources that they could go to kind of navigate through those issues, rather, what would you say? Like, are there like one or two publicly available general resources you would say, hey, this might be a good way to start off if they were looking for more, then maybe they do approach a medical side of things and how to deal with it. But otherwise, in general, though, where would you think people could go to get some more insight or just support?
Yeah, so the NAMI, the National Alliance on Mental Illness, is a great organization for people who are looking for free resources of all kinds, including free groups that also happen virtually. They actually have some focus on work burnout and how to reduce the potential risks for depression and anxiety that can come with chronic burnout. And so that's a great place to look for information and resources. Another great place is just kind of looking around at like specific organizations in your community. It's really interesting, but for example, Chamber of Commerce is within your city. They actually have wellness events, organizations that like come and speak to the public. And you don't actually have to be a member of a Chamber of Commerce to do that, but for people who are, parts of owning small businesses, especially entrepreneurs, I think that's a great resource, because I've seen a lot happening in local chambers of commerces where they're starting to do more wellness at workplace events for everybody who is working in that community.
Great. I think that's good to know. And I think, again, people do maybe reach out to family or friends, and some people don't do that either. So I think it's always good to like, okay, there's a group of people who are strangers, but you can still go, reach out to them, chat with them, whatever, like give and take ideas and suggestions. So I think that's going to be pretty helpful. Maybe they're going to be more open about doing that versus any other route, right? So, but this is great. Absolutely wonderful. We do appreciate your time today. Thank you for coming in, chatting with us. I think a lot of folks will definitely see the benefit. A lot of great insights here. And like I said, I'm going to definitely try out the attachment style assessment on your website at some point today, later today. But thank you and have a great rest of your day. We do appreciate your time today. Thank you, Dr. Ho.
Thank you so much. It was great to be here. Take care. Bye, everyone.
Bye-bye. All right. I think we are at the halfway mark now. I think we will have the networking session happening now. So if you are around and you would like to network with people, please go meet people here. And also, I think on LinkedIn, we will take a 30-minute break here, and we should be back around the 1:29 p.m. Eastern Time mark. I will be back here, and we will start with the afternoon slate of sessions and some more interesting conversations coming your way. So have a little break, network with folks you'd like, if you like to do that, and then we'll see you shortly. Bye-bye.
There are no right or wrong thoughts. Don't judge. Just let them be. Now settle into a comfortable position, either sitting or lying down. Close your eyes and let the weight of your body sink into the surface Take another deep breath in and exhale fully, feeling your shoulders drop and your body relax. Now bring your attention to the top of your head, noticing any sensations there. Slowly scan down your body from your head to your toes. Notice where you might be holding tension in your jaw, neck, shoulders, or back. As you exhale, imagine that tension melting away. Continue to scan down your body through your chest, arms, abdomen, hips, legs, and feet, releasing any tension as you go. Take your time, allowing your awareness to move gently from one area to the next. Remember to breathe deeply, exhaling tension and inhaling peace. Now bring your attention to your breath. Notice the natural rhythm, the gentle rise and fall of your chest or abdomen as you inhale and exhale. There is no need to change or control it, simply observe. With each breath in, feel a sense of calm filling your body. With each breath out, let go of stress or worry. If your mind starts to wander, gently bring it back to your breath, allowing the sensation of breathing to anchor you to the present moment. Shift your attention now to your thoughts. Notice what comes up without judgment or analysis. Acknowledge each thought and then let it pass by like a cloud drifting across the sky. Remember, thoughts are temporary and they do not define you. Simply observe them and return your focus to your breath. Return your awareness to your body, feeling the contact with the surface beneath you. Sense the groundedness and stability it provides. Reflect on the interconnectedness of your body and feel gratitude for its ability to carry you through the day. Take a moment to send gratitude to different parts of your body: your feet for walking, your hands for doing, your mind for thinking, and your heart for feeling. Allow this gratitude to fill you with warmth and peace. Now imagine a place that brings you peace and calm. It might be a serene beach, a quiet forest, or a tranquil mountaintop. Visualize the details of this place, the sights, sounds, and scents. Immerse yourself fully in this calming environment, feeling its serenity wash over you. Stay in this place for a few moments, absorbing its tranquility. Let the peacefulness fill you, knowing you can return to this mental sanctuary whenever you need. Gradually bring your awareness back to the present moment. Feel the surface beneath you, the sounds around you, and the sensation of your breath. Take a deep breath in and slowly exhale. When you're ready, slowly open your eyes. Take a moment to notice how you feel the calm, the peace, and the presence within you. Remember, the peace and calm you've cultivated are within you, ready to be accessed whenever you need. Take this sense of tranquility with you and move through your day with mindfulness and ease. Meditation is to be aware of every thought and of every feeling. There are no right or wrong thoughts. Don't judge. Just let them be. Now settle into a comfortable position, either sitting or lying down. Close your eyes and let the weight of your body sink into the surface beneath you. Allow my voice to guide you on a journey toward tranquility. Begin by taking a deep breath in, filling your lungs fully. Hold it for a moment and then slowly exhale, releasing any tension you feel. Take another deep breath in and exhale fully, feeling your shoulders drop and your body relax. Now bring your attention to the top of your head, noticing any sensations there. Slowly scan down your body from your head to your toes. Notice where you might be holding tension in your jaw, neck, shoulders, or back. As you exhale, imagine that tension melting away. Continue to scan down your body through your chest, arms, abdomen, hips, legs, and feet, releasing any tension as you go. Take your time, allowing your awareness to move gently from one area to the next. Remember to breathe deeply, exhaling tension and inhaling peace. Now bring your attention to your breath. Notice the natural rhythm, the gentle rise and fall of your chest or abdomen as you inhale and exhale. There is no need to change or control it, simply observe. With each breath in, feel a sense of calm filling your body. With each breath out, let go of stress or worry. If your mind starts to wander, gently bring it back to your breath, allowing the sensation of breathing to anchor you to the present moment. Shift your attention now to your thoughts. Notice what comes up without judgment or analysis. Acknowledge each thought and then let it pass by, like a cloud drifting across the sky. Remember, thoughts are temporary, and they do not define you. Simply observe them and return your focus to your breath. Return your awareness to your body, feeling the contact with the surface beneath you. Sense the groundedness and stability it provides. Reflect on the interconnectedness of your body and feel gratitude for its ability to carry you through the day. Take a moment to send gratitude to different parts of your body: your feet for walking, your hands for doing, your mind for thinking, and your heart for feeling. Allow this gratitude to fill you with warmth and peace. Now imagine a place that brings you peace and calm. It might be a serene beach, a quiet forest, or a tranquil mountaintop. Visualize the details of this place, the sights, sounds, and scents. Immerse yourself fully in this calming environment, feeling its serenity wash over you. Stay in this place for a few moments, absorbing its tranquility. Let the peacefulness fill you, knowing you can return to this mental sanctuary whenever you need. Gradually bring your awareness back to the present moment. Feel the surface beneath you, the sounds around you, and the sensation of your breath. Take a deep breath in and slowly exhale. When you're ready, slowly open your eyes. Take a moment to notice how you feel the calm, the peace, and the presence within you. Remember, the peace and calm you've cultivated are within you, ready to be accessed whenever you need. Take this sense of tranquility with you and move through your day with mindfulness and ease. Meditation is to be aware of every thought and of every feeling. There are no right or wrong thoughts. Don't judge. Just let them be. Now settle into a comfortable position, either sitting or lying down. Close your eyes and let the weight of your body sink into the surface beneath you. Allow my voice to guide you on a journey toward tranquility. Begin by taking a deep breath in, filling your lungs fully. Hold it for a moment and then slowly exhale, releasing any tension you feel. Take another deep breath in and exhale fully, feeling your shoulders drop and your body relax. Now bring your attention to the top of your head, noticing any sensations there. Slowly scan down your body from your head to your toes. Notice where you might be holding tension in your jaw, neck, shoulders, or back. As you exhale, imagine that tension melting away. Continue to scan down your body through your chest, arms, abdomen, hips, legs, and feet, releasing any tension as you go. Take your time, allowing your awareness to move gently from one area to the next. Remember to breathe deeply, exhaling tension and inhaling peace. Now bring your attention to your breath. Notice the natural rhythm, the gentle rise and fall of your chest or abdomen as you inhale and exhale. There is no need to change or control it, simply observe. With each breath in, feel a sense of calm filling your body. With each breath out, let go of stress or worry. If your mind starts to wander, gently bring it back to your breath, allowing the sensation of breathing to anchor you to the present moment. Shift your attention now to your thoughts. Notice what comes up without judgment or analysis. Acknowledge each thought and then let it pass by, like a cloud drifting across the sky. Remember, thoughts are temporary, and they do not define you. Simply observe them and return your focus to your breath. Return your awareness to your body, feeling the contact with the surface beneath you. Sense the groundedness and stability it provides. Reflect on the interconnectedness of your body and feel gratitude for its ability to carry you through the day. Take a moment to send gratitude to different parts of your body: your feet for walking, your hands for doing, your mind for thinking, and your heart for feeling. Allow this gratitude to fill you with warmth and peace. Now imagine a place that brings you peace and calm. It might be a serene beach, a quiet forest, or a tranquil mountaintop. Visualize the details of this place, the sights, sounds, and scents. Immerse yourself fully in this calming environment, feeling its serenity wash over you. Stay in this place for a few moments, absorbing its tranquility. Let the peacefulness fill you, knowing you can return to this mental sanctuary whenever you need. Gradually bring your awareness back to the present moment. Feel the surface beneath you, the sounds around you, and the sensation of your breath. Take a deep breath in and slowly exhale. When you're ready, slowly open your eyes. Take a moment to notice how you feel the calm, the peace, and the presence within you. Remember, the peace and calm you've cultivated are within you, ready to be accessed whenever you need. Take this sense of tranquility with you and move through your day with mindfulness and ease. Meditation is to be aware of every thought and of every feeling. There are no right or wrong thoughts. Don't judge. Just let them be. Now settle into a comfortable position, either sitting or lying down. Close your eyes and let the weight of your body sink into the surface beneath you. Allow my voice to guide you on a journey toward tranquility. Begin by taking a deep breath in, filling your lungs fully. Hold it for a moment and then slowly exhale, releasing any tension you feel. Take another deep breath in and exhale fully, feeling your shoulders drop and your body relax. Now bring your attention to the top of your head, noticing any sensations there. Slowly scan down your body from your head to your toes. Notice where you might be holding tension in your jaw, neck, shoulders, or back. As you exhale, imagine that tension melting away. Continue to scan down your body through your chest, arms, abdomen, hips, legs, and feet, releasing any tension as you go. Take your time, allowing your awareness to move gently from one area to the next. Remember to breathe deeply, exhaling tension and inhaling peace. Now bring your attention to your breath. Notice the natural rhythm, the gentle rise and fall of your chest or abdomen as you inhale and exhale. There is no need to change or control it, simply observe. With each breath in, feel a sense of calm filling your body. With each breath out, let go of stress or worry. If your mind starts to wander, gently bring it back to your breath, allowing the sensation of breathing to anchor you to the present moment. Shift your attention now to your thoughts. Notice what comes up without judgment or analysis. Acknowledge each thought and then let it pass by, like a cloud drifting across the sky. Remember, thoughts are temporary, and they do not define you. Simply observe them and return your focus to your breath. Return your awareness to your body, feeling the contact with the surface beneath you. Sense the groundedness and stability it provides. Reflect on the interconnectedness of your body and feel gratitude for its ability to carry you through the day. Take a moment to send gratitude to different parts of your body: your feet for walking, your hands for doing, your mind for thinking, and your heart for feeling. Allow this gratitude to fill you with warmth and peace. Now imagine a place that brings you peace and calm. It might be a serene beach, a quiet forest, or a tranquil mountaintop. Visualize the details of this place, the sights, sounds, and scents. Immerse yourself fully in this calming environment, feeling its serenity wash over you. Stay in this place for a few moments, absorbing its tranquility. Let the peacefulness fill you, knowing you can return to this mental sanctuary whenever you need. Gradually bring your awareness back to the present moment. Feel the surface beneath you, the sounds around you, and the sensation of your breath. Take a deep breath in and slowly exhale. When you're ready, slowly open your eyes. Take a moment to notice how you feel the calm, the peace, and the presence within you. Remember, the peace and calm you've cultivated are within you, ready to be accessed whenever you need. Take this sense of tranquility with you and move through your day with mindfulness and ease. Meditation is to be aware of every thought and of every feeling. There are no right or wrong thoughts. Don't judge. Just let them be. Now settle into a comfortable position, either sitting or lying down. Close your eyes and let the weight of your body sink into the surface beneath you. Allow my voice to guide you on a journey toward tranquility. Begin by taking a deep breath in, filling your lungs fully. Hold it for a moment and then slowly exhale, releasing any tension you feel. Take another deep breath in and exhale fully, feeling your shoulders drop and your body relax. Now bring your attention to the top of your head, noticing any sensations there. Slowly scan down your body from your head to your toes. Notice where you might be holding tension in your jaw, neck, shoulders, or back. As you exhale, imagine that tension melting away. Continue to scan down your body through your chest, arms, abdomen, hips, legs, and feet, releasing any tension as you go. Take your time, allowing your awareness to move gently from one area to the next. Remember to breathe deeply, exhaling tension and inhaling peace. Now bring your attention to your breath. Notice the natural rhythm, the gentle rise and fall of your chest or abdomen as you inhale and exhale. There is no need to change or control it, simply observe. With each breath in, feel a sense of calm filling your body. With each breath out, let go of stress or worry. If your mind starts to wander, gently bring it back to your breath, allowing the sensation of breathing to anchor you to the present moment. Shift your attention now to your thoughts. Notice what comes up without judgment or analysis. Acknowledge each thought and then let it pass by like a cloud drifting across the sky. Remember, thoughts are temporary and they do not define you. Simply observe them and return your focus to your breath. Return your awareness to your body, feeling the contact with the surface beneath you. Sense the groundedness and stability it provides. Reflect on the interconnectedness of your body and feel gratitude for its ability to carry you through the day. Take a moment to send gratitude to different parts of your body: your feet for walking, your hands for doing, your mind for thinking, and your heart for feeling. Allow this gratitude to fill you with warmth and peace. Now imagine a place that brings you peace and calm. It might be a serene beach, a quiet forest, or a tranquil mountaintop. Visualize the details of this place, the sights, sounds, and scents. Immerse yourself fully in this calming environment, feeling its serenity wash over you. Stay in this place for a few moments, absorbing its tranquility. Let the peacefulness fill you, knowing you can return to this mental sanctuary whenever you need. Gradually bring your awareness back to the present moment. Feel the surface beneath you, the sounds around you, and the sensation of your breath. Take a deep breath in and slowly exhale. When you're ready, slowly open your eyes. Take a moment to notice how you feel the calm, the peace, and the presence within you. Remember, the peace and calm you've cultivated are within you, ready to be accessed whenever you need. Take this sense of tranquility with you and move through your day with mindfulness and ease. Meditation is to be aware of every thought and of every feeling. There are no right or wrong thoughts. The weight of your body sink into the surface beneath you. Allow my voice to guide you on a journey toward tranquility. Begin by taking a deep breath in, filling your lungs fully. Hold it for a moment and then slowly exhale, releasing any tension you feel. Take another deep breath in and exhale fully, feeling your shoulders drop and your body relax. Now bring your attention to the top of your head, noticing any sensations there. Slowly scan down your body from your head to your toes. Notice where you might be holding tension in your jaw, neck, shoulders, or back. As you exhale, imagine that tension melting away. Continue to scan down your body through your chest, arms, abdomen, hips, legs, and feet, releasing any tension as you go. Take your time, allowing your awareness to move gently from one area to the next. Remember to breathe deeply, exhaling tension and inhaling peace. Now bring your attention to your breath. Note
Hello, everybody. Excuse me. Hello, everybody. Welcome back for the afternoon sessions that are about to begin. We have a great lineup again for the rest of the afternoon. We're going to have an interesting session now, a topic that I'm very, very interested in. So hopefully you all had a nice break, a 30-minute lunch break or, refreshment break or even a networking session, wherever you are. Ready to start with our next session, and we look forward to having you all again back for the rest of the afternoon. Let me allow to introduce our next speaker. We have Perry Timms here with us, founder and Chief Energy Officer, People and Transformational HR, And a very cool topic. I'm very excited about this one. Perry's going to talk about HR 3.0, the future operating model for work. So welcome, Perry. Floor is yours. We're
Thank you so
looking
much.
forward to hearing you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you. And I hope you had a good day so far. Very nice to join you in the middle of a meditation session. So I did the breathing and so on. So that's got me in a good place. But thank you. Thank you. Yeah, a real pleasure and a real honor. I have spent a lot of my time thinking about the future of work, so much so that I often say I live there and operate there. And yes, I'm really interested in my professional field, human resources and the people and culture arena. And so, yeah, I've been thinking for a couple of years now about how we can create the step change needed in the world of work. And so the whole rethinking work topic is absolutely close to my heart. So I'll put the slides up and talk you through what I would like to share with you today. So to start with, I went to artificial intelligence, and you can see here I used Google Gemini with the prompt, an idyllic but realistic view of the future of work with a strong people, communities and planet perspective. And this is what it came back with. As we know from artificial intelligence image generation, it can be a bit odd, but I guess there's something really tranquil and natural about this. It's kind of sad that there's just this one human individual in the middle of it, but I guess we're thinking about our place in the grand scheme of things, and so that's probably what it's trying to present. So so I will talk to you about a new HR operating model that I think is very much needed, and I'll share with you the sort of evidence and the realization of why I think it needs to change quite radically to keep a step, I suppose, with people's expectations and a very challenging and turbulent world. So on screen, you can see some of my credentials. I do have the honor of being nominated in a number of lists. And in 2022, I was named the #1 most influential HR thinker in the UK, which was a real defining moment for me. You can find me on LinkedIn and things like TEDx. I've got a couple of speeches on there. I'm very interested in a less hierarchical, much more human-centered way of looking at how we can do work and how we can create organizations where people flourish. And the reason I believe HR is in an advantageous position to do so is what you can see on the screen there, being more dynamic, diversified and deliberate. And I'll talk to you about how we can do that. So let's get straight into it. Little bit of context about the company that I've been running for over 12 years. We are people-powered, change and innovation-led. We're strong on things like agile, autonomous and inclusive working. We spend a lot of time thinking about design and systems and the energy that people put into work and the energy they deserve to get back from their work. So we're very much standing in the space of conscious business models and the next stage of organization design. And we're guided by things like the United Nations 17 Sustainable Development Goals, and we are a certified B Corporation, living wage, and a proud 4-day operating week organization as well, and climate action positive. So that's a little bit about us and the space we occupy. Now, I understand earlier on the agenda you had this guy, the fabulous Gary Hamel. And here's a little screen grab from a talk I saw him deliver a couple of years ago. And I just love the context of this, how we are shifting in our approach to human beings in the workplace and the work arena from the classic human resources where institutions would employ and engage individuals to create income. That's almost like the industrial and knowledge era model, to the context really of human beings being resourceful. So still using the word, but a slight twist on it, where we as individuals are choosing an institution with which to create impact. And that impact is impact for the company. It's impact for the community that the company operates in, the market, the sector, impact on the planet, and of course, impact on us individually. So I love Gary's take on this, and I very much subscribe to this theory that we are at the dawn of what he calls, and I believe in, participatory organizations, ones where there's an enormous amount of activism, inclusion and participation, as it says. And the hallmarks of organizations like this are that they are post-bureaucratic. They have moved away from too much work about work. They are much more around the concept of humanistic management, so that we start from a sense of duty of care, support, enablement, belief, aligned to culture, values, and the impact that the company is there to deliver. And within that, we see a field of what is called organizational democracy. And I've been looking at organizations that practice organizational democracy for about 20 years. They often are non-hierarchical. They're very pioneering and led by experimentation, activism, inclusion, and innovation. So I think there's some writing on the wall, quite literally, that Gary's distilled in a beautiful way. And of course, he's done some terrific research about how we can be still very wasteful in the world of work, and we can find ourselves inhibiting human endeavor and somewhat suppressing the spirit of participation. So to move to that is absolutely where I think we're headed. Now, I'm going to share a model that I created a few years ago because I wanted to really distill down the sense of organizations that flourish. And that word has its roots in Greek ancient, I guess, rhetoric, where we can see the concept of something called eudaimonia, and Aristotle kind of coined the phrase. It's almost like the highest sense of human good. It's beyond hedonism and happiness, and is more about a constant state of joy. And as we were in the meditative state, you know, this sense of being really part of something potentially a lot bigger than you are individually. Now, if I just quickly unpack the model, there's a reason for this, because you'll see how this is shaping my thinking into what HR as a profession should really start to focus on and deliver. It starts at the left with two forms of value. The value that is created by the enterprise, whether it's for-profit, non-profit, public sector, education, healthcare, finance, manufacturing, utilities, whatever it is, there's value to be created by that company. But the other form of value is what we individually value in life. Teamwork, trusted environments, experimentation and learning, discovery, camaraderie, all the things that we feel are part of who we are and what we want to be in the world. That creates meaning. Meaning for the organization, that's why it exists, to create value in a particular market or a particular way. But we have meaning as individuals too. And if there's a sweet alignment between those two, that's where we can start to see real magic happen in the experience of work. But sadly, that doesn't happen enough when we look at polls done by organizations like Gallup year on year, using the frame employee engagement. It's pretty low, it's pretty plateaued, it's flatlined, and it's not where it could be. So if we move across, and we can see how this is framed by two forms of both intellectual and physical manifestation. One is systems, the systems we operate at work, and the other is energy, the energy that we create, that we bring, and that are sort of sparked into action. And then within it, some of the recognizable things that if you're in the HR practice field, you might recognize as almost like cultural elements and facets of how an organization operates. Everything's designed and it's based on principles. Those principles could be the values that the company espouses. They could be the legality and the sort of regulatory framework that you operate in, whatever it might be. But those are almost like the two starting points, really. We deliberately design our systems and channel our energy, and we set principles which the systems deliver, and that our energy is a participation within. And then these things tend to happen in terms of things like job descriptions and team structures and organizational shape and flow. And then some of the, what I guess we'd call HR artifacts, how we develop people, how we recognize and reward people, the influence that people need to have to shape their work, and how we influence people to behave and operate and have skills in a particular way. And also, obviously, inclusion, that people feel part of something. If they're different, that difference is celebrated, recognized, and utilized. That should lead us to a sense of fulfillment, that we feel like we're accomplishing things, we are hitting targets and objectives and aspirations, but that we care about what work we do, we care about the organization in turn cares about us, which impacts on our well-being and obviously just coming from a meditation session, that's probably uppermost in our mind. Now, if all of those things are absolutely clicking and working really well, we should see a natural state of flourishing for people. And if not, we can use this model to start with flourishing if it's not happening and move back from right to left to think, is it that there's not enough care being demonstrated or people aren't fulfilled? And is that because they're not getting enough recognition? Is that because we aren't clear about expectations? Is that because our design and principles are off kilter and we haven't adjusted them for the kind of dynamic world we're in now? So this model is something attempting to codify the experience of work for people and ultimately achieve a sense of flourishing in that concept of eudaimonia from Aristotle's kind of frame back in the day, 5th century BC. And if we look at HR, that's had an enormous amount of change over the last kind of 100 years, I suppose. If we go back to the concept of worker welfare, at the height of industrialism, we had child labor, we had people on very low income, we had people in very toxic and dangerous conditions for work and so on. And worker welfare was a way of addressing that by saying, well, actually, these people need looking after, they need caring, they need strong support, they need to know that they are going to work in a place that's safe and can help them with their economic side of life. And in the 1960s and 1970s, that moved into what I guess we recognize as industrial relations, the rise of unionism, the kind of negotiations between employers and senior leaders and union representation of people as workers would attempt to create fairer conditions, annual leave, maternity, pensions, and fair pay. And as we got into the 1980s, we started to see the advent really of personnel, where it was much more about legal, regulatory employment law interpreted within organizational operation. And in the 1990s, we started to shift the approach into human resources. And it was about recruitment and talent, and it was about learning. It was about creating career paths and thinking about loyalty and a future and progression. And latterly, we've seen a lot more relabeling and shifting to people and culture. And that includes inclusion, equity, diversity. That includes flexible working choices. That includes cross-geographical alignment to a company's mission. But now we're sort of going back. We're going back to the whole sense of, are we looking after people well? What's the impact of work on them and the impact they have on work for us as an organization? And that sense of activism. We've seen the rise in the UK, particularly of industrial disputes around pay and working conditions. We've seen people like the Hollywood movie producing arena withdraw their labor because of the utilization of artificial intelligence to take away roles from human beings. So we can see that there's probably a sense that almost all of these are now combined into the sense of what a modern and progressive HR people and culture function is having to deal with. So that's the kind of pathway really that's gotten us to the position that we're in now. But in the mid-90s, Michigan professor Dave Ulrich came up with a model that he felt really represented the time and the shift from personnel to a much more business-oriented and human-centric way of starting to position work. Shared services for technology-enabled HR administration, centers of excellence for people who knew things like talent, acquisition, development, organization design, psychology, employee relations, and then a role called business partners, which is people who are, I guess, interpreting human need and people science and business performance and the kind of sweet spot between the two. So that model is probably still the prevailing model for many HR teams around the world. And Dave did change and update this model towards the back end of the 90s, early 2000s, when he came up with these roles: the change agent, the employee champion, the administrative expert, and still the strategic partner. So we've seen some adaptations. Now, in 2017, I got the chance to write a book called Transformational HR, and I updated it in 2021. And I took a look at the profession from that historical lens and also looked at the kind of prevailing challenges around about the mid-2010s of how people had started to move to more adaptive structures, all of those democratic organizations I talked about. And people were experimenting with a range of different ways to design organizations and to give a strong sense of how people could create career paths and could participate in some pioneering activities. So In this model, I tried to reflect some of that shift and give some different frames to it, and just look at some of the products and the services and the support that HR was providing. Coaching, business analysis, talent development, the kind of future skills, people strategy, client experience. I think there's something in here about the emergence of things like behavioral science and understanding things like customer relations that was starting to become part of the deal inside organizations as well. Now, there are some companies who have taken that model on, which is really pleasing for me. But even now, I kind of look at it and think it's still part of an evolution. So I started to think about what could be next. And I was fortunate enough during the middle of COVID, really, I suppose, and then afterwards to have a look at the nature of skills. And so, because I couldn't really do the research myself, I looked at the research that was already done out there in the world. So Gartner, McKinsey, the World Economic Forum, OECD, all manner of people who were starting to look at the emerging skill sets for HR and leaders in the midst of a pandemic and then post-pandemic. And as you can see from these kind of two top 10s, there are some potential surprises and some things that we're like, yes, absolutely, that's what we expected. And things like science and analytics and design are all in there. And then I guess we're seeing things like code and the whole psychology of learning and agility becoming things that were really starting to come to the top of the list as an organization looked to adapt to a market and uncertainty and a future that it didn't really know what to expect. And in 2023, that had slightly changed. Insofar as I think what people had recognized doing the research, that leaders now were not having to be either terrific captains of industry or inspiring heroic figures to rescue organizations. They had to be a little bit of everything. They had to be a calming presence, an inspiring corporate warrior. They had to be really clever and smart about where to put bets on products, services, technology, supply chain, globalization, localization. So this multifaceted leader thing was really fascinating for me. And then some of the others translated across: experience design, science, and purpose becoming really strong, and how we can look at things like lifelong learning and inclusivity as really strong human traits that were likely to give organizations a human differentiation, not just a product and a brand and a market dominance, but they could attract talented people, they could retain talented people, they could unleash talented people. And that was seeming to be the real recipe for success. So lots of CEOs would say what kept them up at night, it was obviously things like cash flow and markets, but also, have I got the right people with the right capabilities now and for the future? And that was a real challenge for people coming out of the pandemic and now into, I guess, a still very turbulent world. So I mapped those to that model I talked about earlier on. And the whole sense of meaning making, people science, analytics, systems design, people operations, still absolutely needed for organizations to really, really thrive and flourish, but also how we can make sure that people also are flourishing within this particular environment. So that's where we need a stronger sense of what people want and starting to think about HR's deliverables as a series of products. So this is a model that I came up with. Again, it's 4 interlocking circles, but distinct domains, but intersectional domains about things like those products, policies, programs, apprenticeships, regulatory, flexible working, choice. All of those things are products that HR builds that helps people make choices, that helps the organization optimize and become efficient and effective. And they need the backing and support of psychologists who know people science, motivation, how people behave in certain stressful conditions and in challenging environments, and what those systems need to be like in order to be responsive, but very clear and adaptable, but also very aligned to organizational outcomes. And of course, underpinned by strong processes, by good utilization of technology, by fair, ethical, and safe ways to look at data and to store data and utilize data. So it doesn't feel massively radical, perhaps, but some of the roles that we're used to in the HR profession, I think, are probably past their sell-by date, but we do need people strong in particular areas of practice like pay modeling. We need people who can amplify and strengthen the sense of meaning in an organization, analyze data and look at performance and trends and fluctuations, but strong relationship brokers, people who can bring everything together, bring people together and create that sum more than the individual components added up. So that's my sense of how we could move to an HR 3.0 model. And I think there's something in here about how HR could lead the way to show much more of this adaptability, fluidity, flexibility, progressive, modern, but very also respectful of tradition, culture, heritage, and so on. So that's what it kind of looks like, a little bit more elegantly than the sketch. And this is backed up by some of the work from people like Deloitte. So Deloitte's 2024 Human Capital Trends talked about the concept of boundaryless HR. So some really interesting concepts that they've seen about how HR is now starting to move much more fluidly across the organization and doesn't become this compact, centralized source of practice. And some of the quotes from that report really struck me. Human sustainability and good jobs equals human performance. So no longer just looking at the kind of performance metrics and KPIs and OKRs, but really thinking what is good, strong, sustainable human performance. And here's some quotes. In an era of human-centered work, new sources of data and artificial intelligence can help organizations shift from measuring productivity to a sense of human performance. And really, that's what I'm talking about with flourishing. What do organizations need most in a disruptive, boundaryless era? More imagination. Now, that's something that we don't necessarily see a lot of, particularly from HR, but also just generally in the workplace. People are very busy and their schedules are very locked into calls and meetings and so on. We've really cut down the amount of time people have to think and be very imaginative and creative and innovative. But I think this is an era where we need that more than ever before. And then this whole sense that the future of work actually requires not just human resources, but particularly human resources as a profession to evolve and shift from silos and those pillars that I talked to earlier to being much more boundaryless, to being much more fluid, to go across a value chain, to think about employee life cycle in different ways. And I think there's something about people, business, and community that helps us understand where we need to position ourselves and how we need to really adapt and flow along different pathways rather than simply the verticals created in organizations. And this whole sense that culture is this one thing that guides us all, when actually it's an aggregation of smaller cultures nearer to people, nearer to teams, nearer to geographies, nearer to functions that aggregate up like a mosaic, I guess. Culture is really a mosaic of all of those elements of culture. And so I think the pursuit of monoculture has now become a particularly futile activity. So we've gone from managing employment to orchestrating work. And I think that's a huge, huge shift. So what does that look like? In a polycrisis world, it seems like we can't pursue stability. We can just have almost moments of temporary stability whilst we then plan for the next responsive change. Something about the hyper focus on performance and how difficult that is in challenging times, this leader facets being multiple and different and dynamic. And that an HR 3.0 practitioner is both a specialist and a kind of enterprise-wide leader. So is almost paradoxical in not being just skilled in one area, but being able to operate in a number of different domains, disciplines, agendas, and paradigms, all headed towards this kind of creative circular economy that I think we need to start thinking about as the planet starts to suffer even more with extractive pollution, climate, and so on. So we go from hierarchies to much more of a sort of dispersed, networked kind of environment. So that's definitely where we're seeing the team becoming, again, the epicenter of how we focus on human performance. We see jobs disaggregating into work that we go to rather than the work comes to us in a particular job-shaped vessel. We see rules negated by strong cultures, so that the rules which become out of date, we don't have to worry so much about, because culture allows us to adapt and keep on the right side of fair, equitable, inclusive, ethical, legal, and so on. And that we start moving from thinking about outputs to thinking about people experience as being the thing that helps us deliver strongly to customers and sustain and build that imagination and commitment into the world of work. So I think that's what we're starting to see, and that's been backed up by some research on people by people like Josh Bursin, who does a lot of analytics and research on markets. So let's have a quick look then at how we do that, because that all sounds grand, but what does the game plan look like? And I'll introduce the concept of S-curves in here. So it isn't just a linear change program. It is like a series of waves which start to create the sort of momentum for something new before something old is worn out. And we're in a kind of situation of depravity and paucity and so on. So creating abundance, I guess, through a constant cycle of S-curve related changes. I think we start with being super deliberate about what HR is there to do and how it positions itself to create stability and build that sense of adventure and imagination. So people and culture, and looking at skills in analytics, digital capabilities, consulting, OD, these are really strong and very much the lead signature traits, I think, of modern 2024 version HR. But we can't stay there for too long, because the next S-curve helps us go to a much more diversified approach so that we become less centralized, we become much more pliable, permeable, and across the organization, as we've heard in the boundaryless examples from Deloitte. So we decouple, so we're less formal, but we're still, in a sense, recognizable by some of the signature deliverables on things like talent, apprenticeships, fairness and flexibility, choice, career paths, so on. And that we strengthen things like agile and product development so that we can see how responsive HR can be to changing modern times and different elements of, I guess, people's expectations and needs and demands, to then becoming much more dynamic. So the dynamic side of things really is where we start to see just how much this 3.0 model could become part of our sort of DNA. And so that's where we morph into using people science, doubling down on value creation, design thinking, and link to a much more prosperous way to imagine work. So just kind of finish up now on this quote, which I think is terrific. We talk a lot about resilience. We talk a lot about adaptability. Ultimately, what we're talking about is perseverance. And this whole sense from Jal Mehta's quote, people don't persevere because they get good at perseverance. They persevere because they find things that are worth investing in. And I think the more we can create a dynamic people profession that helps work become more of a discovery of who we are and what we're here to do, that's the thing worth investing in. And that's all for me. Thanks very much. So I think rethinking work means this: we need better business to help us create a better world. And Soumya, I'll come back to you now. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Perry. This was a lot of good information. Again, as an HR professional myself, I think some of these things I've already seen us moving towards certain roles. But again, I think an interesting challenge to have. Sometimes it feels like a tall order to follow, but then, there's so much happening. So I guess, how soon we are able to, like you said, persevere, adapt, and, move forward is going to help us become better HR professionals and hopefully add some more value, I think. So that was, So I think, definitely I can see certain points which are like, this already happening. And I know there's some other things that are going to happen in the next couple of years. So
true.
I guess, it's challenging, interesting, but worth, I think, our time in being able to do all those things as professionals in the field. So
I think so. Yeah, so that's a pleasure. Thank you. Yeah, I really hope people are seeing the sense that if the rest of the working world needs some inspiration about how to recalibrate and realign, if we start by doing that first, I think they can feel confident that we can help them. And I think that's the challenge, Soumya. You're absolutely right. So thank you for that.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much for coming in.
Pleasure.
The conversation was enlightening. And I'm sure a lot of more folks, you might hear or see more folks coming and connecting with you on LinkedIn as well. But we appreciate your time. Thank you once again.
Thank you. Enjoy the rest of your day. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
All right. So that was great hearing from Perry Timms. We are getting ready to move on to our next session and next speaker. I think she is already here. So please allow me to introduce Professor Gloria Mark, Chancellor's Professor Emerita, Department of Informatics, UC Irvine. Welcome, Dr. Mark, Professor Mark. And I know that again, another interesting topic on how AI will impact our attention and all the things that will come with it. So I will let you take it on from here, and looking forward to the conversation.
Okay, thank you so much. Let me share my screen. Okay, are we good?
Yes, yes.
Okay. So, yes, I am trained as a psychologist. I've been studying how technology has influenced our lives, and I've been very fortunate to be studying this when certain technologies have emerged. And we happen to be at a cusp here with AI. Let me just. Okay. So, we're in a new era, and this new age of AI is presenting significant challenges for us. So I have been looking at AI. I've been looking at some effects of AI, and I'm also going to project, based on 20 plus years of studying tech use, where I think we are heading. But let me start by presenting a paradox. And the basic paradox is that AI, along with any other digital tool, was designed to extend our human capabilities. So to enable human beings to do more, but no matter how much additional information we can produce, and AI makes it a lot easier to produce information, ultimately, the human mind is still a bottleneck. There's just a limitation to how much information human beings will be able to manage. And here's the reason, and this is a bit of psychology. The mind has a limited pool of resources. We would like to think of ourselves as being superhuman, but unfortunately, nobody is superhuman. You can think of this as a tank. I like to use the metaphor of having a tank of cognitive resources. It's also called attentional capacity. And you might start your day with a full tank. You can be very energetic and focus very clearly. But as the day wears on, there are certain things we do that affects our ability to pay attention and focus. And of course, human beings need to pay attention to be efficient, to essentially maintain our competitive edge. There's actually neuroscience evidence that's behind this, where brain imaging shows that actually the blood flow in the brain changes as people are focusing, as they're using their cognitive resources. So blood flow in the brain is actually a good metabolic index of how our cognitive resources are being used. So I have been studying tech use for many, many years. Now, traditionally, what psychologists do is they bring people into a laboratory, they set up an experiment, they might study attention, they might study the effects of, how attention works on a screen, but this is all done in a laboratory. And my perspective has always been that to really understand tech use, how it affects our mood, our stress, our attention, and so on, we have to go to where people are. So I create living laboratories. And by living laboratories, what it means is I study people in their real work environments. I equip people with sensors that we have used heart rate monitors to measure stress. We, have used wearables. We have used what's called SenseCam cameras to capture people's face-to-face interactions. We log people's computer activity. We probe people continually to get their subjective impressions of what's going on. And what this means is that at any point in time, we can sync together all the data and we get a fairly complete picture of what people are experiencing when they're using their tech. And we've, to date, we've studied hundreds of people over multiple weeks in real work environments. And we've studied young people as well. So let me just show you one finding. In tracking people's attention on a screen over the last 20 years, we started out in 2004. We found that people averaged about 2.5 minutes on any screen before switching. In the last, say, 6 years or so, this average has gone down to 47 seconds on average. For example, in 2021, there was a study by Fatima Akbar, who was my student, and for her dissertation, she studied 50 information workers over a 30-day period and found that their average attention was about 44 seconds. No real difference from 47 seconds. The main point here is that our attention on a screen has diminished over time. It's not surprising. You know, there's just been an explosion of different websites and applications. Social media came on the scene. The smartphone was invented in 2007. So it's not surprising that our attention spans should have shrunk to such an extent. So let me talk to you now about a couple of projects that I've worked on with AI and how they can impact attention. So this project was done while I was at Microsoft Research. I've been a visiting researcher at Microsoft Research for over 10 years. And this is a project that was led by Alex Williams. And he developed SwitchBot. SwitchBot is an intelligent conversational agent. The goal of SwitchBot was to help people stick to their goals. Now, it turns out that attention follows whatever our goals are, right? If our goal is to finish a report, that's what we pay attention to. If our attention is to relax and have fun, then we might go to social media or play a simple game. So with SwitchBot, people were asked at the start of each day to identify two goals, their task goal for the day and their emotional goals. And one thing that's not considered is how important it is to get people to think about their emotional goals. So the task goal, of course, is what do you want to accomplish? The emotional goals, by the end of the day, how do you really want to feel, right? Do you want to feel stressed and pressured, or do you actually want to feel like you have positive well-being? So the good news is that using SwitchBot, where this agent would query people to identify their goals, it worked to help people stay on task. The bad news is that unless people are continually being asked, they forget very quickly what their goals are. So it's really important that goals be identified to continually to help keep people on track. This is another project worked on at Microsoft Research, and this was led by Evelyn Kimani. I was also part of this project. And it's a project to demonstrate that AI can actually help people focus. And this project was a personal digital assistant called Amber. And Amber the system used sensors to be able to detect how long people were working, what they were doing on their computers. And I want to mention that the data was stored locally. It was not sent to the company, but it was stored locally. And this agent could detect what people were doing and gave recommendations when it was time for people to take breaks. If they didn't get up and move around, it gave them recommendations when it was time for them to get up back on task. For example, if they were on social media, reading the news. And also, it gave people suggestions on how to schedule tasks based on their own personal attentional rhythms. Everybody has peaks and valleys of attention throughout the day. We have discovered that most people's attentional peaks are around mid-morning, 10, 11. And then again, they have another peak about 2 or 3 in the afternoon. And what you want to do is you want to schedule those tasks that require the hardest work, the most creativity during your attentional peaks. And so this agent Amber was able to help people manage that. We did a user study and it performed quite well. Now, here's another common use of AI that probably everyone here is familiar with, and that's the use of targeted algorithms. And you probably are all very aware that every time you go on the web, we leave digital traces of the sites we visit, the things we like, the content we interact with. And tech companies and ad remarketing companies capture this information. They create profiles about people. And based on these profiles, ads are targeted to you. And they're quite effective, quite sophisticated in capturing your attention. So for example, if your profile determines you're an extrovert, and it's quite good at determining personality, then it's going to direct an ad to you, say an ad for a car. It's going to direct an ad with lots of people around this car. And if the algorithm detects that you're an introvert, then it might show you an ad of an individual driving a car down a country road by themselves. Recommender engines, also based on AI, such as those used with TikTok, are really quite powerful. And they work with what's called a feedback loop. So they understand what people are looking at, what people enjoy, and keep feeding people more and more similar kinds of videos. They're very agile. So if you switch genres of video, the recommend engine will learn very quickly what it is you like. And algorithms are very, very powerful at capturing our attention and keeping us glued to sites. So now I want to talk about a particular kind of AI that's being used actually more and more quite widely in the workplace, and that's large language models, LLMs. And many of you, perhaps most of you, have already tried LLMs. Maybe you're using them regularly. These are things like OpenAI's ChatGPT, Google Gemini, Anthropic's Claude. So let me start off with some statements here, just to make it clear what AI is not, because a lot of people are seeing it as, this wonder tool. But let's be clear what it's not. It's not empathic. It's not empathic like humans are. If you're working with another human and the human can understand when you're stressed, when you're busy, they know to maybe hold off on giving you more work. AI is not explanatory. It produces results, but it's a black box. Not even software developers understand what AI is doing. Even if we open up the black box, it's just not clear what's going on. So AI produces results, and I'm going to talk about why some of these results may not be very accurate, but we don't know why it's doing what it's doing. AI output lacks human reflection. So if it's producing output, there's no human that's looking through this output to ensure that maybe it's appropriate content or that it might be geared to what a person wants. AI does not understand the user, right? It's unlike humans, where we have a good idea of what the user wants. And so we might give a person content according to what we think they want or need. Importantly, AI's goals are not the user's goals, right? What are AI's goals? Well, it's the goals of the tech company. The tech company, of course, wants to make profit. It might be the goals of the software engineers who designed it, who are designing their values into AI. And their values may not be the values of that you and I have. And also, AI does not have intentionality. So when humans produce something, say artwork, we have an intention about what we want to produce. AI, it's just a machine, right? Even Jackson Pollock, the artist who painted what looked like a random set of colors, he actually had a lot of intentionality in what he was doing. AI does not. Again, it's just a machine. It's just giving it output. So let me ask the question of how well can large language models summarize information to make it meaningful for us? Because this is what they're used for quite a bit. So let me talk about an experiment I did with students. And basically, what the students did was they were to summarize articles themselves. Then they had ChatGPT. So this was OpenAI's ChatGPT 3.5. They had that summarize the very same articles. Then they revised their articles according to the output, and then they evaluated their experience. So in total, we had about 600 summaries that were evaluated, 40 students over 10 weeks. These are very smart students, so they were very sharp in their evaluations. So how well did ChatGPT do? So it was very good at providing facts, was not good at providing any kind of insight or depth. This is a sentence that was illustrative of what the students found. One student reported the summaries lacked the depth and nuanced analysis that only us as humans can provide. The AI output can be humanoid. In other words, it can look robotic at times. And, here's the thing. It looks grammatically correct. It's complete sentences, but it can be just nonsensical, or it does look like a machine wrote it. Here's an example of one of the sentences it produced. Through the use of circuit breakers, it has reduced misinformation within a time interval, which is inoculation, right? If you don't read the output carefully, this is the kind of sentences that you might be actually turning in. And of course, you must be familiar with hallucinations. Hallucinations are errors in large language models, and these were widespread. There's two types of hallucinations. There's factual hallucinations where it contradicts known facts. So if you ask it, who is Amelia Earhart, you might get an answer that says she was the first woman elected to the US Senate, which of course is nonsense. There's also what's called hallucinations of faithfulness. That's where you ask it a question and you get content that might be factually correct, but completely irrelevant to what you've asked. So you ask about the economy of Ireland and you get a response about the economy of Belgium. This is a recent study that was done by researchers at Carnegie Mellon, and they looked at queries that were given to LLMs, real-world queries, and then they calculated how many contained hallucinations. The best large language model that they found was ChatGPT-4. That's the paid for version from OpenAI. And that still had about a 19% hallucination rate. A model like Llama 2 has 83% hallucination rate. So hallucinations are quite widespread. So let's talk about some challenges that we might expect using LLMs in the workplace. So consider that, it's so easy to use a large language model to produce output. You ask it, create a summary of all this information, or, write a report. So it's a boon for us in terms of being able to manage large amounts of information. But remember what I said initially, right? That people lack the cognitive resources. Our minds are a bottleneck to how much information we can actually process. And one thing that I do worry about when people are not using critical reasoning skills on information on a daily basis is I worry about the loss, that it's a muscle that we have to keep active, and I worry about weakening our critical reasoning muscles. So the human mind is slothful, it's lazy. And there's lots of research that shows that we tend to do what's easiest. And, for example, there's one study that shows if people have a choice between taking an easy path to walk on or a hard path where they use their normal walking gait, they're going to take the easy path, even though it means changing their walking gait. We use cognitive heuristics, simple heuristics to make judgments. We use that all the time because it makes it easier for us. And so I do worry about our human tendency for laziness, and that it's a slippery slope, that it's a lot easier to just simply have ChatGPT or Claude or whatever your favorite LLM is, having them do the work as opposed to humans having hands-on experience. The idea of deep processing is something that I believe we're losing. Deep processing means that when we read information, we don't just read it, but we actually ask questions about it. We connect it to our own knowledge. And I worry that with the use of LLMs, AI in general, that we're losing that ability to really process information in a very careful and deep way. We've all had the experience where we read an article, we read it fast, and then we can't remember what we read, or we go to a lecture, can't remember what we're hearing, because we haven't processed that material deeply. When we really spend time and process information deeply, then we can remember it better, right? It leaves what's called a memory trace in our minds. So the use of LLMs is that it's creating a separation between us and the information. And it's a slippery slope, right? We may believe that we're just going to use it for certain tasks, but because of our tendency for laziness, because it's easy, we're using it more and more. We're seeing that people in the workplace are using it more and more, but there is a separation. We're not touching that information anymore. We're simply touching summaries, which may or may not be accurate. I also worry about our motivation when using AI. There's a recent study that I did where we found that when people worked remotely, their motivation was very different than when they worked with people in the workplace. The reason is when we work with other people, people send social signals about being active and working hard. We pick up those signals, and that helps motivate us. When people are working remotely, they don't have those same kinds of social signals. And so they tend to have to find motivation on their own. And a lot of people can get demotivated. And, you can also get demoralized. So that's a danger we fall into. When we're using AI, I also have that same kind of worry that we're interacting with this entity, this machine, and we're not picking up signals that we need to help keep us motivated. I also worry about losing originality with AI-produced work. This year, there was a Japanese author, Riku Dan, who won the top literary prize in Japan for her novel, and part of it was written by ChatGPT. The Authors Guild of America this last year asked for fair compensation because their writing is being used to train LLMs. And the same with the New York Times, they claimed copyright infringement because LLMs are using their articles to train their models. This is a picture by the artist Marcel Duchamp, who took the Mona Lisa, painted a mustache on it, and this leads to the same kind of question: is this really original? So what's the right model that we need to use in working with LLMs? Should we think about LLMs as a slave, where we simply outsource our work to them? Should we think of LLMs as an autonomous entity that can sort of, quote, think on its own? Or should we view it as a collaborating partner that we can work together with? And I argue that we should think about AI as a collaborating partner. And just as with humans, right? With humans, we need to do additional work to make collaborations work. And I've been looking at collaboration among humans for many, many years. And one of the things that's needed is what's called articulation work. And articulation work is the coordination that's needed, the defining of roles, figuring out how to separate tasks. This is the additional kind of work that's needed when working with AI as a collaborating partner, as opposed to simply sending a prompt and asking AI to create output, right? Creating prompts is a skill that needs to be developed, and there needs to be some background thought before work is just simply outsourced to AI. We need to also understand the AI we're collaborating with. AI is not going to understand us, but we need to understand what AI can do. It's good at facts, and what I cannot do. It's not good at creating any kind of depth in writing or creating insight. That's something that humans can do. So let's end with some takeaways. So first of all, let's talk about the different kinds of skills that AI and humans can bring if we work together in a collaborative partnership. So humans are very good at reasoning with ambiguity. And AI is not. So humans are better at decision-making when information is uncertain. AI is better at calculating and in coming up with facts and analyzing data. And so we need to consider what we can bring to the table and what AI can, so that we can form a synergistic relationship. We need to be vigilant against blind trust. So remember, the output looks coherent. It's grammatically correct. It uses facts. And so we have this tendency to simply trust it, and we can get overconfidence in the use of AI. We need to be vigilant against this kind of blind trust. Now, AI, it's advancing rapidly, and in 5 years or so, hallucinations will be much less. But for what it is right now, we need to guard against overconfidence in AI. So we need to keep a human in the loop. Can't just offload material, take the output, turn it in, but we really need to have human intervention and human oversight, right? Again, hallucinations are widespread, but we need to very carefully read what AI is being produced. And it's not just a single prompt where we get output, but it's going to involve a skill in creating multiple prompts until we can get the kind of information that we need. It's really important to create shared conventions for using AI in your group or organization. So you don't want a situation where you've got one person in the team using AI for one purpose and other people aren't using it, or they're using AI for a different purpose. So the organizations need to come up with policy for how AI can be used, for what cases AI can be used, and who should be using AI. So it's very important that there be a shared understanding in a team and also in an organization. So let's not lose our critical thinking when we use AI. We lose our ability to be human. And I want to end with a quote here from Hannah Arendt, who's a philosopher. And she says, people need to think more than just minimally, which is our natural tendency. It's our ability to think independently and actively, to exercise our thinking and judging faculties that make us human. Let's not lose our humanness. So we've come to this cusp in this new technological era, and we need to be able to optimize and preserve our human attention. So I would like to close thanking you and also mention that some of the work that I presented here is in my book, Attention Span. You can find out more about it at my website. I also want to mention that I write a weekly Substack where I write about topics of AI and topics about our lives in the digital age, where you can find here. Thank you very much.
Great, great. Thank you, Dr. Mark. Appreciate it. This was all very insightful, especially, and I guess there's a balance, fine balance we need to maintain between AI and us humans. Very insightful. Thank you so much for your time. We really appreciate you being here today. And I'm sure there's more folks who might reach out to you at some point after this conversation, via LinkedIn or otherwise, or even directly on your website. So thank you once again.
My pleasure.
All right, thank you. I'm sure people are still with us. We have a great session again going forward. The next session we have another interesting topic. Again, we are following the theme of AI. And let me introduce you to our speaker, Professor Helke Schulman, Assistant Professor of Journalism, New York University, author of The Algorithm, and an Emmy Award-winning investigative journalist. Professor Schulman, welcome to WorkCongress. And I know you will be speaking about the future of hiring with AI, which I'm very excited about. Looking forward to hearing more. So, floor is all yours. Please take it away.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for having me. I'm delighted to be here. I wanted to talk a little bit about what I found out. I think a lot of people think AI is in the future of hiring, but really, I've looked at, I've investigated this field for the past 5 years, and the reality is AI is already here. It's widespread in use in hiring, and I think a lot of job seekers are not necessarily aware of it. I've talked to a lot of them, and unfortunately, many weren't aware of when AI is being used in them. And, I've investigated a lot of these tools. So I've also found out that, the companies promise us that they find the most qualified people without discrimination, and that this, AI hiring tools will bring much more efficiency. And I think it does bring much more efficiency to companies, but we actually haven't found any evidence that it reduces discrimination, and that it picks the most qualified people. So I want to share some of those insights because I want people to know what's out there. And, I've also learned a couple of things along the way that I think might be helpful for job seekers. So I just wanted to start with a second to sort of understand, maybe also who I am a little bit, why am I talking about all of this? So let me just share my screen here. This is my slideshow. One second, I'm going to move it over here. So let's go beginning. Here am I. Here's the book that I wrote about all of this. And as you can see, I've published widely about this topic in the in the New York Times, the Wall Street Journal, my longtime home, MIT Technology Review, The Guardian, I wanted to share here where we see AI tools being used in the hiring funnel. So we see it in sourcing when recruiters may reach out to folks. And I think what I've also learned is now AI tools that, when companies want to diversify, so this is before you've applied. So this is just built, sourcing potential candidates. So some companies may use AI that may infer, are you from your LinkedIn or from, sort of other data exhaust that you leave on the internet if you are a person of color or a woman. So for example, if I would be, while I was doing a film on Pakistan, I was part of the South Asian Journalism Association. If that was on my resume, the tool would infer that I'm South Asian. If I'm part of the Women's Chess Club, the tool would infer that I'm a woman. So I just wanted to let people know that that is out there. And then we see AI tools very widely used in the screening phase, meaning when you upload your application to LinkedIn or Indeed or any of these large job platforms, they all use some form of AI. And, they use it to sort of on the other side, recruiters don't want to see 2,000 resumes just bundled up in a folder. They want it ranked, right? Who is the possibly the best candidate and who is one that they maybe shouldn't be calling. So that's one way we see it. We also see large companies, if you go to their website and apply directly there, they also often use applicant tracking systems that now most of them have AI built in. And we know actually that almost all Fortune 500 companies use AI tools in their hiring funnel, from wide candidate pool closer and closer. So we also see it, once there's like sort of a resume screening, we often also see it in the interviewing phase, where companies ask candidates to use one-way video interviews or one-way audio interviews, where you get, phone pre-recorded messages on your phone or on your desktop, and you just record yourself answering. Sometimes HR folks are watching these, bless their heart. But often we also see that companies may opt to use AI to screen and rank candidates. And then we also see it in the selection phase. I'll talk a little bit, and you'll see some of the video games some companies ask candidates to play. And we also see AI tools sometimes used in background checks, in employment checks, and also for hiring. So I'm just gonna start with, and I wanted to talk a little bit about the scope. This is HireVue, one of the companies that I first encountered, and they're the leaders in the one-way video interview space. And when I first saw them, they were doing facial expression analysis, intonation of voice analysis, words that people use, and it was just, looked kind of like that this may be possibly magic, that we have superseded humans or something. I just wanted to know more. So I wanted to share this, and most of the time, so these technologies are often used on sort of blue collar jobs, hourly jobs in fast food and retail. That's where we probably see the most use of them. We've also seen flight attendants being screened with AI. We've also found teachers. So there's different use cases, but often where you have large companies that have to hire ongoingly, that we see probably the most usage. So I just wanted to share this like super quick 2-minute video from the Wall Street Journal when I first started investigating this. So let me just get this so you'll see. I think it's a really good use case to show how these tools work. So this is, see my colleague Jason Bellini and I, we went to Utah to understand like how do these tools work. Share this.
Our exploration of the new world of hiring with a visit to the headquarters of one of the companies that's pushing the envelope, HireVue. Its artificial intelligence assessment tool is used by over 50 companies, including Unilever and Hilton, which both declined to comment. This, I'm told, is a typical digital interview for someone applying to become a customer service rep. It confronts me with several scenarios that, on the job, I might encounter.
If you can't help me resolve this right now, I'm going to take my business elsewhere.
I'm here to try to make things better.
I go into this knowing something that HireVue acknowledges many job candidates potentially do not. That my responses are being assessed not by human beings, but by AI, analyzing my tone of voice, the clusters of words I use, and my micro expressions.
So here's what's wild to me. The notion of micro expressions, is that what you're calling them?
It's the facial analysis software. It's capturing, if you think of facial movement, smiling, frowning, eyebrow movement, those are actual database points, and they roll together to give certain emotions and traits and personality and thinking style things.
Here I am. Yeah. I just did the interview for a job as a customer support representative. How'd I do?
The first thing is we look at the AI score that's attached to it, and you can see that up here. You scored it at 37%.
That's pretty good, right?
No, that's out of 100, right? So you're kind of in the bottom third, if you will, in that job, so you'd be a low match, essentially.
My rating is the result of HireVue's AI comparing my responses to those of actual employees. Essentially, my performance is being compared. My voice, my words, my facial expressions against a company's highest performers.
So you think if an employer were to see that number, would I be written off most likely? Would it be filtered out of the process completely?
No, absolutely not, actually. What we would recommend is that the candidates could be rank ordered by that, but they still go and look at the different videos.
So you're telling me that everybody who goes through this, they get seen by someone?
Can be. They want to watch all the videos.
But they might decide, hey, this guy Jason only has 37%, not even worth our time.
If you score so low, they might say we may not watch all the videos, but they may watch a question.
Sorry, I'm going to stop it here. But I wanted to, just share that, so you sort of understand, because it's hard, it's hard to imagine like the facial expression analysis and how it's being compared. I think what was interesting to me, I did this video for the Wall Street Journal in 2018, and we talked to some experts about this because I wanted to know more about what do we know about facial expressions and how can they be used to find the right candidates. So it turned out that there really isn't any science there. We don't have any science to check what kind of facial expressions we need to be good at a job. And we really do not know what kind of facial expressions we need to have to in a job interview that can infer if we are successful in the job. And also when I talked to some of the leading psychologists, the idea underneath the hood of this technology, it's called effective computing. HireVue didn't invent it; they just used another company's software. Is the idea that we all have 6 emotions that connect all of us. So if I smile, I'm very likely to be happy. If I growl, I'm angry. And the computer can read my facial expressions. But what I learned from psychologists is actually it doesn't mean necessarily that although the computer will register that I'm smiling, that I'm actually happy. So the same with intonation of our voices. We don't have any science there. So I think it's really, this is really problematic. And so I had the story in the Wall Street Journal. The next year, Drew Havel had another big story about the technology in the Washington Post. There was an epic complaint against HireVue with the FTC. And, HireVue did do the right thing and they said they phased out the facial expression and later the intonation of our voices analysis, which is good because, we shouldn't use anything that is pseudoscientific or it has no scientific backing in these tools. But large companies used it. And I sort of sometimes feel this is a win. It's good that we don't use this technology anymore. But it's kind of sometimes like playing whack-a-mole because HireVue phased out the technology, but other companies now have come up who use the technology again, which is just a little bit unfortunate, but it is what it is. From there on, I also looked at the resume screeners, and what I found are biased keywords in resume screeners. And the way I found out about it is when vendors who built this technology work with companies, large companies, they sometimes maybe do a pilot phase, or the company will bring in a few lawyers and do some due diligence. Or sometimes what happens, a large company uses some of the tools for a little while, and they sort of, people may start to get a little bit suspicious and feel like, what, is this really working? And so they bring in outside counsel. And they get to look into the black box. So what they found is in resume screeners that were probably built with, the training data was probably resumes of people who are currently in the job, or maybe have been had a job interview and were deemed as like successful candidates. The tool, was given their resumes and figure out what do all these people that are successful at this company have in common, and job seekers were compared against them. So what this tool found, and I think these are kind of predictive AI tools that we see often in the first generation of AI tools in hiring. And they look for statistically relevant keywords. So here's what they found. In one tool, they found that first names like Thomas and Elsie were predictive of success. Probably maybe there were a bunch of Thomases in the pile. I think most people know that that the name Thomas doesn't qualify you for anything. It gets really problematic when you look at locations like Canada and Syria that popped up. In the United States, you're not allowed to discriminate based on national origin, which could very easily, possibly be applied here. We've seen race-based discrimination, a tool that uses Africa and African American as a predictor. Another lawyer shared with me that they found gender-based discrimination. So in one tool, the tool was giving folks who had the word baseball on their resume more points, and folks who had the word softball on their resume fewer points. So that in the United States, that could very well mean there was gender discrimination here, because traditionally men, play baseball, and women traditionally play softball. So those are really problematic keywords that we really shouldn't be touching in hiring, right? And the idea in hiring is at least that, and the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission in the United States, the regulator of the world of work in the United States, they suggest that companies do a job analysis and really think through what are the skills and capabilities that you need to be good at this job. And obviously not what first name, what location you need to come from, all those things we don't want to use. But again, because these tools just do a statistical analysis, these words may have come up. So that's sort of some of the troubling natures that I found. And I wanted to share another thing that I did. I did test these tools myself. This is a tool I tested. It's called My Interview, where I did a video interview. It only looked at the intonation of my voice and the words that I use. And what was kind of interesting when I answered, I set up a job and I said, asking questions like, what are your strengths and weaknesses? And when I answered all the questions in English, and sort of talked about why I would be a good office manager and researcher, I got I think 78% or so of a match score, meaning I was 78% qualified for the job. And then I did this test where I thought about what is with people who may have a disability, maybe people who have an accent, will the tool quote unquote understand them as well as other folks? So these AI tools generally don't read out the recording, but they do a speech to text transcription, and then the interview will be scored based on the transcription. So I was like, okay, let's try this out. So I spoke to the tool in German, which is my native language. And I had assumed that, I wouldn't reach some sort of threshold that companies describe to me that you as a candidate have to reach. And therefore there would be an error or message that I would get. But that kind of didn't happen. So I have a minute here from a podcast that we did on this. Just gonna play this. Oh, I have to share it. Second.
So, Hilke, you also tried speaking German to my interview, and you got a score there too.
I did get a score, but first I got a transcript of what I said.
Okay, so this is what it interpreted your words to be. And I'm just going to read from the transcript here, which does not make a lot of sense. So, humidity is a desk, a beat up. Sociology does it iron. Mind material, nematode adapt. Secure location, masons the first half gamma their fortunes in.
Yep, it's gibberish.
Okay, what results did you get from this?
I was scored a 73% match for the role, although I didn't speak a word of English, and the things I said in German had nothing to do with the questions I was asked or with the job itself.
Because you were reading a German Wikipedia page.
Yeah, actually, 73% is pretty high. And I wanted to make sure this language discovery was just not based on me speaking German. So one of the graduate students who I work with was kind enough to record herself in Chinese reading the same Wikipedia text. She scored 80%, and her English transcript is gibberish just like mine.
Right, bringing us back once again to this question of, are these machines making decisions based on scientific evidence, or are they just guessing?
Yep. So I think, those are kind of important things, I think, to sort of show that, like, we always think that AI is like super precise and knows, quote unquote, knows all of these things. But I think it's also like really, really important to understand that, what I have uncovered is like that a lot of these tools are pretty basic. And I think that should give us, pause that maybe we shouldn't use tools like that. So I have another example here, which is a gamified assessment. So this is often used in investment bank and banking industry. I think because what a lot of companies want to do is, they get millions of applications and they're just overwhelmed. So what are they going to do? They're going to use sort of AI tools. And I think especially these videos, I'm going to start sharing them in a second here. They're often used. So here you can see me setting it up. I'm basically asked to pump up balloons and earn money. So these are being used on recent graduates, often college graduates or graduate students who maybe don't have like 10, 20 years of work experience. And, last year, I think Goldman Sachs said that I got over 220,000 applications for their summer internships alone. And so you can see like the volume of application, it's just too much for companies and they need a technological solution. So, but with young folks, I think a lot of HR folks feel like, well, they all have a great bachelor's degree, but I don't know a lot more about them. So why not let them play this game? Because these games will find out what are their capabilities, what are their personality traits, and the tool is calibrated by folks who are currently in the role playing the game. So this is, for example, this balloon game is supposed to check how my capabilities for risk behavior. Am I a risk taker or not? And so, maybe you have 50 accountants in a role, they all play the game, and maybe it happens, surprisingly, that all your accountants are risk takers. And, now the tool would look at, if I play the game of, am I a risk taker? I would get certain points for that. That's sort of a basic understanding of the tool. So it was interesting while I was playing the tool, though, I had some questions that came up that I was like, wait a second, like, maybe I'm a daredevil playing video games, but does this actually pumping balloons in a video game, actually translate to me being a risk taker in the real world? I'm not sure that I have evidence of that. And then I think other considerations are that, the folks who are currently in the job, if, a lot of companies want to diversify, but if we use them as training data, like, are we just going to hiring the same people again? And the question is also like, is risky behavior actually something, risk taking, that is something that you need to do in this job? Otherwise, if it has nothing to do with the job, why are we looking for this? It makes no sense. In fact, like, you could discriminate against really, or not discriminate, but you could reject really qualified people because you don't look at the right things to hire for. So I think those are real real concerns. And my other really big concern about these games is for folks who have a disability. And, I want to show this again at one of the tools here that I tested. There's no audio here. This one is called Hard and Easy Task. Here it is. And so here is, and you see me playing this game, I'm being asked to choose a hard or an easy task. And then the hard task is to hit the space bar as fast as possible to complete, the bar coming up. You'll see it again in a second. I'll play it again. And, it's really interesting. When I was playing this, I was like, what does this have to do with the job? Same with the balloon playing, right? Like, I've never had a job where I had to like hit the space bar as fast as possible. But when I was playing the game with Henry Claypool, who's a disability advocate, and he has a physical disability himself, he's quadriplegic. He was really worried that, like, what would happen if somebody who has like a motor disability encountered this game? It might be too late to ask for an accommodation. Also, a lot of people with a disability don't want to ask for accommodation because they don't want to, end up on the quote unquote pile B that no one ever looks at, right? That's sort of the fear. But also, like, if I had a disability, I would start playing the game. I wouldn't know what I would encounter. And the other problems that we see with like often folks who are already marginalized in the workforce today, and I would argue that human bias like has gotten us here, right? That people with disabilities, at least partially, and people of color and women haven't been, people haven't trusted them to fully do the jobs, and they haven't gotten promoted or hired as well as a lot of other men. So often, people with disabilities are underemployed. So they're often not in the training data if we train the tools with people currently in the role. And then the other problem is that people who have a disability, their disability is often individually expressed. So maybe you have somebody who is autistic in the training data, who plays the game, and then you have a job seeker who is autistic, but you probably don't have enough because it's all about a quantitative assessment. And I think the other thing is that the other problem could be that like one person with a disability just expresses themselves so differently than somebody else. So it could be that you just discriminate people just by because they have a disability. And I think that is a real problem in these tools, and I have not seen companies address it and the vendors. And I wanted to, so I think we really have to do more work. So I think the first generation of these tools have really shown this is like not working really well, because maybe we have just digitized the old school methods into a digital tool, and we haven't really thought about like how could we hire better. So I want to really like push people to think about like skeptical about these AI tools, think through how can we hire more holistically. I also want to have folks who built these tools really think about like transparency, explainability, because I think the problem that we see in a lot of these machine learning tools, they use deep neural networks, doesn't matter what that means, but it often means that we don't know what the computers infer upon. And that strikes me as really problematic when the people who build the technology and the people who use the technology do not know how it actually functions. There can be a lot of misfires, for example, the locations or the names. So I'm urging companies to really rethink and rebuild their tools. I think what has been really helpful for job seekers, and this is sort of my last point, is like ChatGPT has been really helpful. I think a lot of job seekers felt like they didn't have enough agency. Their applications go to LinkedIn and they never hear from a company, but now they feel like, wait a second, I can use ChatGPT to polish my resume, maybe to generate a cover letter. And, some people laugh at, sort of joke about it. It's like AI against AI. They know that companies use AI. We also see job seekers use ChatGPT to understand what are the most often asked questions in job interviews, what are the best answers, and, really use the tool to train themselves. And there are training programs out there if you want to use that. I think also one last tip I have is like, make your resume machine readable. and maybe use, a job scan and other tools out there to check, does my tool, the job description and the resume, how much do they overlap? So there's a couple of things that you can do. So just leaving that there. Feel free to contact me on LinkedIn. There's only one Hilke Schellman, so you'll find me. I have some of those tips there. They're also in the book. And thank you so much for being here, paying attention. And I love to connect with folks and learn about their experiences with these tools.
Definitely, Professor Schellman. I'll be sure to reach out to you.
Please
I do have a few follow-up questions, and I think I would love to learn from you. So we'll definitely reach out. Thank you for your time this afternoon. Great insights, and I know it's always a tough call using AI versus not, whether you're on, whichever side of the table you're on. So we appreciate your insights. Thank you so much for today.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye. All right, so we're going to move on to our next session. And again, I think this is going to be an interesting conversation as well. We do have, I think the topic is going to be about workplace and belonging. And we do have a co-founder and principal of Studio A+A, Ms. Primo. I will hand it over to you so you can take it over from here. Mr. Primo Opila for everybody. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm excited to be part of Workplace Congress. Thank you for inviting me. I'm going to share my screen, and we're going to review some ideas that we have about belonging and kind of what the new workplace is requiring of companies to be thinking about as they begin creating their workplace return to work policy. So give me 1 second here. Get to the right page. Can you guys see that okay?
Yes.
Okay. So just to give you a little background, Studio A+A has been working in the workplace sector for over 30 years. Firm started in Silicon Valley in '91. So we've had a lot of time to kind of see workplace in its many different iterations. And this is no different. Workplace and belonging is really something that we've sort of been striving for a long time. But it seems like after the pandemic, a lot of these things have come to kind of the top of demands in terms of what we can do to kind of make people feel a part of the workplace. How can we have a better environment for people when they return to the workplace? If it wasn't there before, what are the things that are missing? So I think really what the statement should be is a workplace is changing because work is changing. We've had 2.5, 3 years of working remotely in this new hybrid fashion. And in this little map of the workplace, it's sort of a tool that tells you that, yes, we do have the connected environment, which is your building or your campus, but we now have opportunities to work remotely or from your home. So like the two little icons at the bottom shows like possibly working from your apartment or your home in the left side, or in the lower area, possibly working in a remote office in the town closest to you as opposed to commuting all the way in. But we still have this connected workplace with different typologies and spaces to do different types of work. What we're going to focus on is what really makes people feel a part of the workplace. So this is kind of the statement we'll kind of lead with, because I think it's really germane to the subject. The workplace is becoming what the employees want it to be. There's recognition that employees are actually the customers of our environment, of our workplace environment. Organizations are recognizing that in their investment in corporate real estate doesn't serve the needs of employees, then it's a waste of money. These same organizations are also recognizing that finding and keeping the right people in today's economy is so much more costly than it once was. The workplace needs to be redesigned to capture the voice of the employees rather than the leaders. Organizations need to conceptualize the workplace as a product that is driven by the voice of its customers which are the employees. So in these next few slides, we're going to talk about some of these exact issues of inclusion and making people feel a part. And we're going to also have these little schematics that diagrammatically describe what that space might be. Like, for instance, this is a lobby and an exterior of a building, and how can we make it more engaging? So based on what we've heard from them, what do employees need the space to provide? And here's 3, we've got 5 in total. But the first one we talk about is connection. We need social spaces and amenities that build relationships and foster community. Team spaces that allow work groups to cross-pollinate, connect in different stages of the project. Stairways and transition areas that encourage people to stop and talk. Public-facing spaces that rekindle company connection to the local community. Environmental branding that connects each worker to the larger purpose shared by all. We need the restorative properties of the workplace. We now need spaces that show the company's investment in people to promote health and well-being and mental equilibrium. Places of refuge that people can recover on the job, personal stress, and just get away from it for a short period. Gardens, living walls, and biophilic features that might be as readily available at home. Self-improvement amenities like fitness centers, meditation spaces, yoga rooms, food and beverage rooms, etc. We also need the ability to explore, exploration, spaces that encourage experimentation, think tanks, creativity, activity, workshops and studio spaces for teams and individuals to build relationships with like-minded people, well-equipped specialty spaces for work that requires specific technologies, tools, and space configuration. Open engagement spaces that foster free flow of ideas, spontaneous interaction, hands-on methods of work, and places of meaningful work. Regular access to a mix of digital and analog, virtual and tactile, complex and simple interaction with people. The last 2 are inclusion, spaces that convey welcoming, nuanced understanding of different cultures, work styles, personal circumstances, environments that celebrate cultural diversity through food, art, other cultural aspects, spaces designed for easy and intuitive use by people with the widest variety of physical and cognitive abilities, spaces that use environmental branding and art to show respect and support of all ways people define themselves. Commitment to inclusive work cultures that is visible to employees, prospective employees, and visitors. The last thing is structure. So this is something that's unique, but people like structure. Spaces that provide reliable infrastructure for planning and accomplishing work with a predictable way. Spaces that build company culture and promote its value. And environments that allow young people entering the workforce to learn skills, protocols that will serve them throughout their lives. A destination with protocols that balance employees' needs and the overall vision for their company in an empathetic yet moving way. A flagship that represents in the built environment the sense of purpose a company's mission states. So those are just 5 really, really kind of strong philosophies that we need to think about as we've been developing this return to work typology and spaces. So the next couple of slides, we're going to show some of these particular typologies. When we talk about typologies, we're talking about space types. Here's one that's called Play Lab that we've developed, called that basically that helps refocus so you can doodle and explore. So when you're working, consists of hours of screen writing code or stress testing engineering formulas. A respite probably takes the unplugging from technology and doing something with your hands. For millennials, Gen Z, Gen Alpha, employees who continue to be more and more diverse, tactile, mind-relaxing tasks can be pure recreation. The Play Lab is a hub, that kind of an analog space, escape. It can also be an area for modeling, inventing, assuming new postures, and using new muscles. Play is an activity, but it also is a mental state. So here we kind of state the key components of it. Of this particular typology, we have bouncy pads, doodle walls, interactive fidget displays, swings, spinners, snack bar, new technology. And the functions are really to help you tinker, a little bit of respite, a little bit of team building, help you decompress and unplug, socialize, and change your posture. So this is Play Lab. This is what we call Recharge Hub. It helps relax and decompress and balance. Physical wellness and mental being in the workplace are increasingly a priority for future generations. Space specific to those purposes are moving forward in the floor plan. The Recharge Hub combines these amenities with traditional lounge, workshop spaces to create a hub for personal care, for stress reduction. Consolidating these features in a designated zone reinforces oasis or home base character and the concept that makes another tool for building staff loyalty. So the key components are refuge, peace of mind, sleeping, napping, yoga meditation, sensory simulation, connection to nature, fitness, lounge, preventive health care, family room, oxygen bar, and the functions are exercise, preventative care, stretching, privacy, personal care, and lounging. And as you can see in the typology, this composes many, maybe 4 or 5 different postures, whether it be exercise, yoga, stretching, short napping, or even going into a quiet room with darkly lit screens, but sounds and no technology. The next typology is called Audium. It is relax, focus, and decompress. Audium was one of the rooms in the Recharge Hub. So one component of the Recharge Hub is the Audium. It's a decompression space, anticipating periods of heightened anxiety and stress. The typology provides a designated area for listening to music, meditating, changing a posture, and thinking about the future. Having a few moments away from the screen can boost creativity, productivity, and morale. Designed as a sequence experience that the space can provide in solitude, while accommodating more than 1 or 2 people. The refuge is a neurodiverse, neurotypical alike. It is a demonstration of how we can share common feelings, whatever our difference, one of them being that we need occasionally us to sit quietly alone. So the key components are privacy space, a sequence of experiential entries, transitions, natural light, programmable light, natural elements, digital projection mapping, plants, screens, curated programmed music, all AI presets, and poofs and padded flooring. So it's a function as respite, stress relief, energy recharging, and change in posture. So it's simply a room that is kind of devoid of your technology and more relaxing separation. The next typology we call is Eco Cafe. What we put in our bodies is important. We've learned over time when we've had time at home to create our own meals. So we call this Eat, Create, and Gather. The Eco Cafe is more of a cafeteria. Increasingly, cafes and restaurants everywhere are becoming circular ecosystems with intensely urban environment. Farm fresh may sound like a marketing slogan, but it is a workplace cafe that grows its herbs and vegetables in its own garden in its space and is designed from salvage sources, minimal waste methods, and ideas that the future is already here. Key components are touchless pantry, healthy food offerings, trash composting and recycling, rainwater collection if there's outdoors, herb vegetation garden, solar power lighting, materials from salvage and surplus, reused furnishings, sustainable powered fixtures, and the idea, the function is to eat, socialize, harvest, work off peak hours, gather, and serendipitous connections. So this is the Eco Cafe. Another similar space we call the Pit Stop. It is to gather, share, and convene. Like a convenience store at the end of a city block, the Pit Stop is a small gathering place that has crossroads for company employees that they can place people together, connect, socialize, and grab a cup of coffee. It can also be a space which anyone can be at any time. You may go at the moment of repose. So the key components are a variety of furnishing settings, open atmosphere, pantry, storage, contactless fixtures, internal communication board, and snacks. So the idea is that the function is about gathering, cross-pollinating, comfort, lounging, and thinking over coffee. That's the pit stop. Arboretum is a decompress, rest, restore area. If the outdoor space isn't possible, let's say you're in a high-rise building, then the outdoor can be brought inside. These green workplace indoor provides places for concentration away from the noise and pressure of the day. It also allows a feeling of anxiety or being overwhelmed that everyone experiences. Now that can be subsided, and the setting can be proven to issue a nature of decompression zone. The Arboretum builds such a zone into the work environment and equips it with a more comfortable seating than a fallen tree trunk and moss covered with stone and apt to provide. So the key components are indoor green spaces, natural environments, in-between moments of support, wellness, and community, circadian rhythm lighting, optimized indoor air quality, a variety of uses, respite, collaboration, focus, and circulation, calm workplace to mitigate burnout, and operable walls, indoor, outdoor. So it's a function of respite, change in posture, connection to nature, health, wellness, and well-being. That's Arboretum. So co-working lab is sort of your new work environment. It has many different work postures, whether it be a couch, sit to stand, or bar height, or a little clubby sort of lounge area. It's a hybrid workspace that becomes a flexible, that needs to increase the office, that do more than provide just high density desking. People want choice and the ability to equal their work environment based on personal preference and the task at hand. Some people work best at sit-to-stand station, some in a lounge, others in collaborative tables, and still others in intimate booths. The area supports neurodiverse working styles and preferences, whether for all day or part of the day. So the key components are a variety of eating, seating solutions, lounge, sit-to-stand, access to natural light and greenery, adjacency to open circulation for easy access, reservable tables, flexible furniture solutions, acoustical materials and components, access to adjacent privacy booths. So the functions are flexible work styles, employee choice, neurodiverse settings, a variety, adaptively over time. That's co-working lab. The next space we call the Grove. It's a focus and relax and connect area, typically done in the outside of a building. Weather permitting or weather outwitted, we want to be working more outside as a practical way. The Grove is a variety of furniture settings that can accommodate a spectrum of work styles and integrated power and network capabilities, of facilities intimate for gatherings, meeting small groups, discussions, or individual work with built structures that define safe spaces and protect from the elements. These are built with materials that provide shelter while allowing sunlight, air, and penetrate. Structure can accommodate screens for video conferencing. So the key components are a variety of outdoor furniture settings, sheltered spaces, power bollards, power panels, solar power panels, furniture with plug-and-play capabilities, outdoor heaters, planters. So the function is to focus, connection, communication, network, and respite. That's the Grove. The Porch is a little bit like Recharge Hub. It's many different typologies in combination, conglomerated together. So it's to greet, refresh, and elevate. So think of it like the outside of a building and the common areas of the building. A facade and landscape that balances exterior and interior spaces to purposeful effect. It is sure to provide visitors with employees experience that don't forget configuring outdoor spaces, promenades, walkways, patios, and terraces to create additional programming options, blur the lines between indoor and outdoor, and turn ordinary space into amenities. The components project are companies committed to wellness and well-being and make the work environment a fun place to be. So the key components are community vendor stands, outdoor movie theaters, mobility, storage, and workshops, rentable bikes, storage lockers, lobby concierge, general store, plastic-free grocery store, wintergreen arboretum, a dog park, a promenade, tiered outdoor terraces, fire pits, operable walls. So the function is a community hub as an inclusive amenity, as a purpose for health and wellness activities, optimized lobby experiences, indoor, outdoor experience. That is the porch. So in the next couple of slides, we're going to show some selected works so you can get an idea of how we apply these typologies into the work environment. So we're going to show you a couple of projects that describe that. This is actually at the Adidas facility. This is a yoga and stretching and meditation area. You can see it's done with very kind of soft lights, warm woods, a lot of really, really calming curtains and effects are in these areas. We also have areas for exercise and areas for play and areas for gathering. The ability to work outdoor is really, really popular these days. So these indoor-outdoor workplaces, to lounge, to work quietly, to work collaboratively, and to work just aside from your regular workstation. It's nice to have this ability to go outside. And now working outside, we've developed new types of spaces, benches with heated seats and heated tables, theaters, movable little rooms and conference rooms that can have technology and power and heat and cover in the inclement weather. They're very specialized with whiteboards and potentially monitors and cameras so that you can be outdoor and take a meeting outside in the natural environment. This is actually a finished project in the Silicon Valley where you see just that. Lots of sitting postures, lots of little pergolas and covers to sit under, powered and light boxes out in the landscape so that you can actually use the outside. This is a remodel of an old building from the early 2000s that we really just put a lot of work and emphasis on the outside workplace. Again, showing how we can emphasize this indoor-outdoor quality, make it feel welcoming for whoever wants to work, both indoor and outdoor. So there is no problem having a choice in selecting these postures and settings. Now you can see that we brought some of this element on the inside of the building. So this is what we call the Arboretum. This is a project in DC where we've created an indoor organic space with lush vegetation, different types of seating. So it doesn't feel like a work area, but people will come in there, have their meetings, work, rest, grab a cup of coffee. This is another sort of Think Lab collaborative space. You have to think of every inch of the building as being some place that you can curl up with a book, pull a pillow up, move a table around, orientate yourselves towards a whiteboard, and just sit down and either work quietly by yourself or work with a group. So these Think Lab spaces that engage the worker with new types of mobile furniture or very, very flexible settings are a part of that environment that encourages people to belong and be a part. Another posture is the smaller, intimate sort of shelters to give yourself a little bit of private space without going into an office, but little shelters that sort of quiet the noise and give you a separate area in which to sit in. Changing the environment to actually mimic organic features. Like this is a area in the Slack headquarters that has dappled light as if you're on underneath a stream, and it shimmers as if the water is passing above you, or you feel like the trees or a tree trunk in a forest, or you feel the ferns and the vegetation on the floor of the forest floor, or under the lights of kind of a beautiful lit sky. So we try to simulate some of these environments in the interior. We also simulate structures and different postures so that people feel enclosed, feeling a little bit more in a little kind of tight area actually helps people feel comfortable. So for neurodiversity, some of these little tight areas are very comforting and pleasing. And some rooms like this one on the right there's no music, no additional noise. Your basically protocol is to work quietly. And then who does not like to work with a cup of coffee? So we do kind of have sort of more of your hospitality retail environment in the office as well. And then the opportunity to work outside. So if there's any way that you can create a garden, a walkway to engage the employees so that they kind of feel like they're outside the building in a park, you can create your own little parklets in your landscape decked areas. And that's the end of our conversation. And I want to thank you so much.
Great, great. Thank you so much. This was so useful. I think a lot of us would appreciate the different concepts that you showcased here, and just the idea of feeling like you are there, but then you're also, enjoying the nature. You're, getting out of the office a little bit and still being able to be productive, right? I think on the jobs. I think definitely very, very useful. I think one of the things I was gonna maybe ask you, since we have a couple of minutes, maybe just a question or so.
Sure.
I think how effective have some of these plans been or concepts been, and how have, I think, employees or workers reciprocated to some of these ideas and concepts?
So in the instance of some of these are very, very kind of new typologies. They have really sort of spurred engagement and people coming to work, because a lot of these things you simply can't have at home. So I feel like if you're going to draw people back into the workplace, it needs to provide some things that you just do not find in your home environment. So the arboretum,
Sure.
these outdoor workspaces that have power, the ability to kind of have a sort of collaborative meeting and a more quiet meeting, and actually these areas of respite, these are becoming quite popular. So these quiet rooms to rest your mind. So I think that, as we begin looking at these new postures and typologies, we have to actually look at what's missing from the environment that we would choose alternatively, and make sure that the workplace is providing them. And they have been pretty well received. I think we're still in the early stage of examining all these different postures, but it is really an effort to create something that makes their work and their life and their balance better.
That's wonderful. I think, I think and again, I know that there's some companies that are basically asking folks to come back into the offices now. We are kind of transitioning from, remote to hybrid type environments. So I'm sure there's going to be more appreciation to some of this that's happening around. And do you see this to be an upward trend going into the future? Or I know it's still in the beginning stages, but how quick or how fast is it going to shoot up?
Well, I feel like the adoption rate has been pretty high. I think we're kind of in the mode where we are certainly in the Bay Area slowly coming back to the workplace, a little bit slower than the rest of the country. And a lot of that is because we've had a lot of these amenities over time. So we've had a lot of time to sort of experiment with them. But the new amenity or the new posture is still sort of being examined. And I think the whole new set of inclusion, neurodiversity, all these things are sort of, they've been in the workplace, they just haven't been as prominent, and now they're like top of mind for all the companies, because we want to make sure our employees want to come back, and we got to give them the right reasons to. So we need to show that we're taking care of them.
Great. Thank you so much for your time. We really appreciate it. A lot of useful information. I think a lot of organizations or leaders from these organizations who are listening to us today can definitely benefit from all the tremendous ideas, and also maybe somebody will reach out to you too. And you've done fabulous work. Thank you, and thank you for taking the time today to meet with us.
Thank you for inviting me. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
All right, so we are going to move forward with our next conversation, and I actually am excited about this one because I get to be on camera for a little longer. But jokes aside, we're going to have an interesting conversation And I think a lot of people would definitely be interested in learning about it. So I will welcome our next speaker, and who I will be chatting with, I think, Trin Nguyen. She's Chief of Worker Empowerment, City of Boston, working with the Office of Mayor Michelle View. Sorry about me. And then I think are going to talk about a few interesting things that Boston is doing, from a workplace, work policy, and I think worker empowerment type conversation. So we're going to talk about what Boston is doing for future of work. We do have about 28-ish minutes, 29-ish minutes. So we're going to try and get as much information from Trin as possible. So we'll dive right in. Welcome, Trin. Great to have you here today at WorkCongress.
Great, thank you. And thank you, Sumai, for having us and for having me. So I just want to thank all the WorkCongress staff, volunteers, and collaborators for pulling this amazing event together. It's such an important topic. So thank you for hosting it. I've also listened.
Sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead.
I was gonna say we were gonna try to divvy it up into different segments so we can kind of cover each of those areas, focus areas related to the topic. So I'm gonna open up the floor to you. I think what we can do is maybe if you could start off with what Boston's strategy has been to address the future of work, right? And maybe you can also talk about some critical partnerships you've had, the public sector, private sector partnerships. Also maybe if there were any challenges, right? Any challenges and how your team and the city itself is working around, and how policies are being created to rethink work. So we'll begin with that, and then I think we're going to move on to the other questions I have in mind.
Great, thank you. And I want to thank the WorkCongress staff and other presenters as well. I also want to thank the participants for tuning in today. We recognize that you have a demanding schedule and competing interests, so thank you for listening and sharing as well. And so I know that this kind of fireside chat or dialogue is just one way in which we can make connections. So I hope to learn from you and your work in the future as well. I want to first by opening to say that I'm very honored to serve in the cabinet of Michelle Wu, mayor of the city of Boston, and the first woman and first person of color to be mayor in this great city. I'm also proud to be a resident and public servant for the city of Boston. As you know, we had a pretty quick and robust post-pandemic recovery. By 2021, which has the most recent year available, Boston's gross city product increased by 7%, which is $155.9 billion in 2021. So you can see how we bounced back. It indicates a mighty recovery and reflected on the city's strong growth trajectory. We also have a AAA bond rating and have enjoyed the economic benefits and competitive advantage of the businesses and the employers here in the city of Boston. The business and employers' outlook remains strong and positive by the year end of 2023, with the annual average unemployment rate of about 3.2%. And this competitive unemployment rate continues in the past 28 months, so you know that it's very sustained. The growth industry that drives the labor market and the workforce obviously is healthcare, life sciences, information technology, construction, and finance, to say a few. It remains one of the most competitive research and development markets in the country and arguably in the world. We are one of the largest funding recipients of NIH funding. For example, in 2020 alone, Boston received $2.3 billion in NIH funding, second to the nation to New York City. And this isn't a surprise that Boston has one of the best talent pools in the world. And obviously, we have 32 renowned university and colleges with one of the highest educated resident population. That's 53.4% of residents in Boston has a bachelor's degree or higher. That's extremely competitive for the city. But we know that with this economic growth comes with complex, deep challenges for inequities for the city of Boston. And just to name a few, and we really want to grapple with that. No one wants to, just talk about the great growth of the city, but we also want to be upfront about tackling some of the challenges so we can come together on the innovative solutions. In the near future, we know that the majority of the jobs in Massachusetts and in Greater Boston require some post-secondary education and training. In 3 to 5 months or upcoming years, 30% of Boston residents 25 years or older would need a post-secondary education or training to compete for some of these competitive jobs. And of all the jobs in Massachusetts, 73% will require some kind of post-secondary education and training. And that's according to projections of Georgetown University research of labor markets in the Boston area. We also know that Boston's highly educated workforce reinforces an overall reliance on 4-year degrees for jobs that could be accomplished through certificates or other training mechanisms. Residents with bachelor's degree or higher is about 53.4%, while the other half is 46.6%. We know that the challenges of lower paying middle skills jobs in the city of Boston are disproportionately dominated by people of color and women, while higher paying ones are predominantly occupied by white males. And of the top middle skills jobs in the greater Boston area, in the 10 lowest paying jobs, 60% of the workforce was women and 40% were people of color. And the 10 highest paying ones only were 24% of people of color. So you can see the income gaps and the wage gaps amongst our labor force and the challenges within the city of Boston. We also have a wealth income gap in the city of Boston, and for the residents, median household incomes for Black and African American identified alone was $56,000, and median households for Hispanic and Latinos was $49,000, and the median household income for non-Hispanics or white household was $125,000. You can see that huge gap. And so there's some of, as we work together with employers, stakeholders, community colleges, workforce development, and other parties within the city of Boston, we know that we have to have a multifaceted interdisciplinary policy that Mayor Wu and the city is prioritizing. But to hone in on the skills training and career trajectory for all of the residents and workers in Boston, we have to start. One is to address the equity gap for lower wage workers. The government in the city of Boston in the last 2 years, it led by example because we are the largest employer, if not one of the largest employer, if not the largest employer in the city. When Mayor Wu came into the office, all of the collective bargaining agreements had expired. And so we saw this as an opportunity to address head on the inequities and the wage gaps. Our cabinet and the team and the mayor worked diligently to negotiate new contracts that will have a real impact for workers and for communities. We've completed at least 45 collective bargaining agreements. And most notably, we had a contract with the Boston Teachers Union that included more sick leave for educators and improved services for immigrant students and kids with disability. We also recently had completed contracts with the 2 biggest civilian unions, AF ASFME 93 and SEIU 888. And these groundbreaking contracts focused on raising the floor for workers who make 60,000 or less, and allows for sick and bereavement leave for employers during their 6-month probationary period, and provides option for a 4-day work week to support mental health and work-life balances, especially for workers who can only work in person. And so we knew we had to lead by example as the city coming into asking employers to do more and to work with workers as well. So we knew that we know we cannot support our workers without employer partners. So we recruited top employers to do businesses in the city of Boston, but know that you're here for the talent of those who have a bachelor's degree, but we also have a talent pool who don't have a bachelor's degree that can fill and meet your talent needs up and down your supply chain, and to ensure that employers have what they need, but then also providing equal access for those who don't have a bachelor's degree to enter to a market and compete in these good paying jobs. And we cannot do worker empowerment without our employer partners. They're essential to this work. And we know that employers have great models, great thinking, and great values to come to the table. And they want to do the right thing and work with the city of Boston and to work with employees at the same time. For example, we have a great long-term partnership with Mass General Brigham Hospital. It has more than 25,000 employees. The hospital is the largest non-governmental employer in Boston, and we work very closely with them and area hospitals for training, credentials, and upward mobility for Boston residents who don't have a bachelor's degree. Vertex Pharmaceutical is another global biotechnology company that invests in scientific innovation to create transformative medicines for people with serious and life-threatening diseases. We have been working with Vertex as what we call an influencer employer in life sciences sector. For jobs that don't require a bachelor's degree, Vertex stepped up as an employer. In the last they took about a year and a half to go through all of their jobs, and they conducted a comprehensive work audit within their company and found that 10% of their current job positions don't require a bachelor's degree. So they work with our training partners and community colleges to engage them on curriculum development, recruitment, job readiness, and also what is it that employers are looking for so that they can fill these jobs that don't require a bachelor's degree. Right. And they've also worked with us on other life sciences employers as well. State Street Corporation, small businesses that employ almost 43% of the labor force in the city have also teamed up with us to ensure that good paying jobs, career ladder jobs can be connected to residents and career pipelines and credentials as well. So making sure that these career pipelines and stakeholders and systems alignment are there so that we can provide equitable pipelines towards these good paying jobs.
Great. I think some of that, kind of easily, seamlessly goes into the next question I had in mind to say, what are some lessons that Boston might have learned through the process that possibly could be learned by other cities as well, if they're looking to define their workforce strategies. So I know you kind of mentioned a few things, right? So could you elaborate a bit around what would be those key takeaways for other cities looking to do similar things?
Absolutely. So one, I just want to say that there are sister cities around the country. I sit on the U.S. Conference of Mayors Workforce Development Council, and there's at least 140 around the country. and they're all doing amazing work, and we always listen and learn from other areas. But a few things that we think that in Boston we have great tools, and I mentioned earlier about the city of Boston as an exemplary employer partner to step up. We can't really ask employers to do the kind of work that we're anticipating if the city of Boston as an employer can't do it ourselves. And so a few of those tools, so you have seen some of the Mayor Wu have really put her stake in the ground and put her stake in the game by doing collective bargaining that benefits workers. So she wants to send that message out to employers as well. The other piece that I think that are good toolkits is like, cities and municipalities have very good purchasing power. Our annual budget for the city of Boston is at least $3 billion in our budget. That's incredible, and that's powerful. Yeah. And so as that with that purchasing power, the city of Boston can use innovative tools to ensure minority women businesses have access to some of those contracts. We have prevailing wage, good quality, family sustaining wages and career pathways into those bidding documents and procurement, so that we can leverage the purchasing power that we have. So those tools, I know our colleagues from Los Angeles, Seattle, Portland, Oregon, Charlotte, and I just connected with colleagues from New Orleans, have great models in which they put innovative workforce policies and programs into their procurement, and those tools are very important for municipalities to leverage their purchasing power. Okay. The other thing that I want to just share too, Sumay, is that we have this, and Boston is very unique in a sense that we're very lucky to have one of the best research development institutions. We have educated workforce. We have the best education leaders in that. We have elite colleges. We also, like other municipalities, we have a strong service industry and a tourist industry. And we use that as a pillar too, and other cities do too. And workers drive that economic development in that service industry. So we need workers in that industry. So we can't really get rid of those jobs. I mean, not everybody wants to be scientists. We want all young people. Not everybody gets to be the CEO or big managers or big shots. My parents came here and washed dishes for 40 years, and that's what they love doing. And so we want to make sure that these service industry jobs are respected jobs. So we want to make those jobs, we don't want to get rid of them. We want to make those good paying jobs, and good paying jobs for the service industries and those who are working. And the bottom of the ladder, we have to make sure there are health benefits, pensions, career mobility, predictable schedules, and all those great things that we desire for ourselves and our families. We want to make sure that they have access to the great benefits too, because the service industry and those workers drive the economic engine of the city everywhere. So we want to make sure we don't get rid of those jobs. We want to make sure that those are respectable, good jobs. So that's the other advice that I would, and tool that I would also advocate for, is that every city needs a tourist industry. We all need that, but we want to make sure that those jobs are good paying jobs and workers there are well taken care of, so that they can keep the tourist industry strong.
Wonderful, wonderful. Yeah, I think those seem like a great ones. I was thinking about, so I am in the DC area, so I'm like, okay, yes, a lot of that applies here to the DC area, especially the city itself. So again, let's also talk a little about any cool, interesting projects or initiatives that excite you, actually, I think, in that realm of workforce development and empowerment that your team is doing or the city of Boston is doing right now?
That's great. We have so many that we're working on. I mean, for example, we have the Earned Income Tax Credit, providing free tax prep to about 11,000 Boston workers and families, putting back 24 million of tax refunds back into the pockets of families and lower wage workers. And that money gets recycled back into the community. We have credit building for low wage workers. We have safe banking products for workers and families. So there are several initiatives that you can look online and on our website that could interest you, and we are happy to follow up as well. But one of the areas that we're very excited about is this climate justice green workforce development initiative. And we all know that cities are striving towards that. We want to decarbonize our built environment, because we know that municipal buildings and residential homes are the big contributors of pollution, trash, and a variety of negative environmental impacts. We also want to improve the built environment, but also improve the transportation system, because we want people to use transportation, public transportation, instead of driving in their cars. And we want to grow the economy at the same time. And so putting those green initiatives and regulations in, we don't want it to impede the economic and the business growth of the city. So it's very important that we do all of those things all at once, because we believe it's a win-win action plan, is a win-win strategy for the city of Boston. We can, as long as my colleagues on the phone and on this webinar knows, and too, you can have great evidence-based scientific plans to the yin yang. It's really smart. We can get that. We have plans of plans. But you know what? You need workers to implement those plans. Exactly. And you need a workforce to be able to do that. And if we don't start investing in two things, one is to encourage employers to invest in moving lower or entry level workers and giving them those green credentials and moving them up the ladder to help with the climate action plans and operationalize that. We need to get employers and everybody on board in investing in lower wage workers and entry level workers. And then we also have to do incumbent worker training. That what is it that building maintenance, janitors, bus drivers, what additional training in green technology can they be working towards in order to obtain so they can move up the ladder? As you know, the city of Boston is a coastal city. And in our reports, we found that over 11,000 structures and 85,000 people will be directly exposed to frequent stormwater flooding in 2070. And because of that, annualized losses for floods will increase with sea level rise to about 137 million in 2030 to 1.39 billion in 2070. That's a huge loss for the city.
Right.
And so we want to make sure that we're funding and providing workforce development training in green jobs, EV maintenance, for example, with the bus fleets and the electric cars that are coming on board. We also know nature-based solutions is very important. So we have a Power Core and other workforce development programs that train entry-level or lower wage workers into nature-based landscaping, giving them certifications so that they can operationalize some of these climate action plans. We're also implementing curbside EV charging with electricians. We're working with the electrical union to make sure that we have enough diverse workers to install EV charging and do EV maintenance. We have retrofit affordable apartments. We need contractors with deep energy retrofit certifications and electricians on heat pumps. In our public housing stock, we also need gas workers who are working in that industry and move them towards geothermal. And those are some of the examples in which we're taking current workforce and providing them with upskilling so that we can get the workers to operationalize some of these plans. So that's what we're excited about. Happy to share more offline.
Sure. Those are all like great initiatives, and I think a lot of companies in the private sector, but also in the public sector, a lot of organizations, even cities, are moving towards green economy focused, work, environment focused work. I think there's a lot of jobs being created in that space as well. So I think it's a pretty cool area that more and more folks, I see more and more also people in general, right, in the workforce who are interested in getting positions and jobs in that area too. So I think it's pretty cool. Now, I think as we kind of get closer to wrapping up, the other question I had, I think this is also going to be important. Like, how do you see the role of federal government and in terms of, whether it's policy development or maybe incentives for states or cities, right? And how it impacts states and cities. How do you see that role now and also coming in the coming years, in the next few years?
Yeah, I think that, government and the federal government in particular, federal, state, and city governments play a huge role and invest in the infrastructure of the economy and in cities, and ultimately they need to do more. We need to do more putting money and training dollars towards workforce development. Everybody talks about workforce development. Everybody talks about a huge infrastructure bill. The IRA that just came down about a year and a half ago is in the billions. Energy contracts, climate readiness infrastructure bills, billions of dollars coming from the Department of Energy, from U.S. Department of Labor, from HUD, from housing, from affordable housing, to a variety of federal agencies. What would be very helpful and what's actually needed is that when you have those large chunks of funding coming down, you have to demarcate it towards workforce development. And so what are actual training dollars that are embedded within those billions of dollars that are coming down the pipeline? What are the requirements that you have to engage in residents and diverse constituents into those career pipelines should be grant-making priorities. We also have been hearing a lot that training dollars and credentials are absolutely important. Employer engagement is absolutely important. But you know what's also important is childcare. Childcare is so expensive. So including childcare costs or subsidized childcare so that workers and dislocated workers, underemployed and underemployed residents can actually make the time for that training. They need childcare support. They need career development support. Right. They need transportation reimbursement. So those are the key things that need to be embedded in the funds that are coming down the bills as well. Okay. And so the best practices, what WorkCongress is doing right now, is something that the federal government should also be doing to help get the word out. Best practices, what's working, what's not working in the ground, and then bring municipalities and workforce investment boards into the conversations as you shape policy. Not wait until the last minute to say, we have 40,000 workers, we need them tomorrow.
Mm.
Well, you know, as you all know, and as we know ourselves, that career pathways and training and education takes time. It's a journey, and it is a career trajectory. Needs more time than just 24 hours of boot camp. So we need a more intentional, meaningful career pathways for those who want to get there. And then we also want to provide that real-time, diverse talent pool to meet the demands of employers and the labor market as well. So preparing and planning ahead is always important, and making sure that those decisions are part of policies and the budget. You always have great policies, but you know it costs money to implement them. So making sure that there's enough financial resources for partners, community colleges, workforce development partners, and workforce investment boards to access those funding to make sure that we get employers the right workforce.
Great, great. Thank you, thank you. Oh, and we are just right on time. So thank you so much, Trin. I appreciate your time. A lot of great insights. Much luck in all the future initiatives that your team is doing. And I guess Boston will continue setting an example for other cities to follow. So thank you so much for your time. We appreciate your time today. Thank you. All right, so we're gonna move on to our next session. Great, a couple more great speakers today, this afternoon. So I am pleased to introduce our next speaker for the day, Joanne Okipinti. I hope I pronounced your last name correctly. Great. Perfect. I don't know what time it is for you right now, because I think you are on the other side of the world. But thank you for, I guess, staying up to have this conversation and being a part of WorkCongress. So Joanne is a Faculty of Medicine and Health, Associate Professor, University of Sydney, Co-Director, Mental Wealth Initiative, Head Systems Modeling and Simulation, Youth Mental Health and Technology, Brain and Mind Center. And I think an interesting conversation, or rather a topic and session about well-being in the balance, the paradox of generative artificial intelligence and threat to economic security. Great, I think, topic, very relevant to all the other sessions we've been having today. So I will let you take it from here, and I'll come back on screen a couple minutes before 4:30-ish our time. Welcome.
Wonderful, thank you. And I just want to check you can see my screen, my slide?
Yes, we can.
Wonderful. Yes. Good morning. It's 6 a.m. here in Sydney. Probably good afternoon to many of you. And I'm coming to you from the beautiful Gadigal lands of the Eora Nation that the University of Sydney rests on. And I'd like to start by recognising the 65,000 continuous years of connection that Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people have to these lands, and pay my respect to their elders past, present and emerging. Thank you so much for welcoming me to this pivotal discussion on the future of work. And let me start by saying what an incredible time we're living through. Some might say that we are witnessing the dawn of the age of intelligence. So rapid advancements in generative AI are really set to reshape society and revolutionize industries. And you've probably heard many discussions about this today, about how it may change the nature of work. But this technology harbors dual potential. It's a beacon of opportunity, certainly, illuminating paths to innovation in healthcare and education and productivity. But it also holds the potential for large-scale job displacement, erosion of mental health and well-being, and risks to social stability and democracy. So we must steer this evolution to make sure that progress serves the well-being of all. Now, as you know, stable quality employment is the bedrock of societal strength, providing not just financial security, but also a source of shared identity, a sense of purpose, of status, and it fosters social connection and integration. I like to think of work as the steady pulse that sustains individual lives and families, and the vitality of communities and the prosperity of nations. Exclusion from stable quality work can contribute to poor psychological well-being, and with its most severe consequence being the potential for deaths of despair. So guarding against economic downturns and the associated risk to employment is therefore a shared concern for economists, for governments, for business leaders, for labour organisations, and of course for mental health researchers. Now, enhancing productivity has long been a key focus, not only for preventing economic downturns, but also for improving our standard of living and enhancing international competitiveness, fostering innovation, and creating a more resilient labour market. But since the 2008 financial crisis, there's been a global slowdown in productivity, affecting about 70% of advanced and developing economies. So the launch of generative AI in November 2022 has generated huge excitement about the possibility of a new frontier in generalized productivity growth. But in order to understand the implications, we need to understand what generative AI is. It is not simply automation. It is a form of intelligence rapidly evolving to acquire experiential learning, creativity, adaptability, strategic thinking, and the ability to generate knowledge that surpasses human capabilities. GPT-4 already has the capability to solve novel and difficult tasks, performing across multiple disciplines, including engineering, medicine, psychology, and law, where human intelligence can be constrained due to the sheer amount of information it has to manipulate. Progress is also being made at unprecedented speeds. On average, across a broad range of categories, a 25% performance improvement has been achieved with GPT-4, which was released in March 2023, compared to GPT 3.5, released only months earlier. And there are improved performance improvements being made almost on a monthly basis. The pioneers of this technology are now openly acknowledging that generative AI is fundamentally a labor replacing tool. And generative AI enables an unprecedented convergence of all the state-of-the-art technologies we have so far, including advancements in computing power, cloud storage solutions and expansive databases, advanced networking, and application programming interfaces, or APIs, that really allow for a broad and rapid integration of generative AI into a range of systems. So this is not just another technology. Over the coming decade, we are very likely to witness profound change. So estimates of job displacement really vary. The conservative estimates by OpenAI researchers, Goldman Sachs, and others suggest that about 25% of jobs face displacement across the economy. Estimates by the Brookings Institution suggest that approximately 60% of work tasks in the US are facing medium to high exposure to displacement by AI in the coming decade. By comparison, the Industrial Revolution unfolded over more than 100 years. But let's look at this another way. Past technological advancements have led to the automation of routine manual and routine cognitive tasks, which has decreased the demand for work requiring these skills. And this is reflected by the declining green and yellow lines in this example from the Australian context. Concurrently, there's been upskilling and an expansion of opportunities for non-routine cognitive tasks, as you can see with the blue line here. And these jobs are typically associated with higher wages. So past technological advancements that have increased opportunities for these non-routine cognitive work has contributed to the growth of the middle class and has helped sustain and grow economic demand. But it's precisely this substantial segment of non-routine cognitive or professional jobs across a broad range of disciplines that is now facing potential disruption from the capabilities of generative AI. And we have to remember that generative AI can be upskilled far more efficiently than humans can be upskilled. So the capability of generative AI, it's important to recognize that it's still currently in its infancy, has the potential to substantially deepen the decoupling of economic productivity from labor input, putting at risk a large proportion of middle-class jobs once considered safe from automation. And as a result, this could profoundly reshape labor market dynamics. Now, our paper on this can be found at the QR code on your screen, but in short, we lay out a hypothesis that without action, the availability of these higher paid, high and middle skilled jobs decrease. This will displace workers from a broad range of professions and increase competition for the remaining jobs, or increase competition for lower paid care and personal services sectors, which will lower the median wage rates. We hypothesize that as a result, average household income will fall, reducing demand for goods and services, which will further decrease the demand for labour. Now, the labour share of national income, which has already been in decline since the mid-1980s and attributed largely to the impact of technology, will decrease further as owners of AI capital secure a growing portion of national income. So we will see an increase in income inequality, job scarcity, coupled with diminishing public trust in the economic system. And this is likely to intensify polarization and political unrest, posing additional challenges to social and economic stability. The alternative hypothesis that is quite prevalent is that while it is highly likely that there will be short-term disruption as generative AI is adopted across the economy, the increase in productivity and innovation will create new jobs and industries that will offset displaced jobs, just like it did with previous technological developments. So we decided to explore through dynamic modeling the conditions under which both scenarios might be true. Now I'm going to go into a little bit of economics here. The capital to labour ratio is an economic indicator of productivity that measures the amount of capital, like physical infrastructure, machinery, or in this case, technology, against labour hours. But in the age of intelligence, while significant investments in AI capital, which increases the numerator, is expected to drive up productivity, this is also likely to drive down the labour hours, which decreases the denominator. So as generative AI is taken up across the economy, we're anticipating a significant increase in this capital to labour ratio, and as a result, an increase in unemployment and underemployment, which from here on in I'll collectively call labour underutilisation. So specifically, the aims of our research were to understand how increases in the capital to labour ratio driven by AI integration will impact longer-term trends in average disposable income and consumption across the economy. We aim to understand whether there is a tipping point where the economy could be pushed into a recession if too many people become unemployed or underemployed and have less to spend in the economy. And if generative AI does displace 25% of current jobs, as the conservative estimates suggest, how high does the new job creation rate need to be in order to offset the reduction in spending and consumption in the economy? So using Australian data, we developed a system dynamics model just as a demonstration of the feasibility of this hypothesis of these recessionary pressures. More detail about the model and the data sources can be found in our paper at the QR code on the screen. But just to summarize, the model has a number of core components. The first is population dynamics. So we capture the overall growth in the population over time. We have a labour force dynamics section on labour force dynamics, including labour underutilisation and the creation of new jobs. We have a section that models the increases in the capital to labour ratio due to generative AI and its impact on labour underutilisation, as well as its impact on productivity and on prices. So as productivity increases, prices go down and things become more affordable. Oops. We captured the influence of rising labour underutilisation on wages. So as more people become unemployed or underemployed, there's more competition for jobs, and therefore there's a downward pressure on wages. And we modelled the dynamic effect of all of these things, on the trajectory of consumption and demand in the economy. We also conducted sensitivity analysis to understand whether the findings were robust, even in the presence of uncertainty around some of the key parameter estimates. And all analyses were conducted over a simulation period of 2023 to 2050. So what did we find? Well, these graphs show that the greater the increase in this capital to labour ratio due to generative AI, the greater the labour underutilisation and the greater the impact on per capita disposable income. And what you can see in the top graphs, the baseline is the grey line, and that models business as usual, a 1.8% increase per annum of the capital to labour ratio. The green represents the increase in the capital to labour ratio of 4% per annum, the yellow 7% per annum, and the red is a 10% increase per annum. Now, it's important to note that these capital to labour ratio scenarios are really quite conservative. You can see from the bottom graph that a scenario of 11% annual increase in this capital to labour ratio represents that 25% increase in the proportion of underutilised workforce that was estimated by Goldman Sachs and OpenAI researchers and others. But you might ask, won't new jobs be created? Well, most are in agreement that yes. The answer here is yes. But there are two key questions or uncertainties. Firstly, will the new industries that are created and the new jobs created require as much labour input as was required for new industries in the past, particularly given the context that generative AI is replacing these non-routine cognitive tasks? And secondly, will the aggregate number of new jobs created be sufficient to offset the displacement? And I think that's the key question. So the graph at the bottom of the slide here shows the baseline consumption, which is the grey line, versus the impact of a high jobs growth scenario. And here we modelled a 6-fold increase in the current rate of new job creation. Now, this consumption index is really just the ability to purchase goods and services in the economy, and it reflects those competing forces of productivity-related price reductions, which increase real disposable income, versus the reduction in disposable income due to increases in underutilisation and that downward pressure on wages. So this graph shows that while initially the consumption index increases against the baseline, even high rates of job growth are insufficient to offset the effects of the labour underutilisation and prevent an eventual decline in the consumption index. And the model suggests, and remembering this is a model for the Australian context, that if generative AI did displace 25% of jobs, then we are likely to need at least a 10.8-fold increase in the current rate of new job creation to offset the loss in per capita disposable income available to spend across the economy. And a far higher growth rate in jobs or some sort of government intervention would be needed to sustain that consumption above the baseline. Now, whether that scale of new job creation over that time frame is actually feasible is really up for discussion. Finally, this heat map shows the impacts of the AI capital to labour ratio represented on the y-axis and the new job creation rate, which is on the x-axis. And the pale shading corresponds to increases in the consumption index against the baseline. So positive impacts on the economy. And the red, dark red shading corresponds to larger percentage reductions against the baseline. So negative impacts on the economy. And this really demonstrates evidence for a threshold beyond which labour underutilisation due to displacement by generative AI could have anti-growth or recessionary effects across the economy if there was no government intervention. Now, further empirical work is clearly needed, but what this research suggests is that by closely tracking changes in this ratio, governments can monitor and be proactive in ensuring economic resilience. Where the threshold lies will really depend on the features of each economy, including industry composition, occupational structures, tax structures, the strength of social institutions and safety nets, and the regulatory environment. So how can government prevent these recessionary pressures? Well, redistribution measures such as taxation and progressive social policy have been proposed, but the problem of redistribution measures is that they are reactive and they retain systemic inequalities in place. Redistribution of wealth by governments also has a long history of inciting conflict and division. A more forward-looking strategy lies in the concept of pre-distribution, advocated by progressive economists like Mariano Mazzucato, which seeks to adjust the mechanisms of wealth creation before inequalities become entrenched. So pre-distribution policies focus on ensuring that economic structures and market forces themselves generate equitable outcomes rather than relying solely on redistribution after the fact. So to achieve that, governments could invest in social production, the foundational economy, and the foundational economy, which is the infrastructure of everyday life, and generally underfunded sectors with strong job creation potential, like healthcare, social care, science, arts and culture. And as the previous speaker was alluding to, the green economy. And these investments could include wage supplementation to really reflect the true value of these roles to society, while also preventing a contraction of the middle class due to low wages. Another strategy might be to reduce work days while maintaining salaries to ensure that the benefits of AI-induced productivity growth are translated into widespread well-being. Innovative mechanisms such as an AI displacement insurance fund, and this was proposed by the Global Partnership on Artificial Intelligence, could be another avenue for government action where public-private collaboration would see companies that automate jobs contribute to a pool of resources dedicated to easing labour market transitions and supporting workers affected by AI-driven changes. By prioritising pre-distribution, policymakers can address disparities at their source and really foster a society that is resilient, cohesive, and prepared for the future. Labour unions also have a vital role to play in securing fair practices and equitable benefits in an AI-driven economy. And they are key in developing international labour standards that can be incorporated into national legislation. Now, such standards would assist with negotiating for AI-related work that augments rather than substitutes for human intelligence, creativity, and innovation. Assist with setting ethical standards for generative AI use, and ensure fair compensation for AI-generated work. And also, they will play a very important role in safeguarding against mass job displacement. Now, unions are now operating in terrain that's vastly different from the one in which they originated, which may require a fundamental rethink of their strategies to balance the promotion of innovation and business opportunities while also upholding hard-won workers' rights and incomes. The success of the Writers Guild of America against the use of generative AI for script writing exemplifies the power of collective action. But this victory does not guarantee future success as generative AI becomes more subtly woven into the fabric of work. But in this transformative period, labour unions are likely to experience a renaissance, which will provide an opportunity to demonstrate their enduring value as an essential pillar for work justice and human rights. So while timelines remain uncertain, there's no time to waste. Substantial investments are being made to progress the capability, the reliability, and the implementation of generative AI. Investments are being anticipated to surpass $300 billion per year by 2026. And Microsoft and OpenAI's recent announcement of a $100 billion investment in supercomputing is a very clear signal of the industry's trajectory. Those that understand the capability and trajectory of generative AI see the current surge in jobs for those with specialized AI skills as containing the very seeds for their own obsolescence as they enable generative AI to develop the capability for self-advancement with minimal future input. The incentive to replace labor with AI capital will be high. A McKinsey analysis across 800 occupations estimated that almost half of the activities that people are paid almost $16 trillion in wages to do in the global economy have the potential to be automated even with the current technology. To remain nationally and globally competitive, companies across industries will seek to reduce costs, increase productivity, and remain relevant through the adoption of this transformative technology. So this is not an issue that will be naturally corrected by market forces. Without proactive intervention, the risk to social and economic stability and mental health and well-being will be profound. So the Mental Health Initiative's research and discussion on this issue is simply a starting point for context-specific empirical analyses and public debate to guide policymakers who must ensure that the march of progress does not trample the livelihoods of people. It underscores the need for collaborative, strategic actions by government, by civic organizations and employers to lay the foundation for a more inclusive economy and ensure a stable and just transition to the age of intelligence. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much, Joanne. That was a lot of good information, a lot of data based on research. I think definitely adds value to the conversation and the sessions we've been having today. So I know we have just a couple more minutes left, but I wanted to just check one quick question maybe before we wrap up. So based on all this, right, based on all the research and the findings and where we are looking like we're going to go, what would be your top single most takeaway and or recommendation for folks who are looking to use this data and or research info?
Oh, the top one, I mean, I think is the top recommendation, I think, has to be for us not to be complacent. We need to really be monitoring the impacts on the labour market or as we're transitioning and be recognising where we are on a certain trajectory that may appear to be increasing productivity, but actually we're seeing an increase in labour underutilisation that we really need to address. I think if we waited until the crisis, a crisis is upon us, it's too late. A lot of suffering can be avoided if we are more proactive. And in being proactive, it really is going to require a government response in partnership with the labour organisations and business itself. To really understand. I mean, there were a lot of recommendations for government and labour organisations that I made, but I think a lot of discussion really needs to happen. Those partners need to come together and really decide what is the best strategy. And of course, being head of systems modelling and simulation, I would always say, well, let's model the different solutions and see what's going to be most impactful before we invest in those solutions.
Sure. Great. Thank you for that. Thank you for actually starting your day this early for us. We appreciate it. We hope you have a great day ahead. Thanks for your time once again. We'll hopefully maybe lean into some of this research and findings. And I'm sure other audience members are also going to look through that. So we appreciate your time. Thank you, Joanne.
Thank you very much. Thanks.
All right. Bye-bye.
Bye.
All right, so we are almost at the last leg of our WorkCongress 2024. To wind up, in fact, I think to kind of bring it all together, our last session is going to be interesting because I'm going to bring back two key speakers to this session. It's going to be a conversation. Our guest speaker in the conversation is going to be Sharon Barrow, former General Secretary of the International Trade Union Confederation. Welcome, Sharon, to WorkCongress. And joining her is No Worker Left Behind's founder, Diksha Joshi, who's also joining us for a nice conversation around rethinking work policies, I think innovative labor policy and how it's going to play out for the digital age. So I'll hand it over to Diksha and we'll take it from there.
Thank you, Soumya, and I just want to really thank you for a very engaging day throughout. It was amazing to have you ask all the good questions from the speakers. So thank you so much once again.
Thank you. My pleasure.
And Sharon, I want to start by saying it's an honor and privilege to have a chat with you here to talk about all the labor policies. And I think I could not have asked for a better person for this conversation. So I'm super excited to have you here. You are a stalwart in the labor policies, and hopefully I can learn some things and the audience can have some good takeaways. I also really appreciate taking your time early in the morning, 6:30 a.m. And we started this conference on May 1st, and I would say we are continuing the discussion on May 2nd, your time. So it's still an important day, the International Labor Day. I feel like the spirit continues through the next day and throughout the year for us. So super, super excited about that. It's been a long but very energizing day as we've seen talks across multiple topics and tracks, and I think would love to get your thoughts as we are trying to round up things with policies around labor and what is needed and how can we think about those in the new digital age. So with that, I would say I would give you the floor, and maybe you can talk, and maybe you can start by talking about the global trends. You travel all around the world. And what are the global trends that you're seeing around labor policies, and how do you think the organizations and governments can adapt?
Well, good morning. Happy May Day, everybody. This is a very special day for workers around the world, and so it's fitting that your Congress should be held today. Well, I don't think there's been any more significant time in our history to be thoughtful about the future of work than right now. It's not new. Throughout the decades, the centuries, work has evolved and changed, but now we face a convergence of crisis that makes it even more difficult to find the foundations of rights, decent work generally with conditions and wages, and at its heart, secure work, work that people can trust is going to be there today and tomorrow, work for themselves and for their children. So whether it's technology, whether it's the climate emergency, whether it's just the sheer impact of inequality and the debilitations of poverty, or conflict, as we see increasing conflicts around the world, these things affect the security of working families. But at the heart of security is, in fact, a decent job. So why is it that labour rights are breaking down? One reason is that our democracies are at risk. If you think that less than 20% of the world's people now live in truly free countries, according to Freedom House, then that gives you an indication of why it's so hard for workers to establish the fundamentals of human rights, labour rights, the dialogue that actually resolves situations, that allows us in this current environment to both employment and environment and technology proof our workplaces. So what are workers facing? They are facing a mixed response to automation. If you think that, the dream was for employers to fully automate all their production processes, even where employers and businesses jumped in and thought that was a great idea, most have come back to an environment where we're looking at augmented workplaces. I would say to you, we're still talking about, the few rather than the many workers, because if you look at production generally, then, technology is in fact eroding jobs for many, including professions now, but it's not yet universal. So I want to make that clear, that many workers would still go to work. It's still vastly manual work or repetitive work. But where technology is eroding or challenging the work as we know it, then it comes to, first of all, automation. And as I said, really what companies who are getting the best productivity and have a sense of, quality, continuous quality, then augmented technologies are becoming, in fact, more prevalent. The augmentation that technology can provide can assist workers actually to make their works easier, to put less strain on their bodies, to allow them to keep track of the data and the information they need every day, where you marry particularly digital technologies. But this has to be introduced for effective outcomes with the workers involved. You have to have an intergenerational approach where younger workers more confident with technology and older workers who know the work processes, particularly in production or in agriculture or in those industries that have traditional knowledge. Then you need to marry that intergenerational dialogue amongst workers, but with management, so that you effectively get an introduction and an evaluation of technology and whether or not it's meeting the test of decent working conditions, productivity, and continuous or improvement or quality at its heart. When you then get to AI, the challenges become more intense. The thing about, a future based on algorithms is, in fact, what is the data that's put into the algorithm? So first of all, AI is only as good as the information that it's generating and creating relearning off the basis of. So there are some real ethical considerations there, particularly if you're looking at the questions that are plaguing the world around violence against women, then some of those, or racism or other elements, some of those things are coded in, which actually sets workers up for greater discrimination. But if you're actually then looking at, where AI is eroding the professional base now of work, then it's still only at the base. It's still, the jury's out about whether or not people will trust machine learning without, or indeed, if you take it into the practical, you know, a medical procedure without a surgeon, even though the, you know, the technology may provide the, not just the baseline data for diagnosis, but in fact may guide the surgery or the treatment. But will people trust, you know, whether it's medicine or transport or production, will people trust a world where there, you know, there isn't human interaction, humans in control? We're not at that point yet. But what it does say is what Joanne said, that we have to be aware of the dangers. We have to actually engage workers in their own, in co-creating a future so that there is a confidence. And we have to look to the basis of our society and say, what kind of world do we want to live in? Who owns the data? Is in fact the data, you know, compensated where individuals are involved? Are there data commons that are democratically controlled? And indeed, is our workplace, are our workplaces fit for purpose in terms of decent work? So there's a whole set of questions, but at the very centerpiece, the principles are important. Humans in control, democratic data commons or control of data by democratic means, and of course a dialogue that allows for co-creation of work to make sure that the technology is not used to exploit workers even further.
And this is great. We did hear in our talks earlier today about the ethical considerations when Hilke was talking about how AI is getting used in hiring and all the other aspects that we heard from the speakers earlier today. I did have a follow-up question. So these are global challenges. And how much of this work is happening at a global level to define the principles, to define a plan for execution, and what is a role that a leader plays, whether you think about a global level or within a corporate, wherein they are working to develop the policies which are working towards the sustainability of labor and wellness for the labor.
So we're talking really, I guess, at its heart about legislation or regulation generally. And, you know, the technology is way ahead of our regulatory environment. There's no question about that. It is on the table for, and some legislative guardrails, if you like, have been put in place in countries like the US, increasingly in my own country, Australia. In Europe, probably is advanced beyond other countries. But if you look globally, really, it's a jungle out there. And technology is setting the pace without the kind of analysis or compliance, standards or compliance that we can actually touch. So we are catching up. And as the rapidly advancing nature of technology escalates even further, we'll continue to catch up unless we put in place the kind of baseline principles that can cover off on all technology. So those elements that not only are about engagement of human beings, and in this case, particularly workers, not only about ethical considerations and human rights, but actually about, you know, what it means for income distribution, for capacity for our populations, and we're going to hit 9 billion on this planet. How do they survive? Who owns the technology? Who has a share in the distribution? And what's the regulatory framework? What's the compliance and the sanctions base that means that humans are going to remain in control? You can take that from our parliaments to our workplaces to our schools to any part of society and say there are some general principles which must be enshrined in law and must have regulatory compliance.
And are there some ideas on public-private partnerships that you can share, wherein we can think about opportunities where no worker is getting left behind, and what would those look like?
You mean where government and private sector are working together?
Yes.
Well, to date, there's not a lot of good examples. Even when you look at, indeed, the public sector environment, it's still a contractual base where governments are contracting for their own digital or AI services to private companies. So, governments themselves aren't looking to the regulatory environment we need fast enough or deep enough. And at the same time, when you've got declining democracies, then many countries are simply acquiescing to the market rather than actually managing a market in these areas, let alone joining forces for good with the public, the private sector. That's not universal. There are some good practices, of course, and there are some ethical businesses, but you can't rely on, in this sector, on self-regulation. We've seen it too often. Exploitation, the taste of increasing wealth, these things universally override, even those who want to actually work with ethical technologies. So again, I would say baseline principles about humans in control, the capacity to manage a future jointly with governments, employers and workers. As Joanne said, we have to work out these solutions together. So social dialogue, as we know it in most of the world, as a base. But above all, like we do regulate other areas of the economy, regulation, standards, compliance, these things are urgent and we are behind the 8 ball.
And that's a really good point, because we did have the chief of empowerment from Boston earlier today, and she was talking about how they are trying to partner up with corporates to try and move things forward, because they cannot do everything all by themselves. There needs to be a collaboration to bring the right people on the table and to start thinking forwardly. Especially, I know you work a lot on sustainable side with policies, and how can you develop policies that can help the workers in the long run, as well as partner with corporates to make those things happen and put the right investments, because all of these things need a ton of investment and somebody needs to foot the bill. So how do you make that happen?
So if you're talking about using technology for some of the global challenges like the environment, like the metrics that are necessary to protect and reforest our planet, to understand what's happening with biodiversity, whatever those big challenges might be, then there's no doubt that technology has a place. I'm not technophobic. In fact, the trade union movement has not been overall technophobic. We've used technologies traditionally to actually upskill workers, to get skilled wages, and there are lots of opportunities. In fact, right now, I think Joanne said it, but getting a job in any company or in government dealing with technological development, particularly AI, is going to pay you a lot of money, and there are a lot of jobs. The question is, how do we evolve our workforce? How do we solve those big problems you were just talking about through collaboration? Now, that does mean working with employers, but then unions work with employers all the time. We are, in fact, joined at the hip because employers create jobs, governments create jobs. But on the investment side, I mean, once you get the regulatory framework right, then on the investment side, you're absolutely right. Governments cannot foot the bill to repair the damage to our environment or to create, the infrastructure developments that are essential to deal with, any kind of challenge, whether it's the energy transition or smart manufacturing or indeed greening all of our economy. But governments can, in fact, provide the policies that generate private sector investment the regulatory requirements that protect people and the environment. And of course, they can do, much more than they're doing at the moment to provide the antidote to our global conflicts. So you can't get away from the fact that we have the community sector, the labor unions and workers generally, the government sector and employers. And unless we're all working together, the huge areas of crisis that we are facing today will in fact simply continue to escalate rather than to be managed. And so you're absolutely right about the dialogue and the partnerships. The difference is that, we've tried self-regulation and it's failed in many areas, and it's particularly failed workers and communities where profit has become the dominant take, and we've had an exploitative trade environment where we produce on low wages and exploitative and dangerous conditions in the south for markets in the north. That has to shift. We have to have a world that is genuinely committed to development, that is integrated in a truly global sense of tackling the crisis ahead of us. But I do want to say, and I don't want to suggest we can't, shape the future in a better way. But if you had to look at one thing that's essential to deal with this, it's democracy. And if our democracies are weakened, if we are, in a world where, our governments are run by people who want power rather than representing the people, as we're seeing in too many countries, then the capacity to solve these problems becomes even harder.
And that is a really, really good point. I do want to talk about the future of labor movements and their role in defining the future of work policies. I think politics is obviously a very key component and the government is a key component. But what role do you think the labor movement will play or labor unions will play? We have started seeing a lot of things happen in the US side with the auto manufacturers, the auto unions. We've seen things happen with non-competes that we were listening to earlier today from Andre. So there are things happening around the globe, and curious to hear what your thoughts are about how this labor movement is evolving.
Well, there's no doubt that at the end of it all, people have the power, and workers in their workplaces, when they aggregate that power, can influence the future. You're seeing the real leadership from the auto workers, not just around decent work for their members, but around how you manage the transition from, the demand, the energy transition from combustion engines to electric vehicles. You're seeing in the entertainment industry how you manage AI and image generation and the protection of people's images, and of course the distribution of wealth that's ascribed to those to the permission people give to use their images, or indeed their their skills in writing, or their kind of capacity to produce entertainment and so on. So I don't feel pessimistic about labour unions at all. The world of work's changed, and there's no doubt that if you look at the base rate of unionism today compared to 5 decades ago, in percentage terms, it's lower than it was. But in impact and in capacity, both to organise within workplaces and across workplace, but also to organise with communities, is endless. And you've seen from the research, and in fact the attitudes of people generally, that they feel comfortable with collectivity. They feel comfortable that unions are important. Whether or not they're in a situation where they feel they can join a union is a different thing. So we still have to struggle around freedom of association. We still have no better outcome than collective bargaining to generate equity and security and rights at work. But it is, in fact, that our world's contestable on all fronts. So will, in fact, unions grow? I think they will. Will they be different in many areas? Yes, you'll see many different types of unions as people look at different types of work. But collectivity, I have no doubt that people understand the power of being part of a bigger movement.
And to be frank, what I might say is, in this new digital world, I have a lot more awareness about these issues, which I might not have had earlier, because we used to live in a very siloed world. And now that things are so much more connected, I do hear about all the issues, and we actively bring up and talk about it now a lot more. So I do think, to your point about the impact that we are making, it's baby steps, but I think we are moving in the right direction. We just need to do it faster.
Again, it raises conflictual areas, doesn't it? If you think about, information, media diversity, speed of communication, then yes, technology has brought us, a lot of opportunities and has in fact democratized a lot of people's capacity to communicate or to take action. But if you look at the control again of media platforms, particularly social media platforms, but also, large media corporations, then we have again failed to regulate for diversity, for competition, for quality and standards in truth-telling. So a lot of the information that people are dealing with is questionable in terms of whether it's fact-based news or whether it's in fact commentary that's often, frankly made up or oppositional or in denial of climate science or whatever it might be. So again, when you allow, the monopoly power or oligopsony power in our world based on corporate interest alone, then that's not a good thing.
I would absolutely agree. And I think that's why you need more of this discussions to talk about these issues and bring up these topics and elevate these discussions. So absolutely agree. One final question from you to say, what are one thing that you think gives you hope about the future of labor policies, and what might be one key takeaway that you want the audience to carry from the conversation to say how can they think about adapting to this new future of work landscape?
Well, I think, again, I would go back to people. People give me optimism that, in fact, they want a values-based future. They want to know that people are treated justly, that there are rules and legislative guarantees that make sure that our world is not, in fact, simply the playground of those who have the most power or the most wealth. So people are, in fact, and have always been and will always be the antidote to extreme control. So that means trade unions, it means community groups, it means environmental defenders, it means human rights defenders generally, Indigenous communities fighting for their lands. Wherever people are gathering together, and in my case, the labour movement, I couldn't be prouder of having been a leader in the labour movement now for over 30 years, because if you look at a lot of the way our society is shaped, the dignity of decent work that also supports communities but allows families and friends time to actually meet and enjoy being human, then in fact labour unions sit at the core of that. That's not going to change.
And Sharon, thank you so much for your insights, because these insights about the labour policies, the evolving nature of the labour movement and what needs to happen is critical for us. As we've started the dialogue, we need to continue this dialogue, and we need to continue getting the right people to elevate this conversation at all the right levels globally, because this is not a local challenge. These are global challenges. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, can I say congratulations to you and the team? You've pulled off an amazing discussion, an incredible WorkCongress on May 1, And I just say all strength to your arm. Continue the good work, please.
I would say thank you so much. It was a huge team effort. I called out this in the beginning. I don't know if you listened to it, but thank you to speakers like you who took a chance on us. We were doing this for the first time and we did not have a street cred, and we wanted someone to believe in the discussion, believe in the topic and the importance of this discussion to make it a truly global event. We have participants from 25 plus countries, 50 plus cities, and we have speakers from many of these countries where, as we are thinking about diversity, this is truly global. We spoke about 5 different tracks, from learning and development, future of work, workplace innovation, like all different facets of work and how things are changing, wellness and mental well-being. I would say we had speakers from different backgrounds, from corporates, from research, from authors to government officials. And that diversity is so powerful because you listen to everyone's perspective. So I know we are at time. I just want to end with another quote that I started with, but I think it's very, very powerful. And we are recording all of these sessions. So we will continue these discussions over time. And hopefully you've joined and enjoyed and had some takeaways, but we'll be sharing these videos later for your consumption on our social media. And the quote, which I truly believe is very impactful right now, is by Maya Angelou: do the best you can until you know better. And when you know better, do better. And I think we've learned something. I've gained something from this conference today. I hope everyone else has. And hopefully with that new additional information, we can do better. So Sharon, this is a wrap. And thank you so much again for joining us.
Thank you.